Boadicea, Queen of the Iceni, by Anna Jameson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The history of ancient Rome is written in characters of blood, and over her whole widespread empire, from the Caledonian hills to the confines of India, from Torneo's Rock to the cataracts of the Nile, the blood of slaughtered hecatombs of men, women and children has saddened the earth. Physical strength was her standard of right, and by that standard she measured her claims to every country of the globe, wherever her cohorts could gain and maintain a footing. Intellectual Greece bowed to her yoke. The islands of the Mediterranean paid her homage. Carthage fell before her power. Iran acknowledged her authority. Egypt became her tributary, and even the remote island of Britain did not escape the power of ambitious Caesar when Gaul lay prostrate at his feet. The estuaries of Britain were filled with his war galleys, and the quiet of the happy island was broken by the clangour of Roman arms. A peaceful people, unaccustomed to the business of war, and illy armed, the Britons made but feeble resistance to their invaders, and soon another rich territory of earth was added to the colossal dominions of Rome. The whole island became subject to Roman authority. The country was divided into states, and a Roman governor was appointed over the whole. About the 60th year of our era, Suetonius Paulinus, one of the greatest generals of the age, was appointed governor of Britain, and allowed an army of about 100,000 men to keep the natives in subjection. The infamous Nero was at that time Emperor of Rome, and Paulinus was a fit instrument to execute the orders of his master, who cared not how many people suffered, if his unbounded avarice and lust were satisfied. To fill the coffers of the emperor, the Britons were subjected to the most cruel taxation, and those who but recently were in the full enjoyment of peace and liberty were reduced to the most abject slavery. But the inherent principles of freedom, actively alive in the breast of the Briton, could not be destroyed, and when the oppressions of their conquerors became too severe to be borne, they raised the banner of revolt, around which every true Briton rallied. The spirit of revolution, prompted by a love of liberty and keen resentment for wrongs inflicted, which had been increasing in intensity for a long time, broke out into open rebellion at a time when Paulinus was absent upon the island of Mona or Anglesey. A peculiar act of cruelty on the part of the Romans was the immediate cause of this general revolt, and to that act and its consequences we devote these pages. Prasutagus, king of the Iceni, a state which included that portion of England now known as the counties of Norfolk, Suffolk, Cambridge and Huntingdon, and a prince much beloved for his mildness and equity, when on his deathbed made an equal division of his kingdom, one half of which he bequeathed to the Roman emperor and the other to his family. The reason for making this bequest to the emperor was the vain hope that it would so far satisfy his rapacity as to secure his protection for his wife and children. But the moment that the death of Prasutagus came to the ears of Paulinus, he sent an army sufficient to take forcible possession of the whole of the wealth and the kingdom of the deceased prince. Against this unjust act, his queen, Boadicea, a woman of extraordinary spirit, warmly remonstrated. But her remonstrance was met with the most brutal treatment from the minions of the governor. They even went so far as to scourge her publicly, and not content with this inhuman injury of her person, those brutal men ravished her daughters in the presence of the queen. This outrage aroused the Iceni to revenge, and every man took a solemn oath to avenge this brutal wrong inflicted upon their queen and family. The Trinobantes next raised the war cry, and in every part of the island where the injuries of the Queen of the Iceni became known, the indignant Britons crowded around the standard of revolt, eager for the blood of the Roman barbarians. Carnelodunum, or London, was the only town that remained loyal, but even there the Romans were not safe. Throughout the whole island, an indiscriminate massacre of men, women and children took place, and in one instance a legion of the Roman army, attempting to stay the dreadful retribution of the Iceni, were all slaughtered to a man. In London the revolters made terrible havoc. The Romans in great numbers fled to their principal temple for protection, but it was set on fire and with its living contents entirely consumed. That outrage upon the Queen of the Iceni cost Rome 80,000 of her citizens. As soon as Paulinus heard of this revolt, he left Mona and hastened to the assistance of his people. This the Britons expected, and the armies of the several states were combined, and by unanimous consent Boadicea was chosen commander-in-chief. The combined army of the Britons amounted to 100,000 men, while Paulinus could muster only about 10,000. Alarmed at his comparatively weak condition and the numerical strength of the revolters, the Roman general was perplexed to know what course to take. First he resolved to shut himself up in London and bide the issue of a siege. But when he found the triumphant enemy marching toward the capital, he resolved to conquer them or die. The inhabitants of London begged him to remain in their defence, but he yielded to the solicitations of his soldiers and the dictates of his own judgment, and resolved to do battle with the enemy. The Roman army marched out into the open country and awaited the approach of the Britons. They chose for their camp a narrow strip of land with a dense forest in the rear, while before them was spread out a spacious plain. On this plain the host of Boadicea encamped, now numbering, including the women and children who had been invited by the soldier queen to witness the contest and share in the spoils of the undoubted victory, 230,000. Boadicea, still stung with the wrongs she had suffered, was eager to engage with Paulinus. With her daughters beside her, in a war chariot she traversed the ranks of the Britons, inflaming their zeal for her cause and animating them with courage by passionate addresses. The description of her dress and appearance on the morning of the battle that ended so disastrously for the royal Amazon and her country, quoted from a Roman historian, is remarkably picturesque. After she had dismounted from her chariot, in which she had been driving from rank to encourage her troops, attended by her daughters and her numerous army, she proceeded to a throne of marshy turfs, apparelled after the fashion of the Romans in a loose gown of changeable colours, under which she wore a kirtle very thickly plaited, the tresses of her yellow hair hanging to the skirts of her dress. About her neck she wore a chain of gold, and bore a light spear in her hand, being tall and of a comely, cheerful, and modest countenance. And so a while she stood, pausing to survey her army, and, being regarded with reverential silence, she addressed to them in impassioned and eloquent speech on the wrongs of her country. "This is not the first time," cried she, "that Britons have been victorious under their Queen. I come not here as one descended from royal progenitors to fight for empire or riches, but as one of you, as a true Briton, to avenge the loss of liberty, the wrongs done to my own person, and the base violation of the chastity of my daughters. Roman lust has grown so strong that nothing escapes its pollution. Old and young are alike liable to its outrages. The gods have already begun to punish them according to their deserts. One legion that durst hazard a battle was cut in pieces, and others have fled like cowards before us. Raise loud your war shout, and their fears will make them flee. Consider your numbers and your motives for the war, and resolve to conquer or die. It is better to fall honourably in defence of liberty than to submit to Roman outrage. Such is my resolution. But, ye men, if ye choose, live and be slaves." When the brave Queen had concluded her harangue, a loud shout ran along the lines of the British army, and exclamations of loyalty were heard on every side. But while these demonstrations denoted confidence of victory on the part of the Britons, poor Linus was unawed, and by forcible appeals to his soldiers he raised their hopes and courage to the highest pitch. He pointed to the multitude of Britons as a handful of men and immense numbers of women and children. He exhorted them to believe the Britons to be cowards, charged them to keep close together so as to advance in an unbroken phalanx, and to fight sword in hand after they had thrown their darts. Then, ordering a charge to be sounded, the Romans advanced in a solid column, hurled their javelins with terrible effect, with desperate power broke into the ranks of the Britons, and, with sword in hand, spread death and desolation in their path. Such an unexpected and fierce onslaught struck terror to the islanders, for they supposed the Romans would be awed by their numbers. And it was in vain that Boadicea encouraged them to repel the attack. They fled in dismay in every direction. The women and children were exposed to the fury of the Romans. Neither age nor sex nor even horses were spared. And when the sun set upon Britain that night, more than 70,000 of her children lay dead upon that battlefield. Boadicea and her daughters narrowly escaped falling into the hands of the conquerors, but, stung with remorse and despair at her accumulated misfortunes, she took poison and died. Such, in brief, is a romantic chapter of the early history of Britain, and in it are shadowed forth many of the bolder features of the human character, the tyranny of uncontrolled power, ambition, avarice, cruelty, lust, the generous heroism of woman, the strength of innate principles of freedom, the meanness of cowardice, and the suicidal tendency of misfortune and despair. And such are the leading features in almost every chapter of the world's history, where states and empires have changed masters. The record of the political progress of nations is a wonderful romance, where truth and fable are combined in presenting to generation after generation an entertaining volume for amusement and instruction. And, doubtless, Byron was not wide of the mark when he denominated all history a splendid fiction. End of Boadicea, Queen of the Iceni, by Anna Jameson.
The Book Collector by Charles Nodier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Quiconque est loup, agues un loup, c'est le plus certain de Bucco. I should like to warn you from the outset that this essay will be as lively as a speech by Mathurin Cordier or a chapter by Despotaire. God, nature, and the Academy have enclosed my imagination within these narrow boundaries which it is no longer able to overstep. At least you can always refrain from reading me, and in that are more fortunate than I, who, following the dictates of a too exigent publisher, have no choice but to write. The drawings were made, the plates were ready, and the only thing needed to complete the issue was a long and unprofitable text. Well then, here it is. But you will be disappointed if you expect to find in it one of those clever portraits to which your favorite authors have accustomed you. If what you are seeking is an original and telling sketch of the bouquiniste, the second-hand book addict, then you need go no further. Pause here, and following the modest advice of certain almanacs, see illustration on opposite page. The collector of books is a type which we would do well to define, since everything points to his disappearance in the very near future. The printed word has existed at the most for some 400 years, yet books are already accumulating in some countries in a manner that threatens the very equilibrium of the globe. Civilization has reached the most unexpected of its ages, the age of paper. Now that everyone writes books, no one shows any particular eagerness to buy them. Besides, our young authors are well on the way to building up whole libraries for themselves out of their own works. They need only be left to their own devices. If we were to subdivide the species book collector into its various classes, the topmost rank in the whole subtle and capricious family should without a doubt be given to the bibliophile. The bibliophile is a man endowed with a certain amount of intelligence and taste who derives pleasure from works of genius, imagination, and feeling. He enjoys his mute conversations with great minds, unilateral conversations which can be begun at will, dropped without discourtesy, and resumed without insistence. And from this love of the absent author, whose words have been made known to him through the device of writing, he comes insensibly to love the material symbol in which those words are clothed. His feeling for the book is like the love of one friend for another's portrait, or of the lover for the portrait of his mistress. And like the lover, he wants the loved object to look its best. He would not be happy to leave the precious volume that has so enthralled him clad in the drab habiliments of poverty, when it is within his power to clothe it luxuriously in watered silk and morocco. His library, like the gown of a favorite, is resplendent with gold lace, and his books, by their outward look alone, are worthy, as Virgil would have said, of the regard of consuls. Alexander was a bibliophile. When victory put into his hands the rich coffers of Darius, he was able to fill them with the rarest treasures of Persia. The works of Homer were among the spoils. Bibliophiles today are vanishing along with kings. In the past, the kings themselves were bibliophiles, and it is to their enlightened munificence that we owe the copying of so many manuscripts of inestimable value. Alcuin was the Greuthusay of Charlemagne, just as Greuthusay was the Alcuin of the Dukes of Burgundy. The salamanders of Francois I will become as widely known through his beautiful books as through his architectural monuments. His son, Henry II, entrusted the secret of his love cipher to the magnificent bindings in his library, just as he did to the sumptuous decoration of his palaces. The volumes once owned by Anne d'Autriche still delight the connoisseur by their chaste and noble elegance. Great lords and statesmen echoed the taste of their sovereigns, and there were as many rich libraries as there were families with shields and escutcheons. Almost down to our own day, the houses of Guise, d'Herfé, de Thou, Richelieu, Mazarin, Bignon, Molay, Pasquier, Saquier, Colbert, Lamartine, d'Estrées, d'Aumont, de la Villiers rivaled one another in their treasures of learned and serviceable books. I have named but a few of these noble bibliophiles quite at random, in order to spare myself the tedious task of naming them all. To compile future additions to this list will be a less embarrassing task to those who come after us. Even more remarkable, finance itself once showed a love for books. How it has since changed. King Francois I's treasurer, Grolier, alone did more for the progress of typography and binding than will ever be accomplished by all our paltry medals and our grudging literary budgets. A mere dealer in wood, M. Girardot de Profond, bolstered his slightly insecure claim to nobility by using his money in the same worthy fashion, thus earning at least the immortality of the bibliographies and catalogues. Our bankers of today show no signs of envying him. Alas, the bibliophile is no longer to be found in the upper classes of our progressive society. I ask your pardon for the adjective, but it will have to stand, by your leave, along with the verb to progress. The bibliophile of the present day is a scholar, the man of letters, the artist, the small independent proprietor, or the man of moderate fortune who finds in dealing with books some relief from the boredom and insipidity of dealing with other men, and who is, to some extent, consoled for the deceptive nature of the other affections by a taste which, though perhaps misplaced, is at least innocent. But such a man will never amass important collections. It is, alas, the exception if his acquisitions are still there to meet his dying gaze or to be left as a modest legacy to his children. I know one bibliophile of this sort, and could tell you his name if I chose, who has spent 50 years of his hard-working life in building up a library and in selling his library in order to live. There is a bibliophile for you, and I warn you that he is one of the last of the species. Today it is love of money that prevails. Books no longer offer the slightest interest. The opposite of the bibliophile is the bibliophobe. Our great gentlemen of the political and banking worlds, our great statesmen, our great men of letters, are for the most part bibliophobes. For this imposing aristocracy which our happy advances in civilization have brought to the fore, education, and human enlightenment in general date at the most from Voltaire. In their eyes, Voltaire is a myth which sums up the discovery of letters by Trismegistus and the invention of printing by Gutenberg. Since everything is to be found in Voltaire, the bibliophobe would have no more hesitation than Omar in burning the Library of Alexandria. Not that the bibliophobe reads Voltaire. He takes pains not to read him, but he is grateful to have Voltaire to turn to as a specious pretext for his disdain for books. For the bibliophobe, anything that is no longer current is already waste paper. He lets nothing accumulate on his neglected shelves but moistening sheets and spotting pages, until such time as he unloads the whole mass of damp rags, sterile tribute from some famished muse or another, into the hands of the passing rubbish collector, who pays less for them than their value by weight. The bibliophobe, in other words, accepts the homage of a book and then sells it. It goes without saying that he does not read it and never pays for it. About 10 years ago, a foreigner, a man of genius, was overtaken in a Paris cafe where he had just finished lunching by one of those absurd predicaments in which the profoundly absorbed thinker all too often finds himself. He had forgotten his purse and was helplessly searching his portfolio for a pound note which might accidentally have strayed there when his eyes fell among his papers on the address of a certain millionaire who lived nearby. He wrote a card to this respected nouveau riche, requesting an hour's loan of 20 francs, dispatched a waiter with his note, and after a certain interval received as his only reply a no, as inflexible as that of Richelieu to Maynard. Providentially, a friend appeared and helped him out of his difficulty. Up to this point, the story is in no way out of the ordinary and hardly merits being told, but it is not yet finished. The man of genius attained fame, something which does occasionally happen to genius, and then died, something which happens sooner or later to everyone. The fame of his works penetrated even the halls of the bank, and the price paid for his autographs, though not quoted on the bourse, made something of a sensation in the sales. I myself saw this noble appeal to French urbanity bring 150 francs at an auction sale where our bibliophobe, the man of wealth, had entered it in the hope of catching some collector's fancy. And I have no doubt that this small capital has by now been tripled in hands so discreet and knowing. All of which goes to show that a favor withheld is no more lost than one that is granted. There is one type of bibliophobe, however, whom I can pardon for his brutish antipathy toward books. This is the good, sensible man of little cultivation who feels a horror for books because of the ways in which they are misused and the harm which they do. Such was the attitude of my old companion in misfortune, the Commandeur de Valet, who said to me, gently turning in his hand the sole volume that remained of my library, it was, alas, a Plato. Away with it, in the name of God. It is rascals like this who prepared the revolution. For my part, he added, twisting somewhat coquettishly his gray mustache, heaven can witness that I have never read a single one of them. The distinguishing marks of the bibliophile are the taste, the delicate and resourceful tact which he applies to everything and which contribute an inexpressible charm to life. One might even be so bold as to warrant that the bibliophile is to all intents and purposes a happy man, or at least that he knows how happiness can be achieved. That good and learned book lover, Urbain Chevreul, has given us a marvelous description of this kind of happiness, as he himself experienced it. You will agree with me if you will listen to his words for a moment instead of to mine. I never know boredom, he writes, in my solitude, where I am surrounded by a large and well-chosen library. Speaking in general terms, all the Greek and Latin authors are to be found there, whatever their profession. Orators, poets, sophists, rhetoricians, philosophers, historians, geographers, chronologists, the church fathers, the theologians, and the councils. Antiquarian writings are there too, and all sorts of curious tales, many Italians, a few Spaniards, and modern authors of established reputation. I have paintings and prints. Outside, a garden full of flowers and fruit trees, and in one of the rooms, a group of house musicians who, by their warblings and chirpings, never fail to wake me in the morning and to entertain me at my meals. The house is new and well built. The air is wholesome, and, to make sure that I do my duty, there are 3 churches just outside my doors. If Urbain Chevreau had lived in the time of Sulla, I wonder whether the Roman Senate would still have dared to proclaim Sulla the happiest man on earth. Yet, on second thought, I'm inclined to think that it would. For in all probability, the Senate never would have known that a person like Urbain Chevreau existed. You will have noted, in fact, that this worthy man, the object and model of my favorite studies and the delight of my happiest hours of reading, Praesidium et dulce decus meum, has, in the charming picture he has given us of his so enviable existence, either forgotten to mention or himself failed to realize the rarest and most precious ingredient of his happiness. Chevreau was happy because he knew how to be satisfied with what he had and to do without fame and glory. He was so completely forgotten in his own time that, although he was a superb scholar, he was never made a member of the Academy. Still, envy and hatred passed him by, just as did acclaim, leaving him to die among his books and his flowers in the 88th year of his age. May the earth rest lightly on this most lovable and erudite of bibliophiles, according to the now consecrated words on his tomb. But what has become of his books? Those books so well chosen by Urbain Chevreau and so well kept, of which there has been no mention in any recent catalogue? Here is a question of vital importance, pressing, insistent, a question which will be of great concern to society once society has dropped its absorption in the absurd nonsense of humanitarian philosophy and bad politics with which it is now infatuated. The bibliophile knows how to select books. The bibliomaniac hoards and amasses them. The bibliophile puts a book in its right place on the shelf after having explored it with all the resources of sense and imagination. The bibliomaniac stacks his books in piles without ever looking at them. The bibliophile appreciates the book. The bibliomaniac weighs or measures it. The bibliophile works with a magnifying glass. The bibliomaniac with a measuring stick. Some who are known to me compute the growth of their libraries in square meters. The harmless, deliciously enjoyable fever of the bibliophile becomes, in the bibliomaniac, an acute malady bordering on delirium. Once it has reached that fatal stage of paroxysm, it loses all contact with the intelligence and resembles any other mania. I do not know whether or not the phrenologists who have discovered so many absurdities have as yet localized the collector's instinct, developed to such a high degree in some poor devils of my acquaintance, within the box of bone which houses our poor brain. Long ago in my youth, I knew a man who collected corks of historic or anecdotal interest and kept them arranged in orderly rows in his immense garret, each with its instructive label, indicating on what more or less solemn occasion it had originally been drawn from the bottle. One label, for instance, read, M. Lemaire, Champagne Mousseau of first quality, birth of His Majesty the King of Rome. The skull of the bibliomaniac must have approximately the same protuberances. Only a step separates the sublime from the ridiculous. only a crusade the bibliophile from the bibliomaniac. The one often turns into the other through mental deterioration or increase of fortune. Two grave afflictions to which the best of men are subject, though the first is far more common than the second. My dear and honored master, M. Boulard, was once a scrupulous and fastidious bibliophile before he amassed, in his 6-story house, 600,000 volumes of every possible format, piled like the stones in cyclopean walls. I remember that I was going about with him one day among these insecure obelisks, which had not been stabilized by our modern architectural science, when I chanced to ask with some curiosity after a certain item, a unique copy, which I had let go to him in a celebrated sale. M. Boulard looked at me fixedly, with that gracious and humorous air of good fellowship which was characteristic of him, and rapping with his gold-headed cane on one of the huge stacks, "Rudis indigestica moles." Then on a second and third said, "It's there, or there, or there." I shuddered to think that the unfortunate booklet might perhaps have disappeared for all time beneath 18,000 folios. But my concern did not make me forget my own safety. The gigantic stacks, their uncertain equilibrium shaken by the tappings of M. Boulard's cane, were swaying threateningly on their bases, the summits vibrating like the pinnacles of a Gothic cathedral at the sound of the bells or the impact of a storm. Dragging M. Boulard with me, I fled before Asa could collapse upon Pelion. Even today, when I think how near I came to receiving the whole series of the Bollandist publications on my head from a height of 20 feet, I cannot recall the danger I was in without pious horror. It would be an abuse of the word to apply the name library to menacing mountains of books which have to be attacked with a miner's pick and held in place by stanchions. The bibliophile ought not be confused with the bouquiniste, the second-hand book addict, of whom I shall now have something to say, although the bibliophile is by no means too proud to visit the second-hand bookstalls from time to time. He knows that more than one pearl has been cast before swine, and more than one literary treasure found in vulgar wrappings. Unfortunately, luck of this sort is extremely rare. As for the bibliomaniac, he never looks over second-hand books, since to do so would again introduce the element of choice. The bibliomaniac cannot choose. He buys. The true second-hand book addict is usually an older man living on his small, independent income, a retired professor, or a man of letters who has outlived his vogue, but who still keeps his taste for books without having managed to retain enough money to buy them. It is this last type who is consistently in search of that rara avis, the second-hand book of great value, which chance may capriciously have hidden away in some dusty old shop, like an unmounted diamond which the common eye would take for a piece of glass, and only the knowing gaze of the lapidary recognizes for what it is. Have you heard of that copy of the Imitation of Christ, for which Rousseau asked his friend Monsieur de Piero in 1765, that he annotated and inscribed with his own name, and one page of which holds the impression of a dried myrtle, the original, authentic flower which Rousseau plucked that same year under the thickets of the Charmettes? M. de la Tour is the owner of this jewel of modest mien, which is worth more than its weight in gold. It cost him 75 centimes. There is a price for you. Still, I am not sure that I would not be equally glad to own the volume of the Iceni Écarclé, which Racine laughingly turned over to his professor with the words, "You can burn that. I know it by heart." If that pretty little book is now no longer on the quay, with its elegant signature and the Greek notes in miniature characters which would identify it among 1,000 others, I can guarantee that it once sojourned there. And what would you say to a copy of the original edition of the Pendant Jeu of Cyrano, in which the two famous scenes are enclosed in large brackets, with this brief note by Molière jutted in the margin: "This belongs to me." Such are the joys, and for the most part, it must be confessed, the marvelous illusions of the second-hand book. The learned M. Barbier, who published so many excellent notes on the subject of anonymous writings, and who also left much unsaid, promised to issue a special bibliography listing the precious books found on the Paris quays over a period of 40 years. If this manuscript of his were lost, it would be a misfortune for the world of letters, but above all, for the devotee of second-hand books, that skilled and adroit literary alchemist who is never without his dream of the philosopher's stone, and who even finds chips of it from time to time without showing any particular concern for having them mounted in the rich setting of deluxe bindings. The bouquiniste has the lifelong conviction of owning something that no one else owns, and would shrug his shoulders patronizingly before the coffers of the Grand Mogul himself. But he has compelling reasons for not decking out his treasures in a meaningless display of luxury, though he disguises his real motives under a thoroughly specious excuse. The livery of age, he says, adds as much to the look of early printing as patina does to bronze. The bibliophile who sends his books to be bound by Bazonnet is no better than the numismatist who has his medals gilded. Leave brass its verdigris, and the old book its worn leather. The truth behind all this is that Bazonnet's bindings are expensive, while the bouquiniste is far from rich. We agree that cosmetics are near sacrilege when applied to beauty, and that books should not be abandoned to the dangers of restoration except as a last resort. But rest assured that fine array harms a book no more than it harms a beautiful woman. The term bouquiniste is one of those words of double meaning which unfortunately abound in all languages. It is applied both to the amateur in search of old books and to the poor open-air merchant who sells them. In times past, the dealer in second-hand books lacked neither a certain standing nor prospects for the future. He was occasionally known to make his way up from a modest sidewalk stall or a chilly push-cart to the dignity of a real shop measuring all of 6 meters square. A case in point was that of Pessard, recollections of whom may still linger on the Rue de Coq. And who could forget Pessard, with his close-cropped hair, his short trumpet-shaped queue, and his ill-matched eyes, the large eye tawny and prominent, the small eye blue and deep-set, which a whim of nature had given him to bring his physical appearance into line with the eccentric originality of his character. When Pessard, the right corner of his mouth raised in a slight sardonic twitch, was in the mood for talking, when his little blue eye began to sparkle with a malicious gleam which never appeared in the large, lifeless eye, then you might expect to see unrolled before you the whole chronicle of literary and political scandal of 40 eventful years. Pessard, who had once peddled his way from the Passage des Capucines to the Louvre and from the Louvre to the Institut, his portable bookshelf under his arm, had seen, known, and despised everything from his exalted station as bouquiniste. I have cited this obscure bookseller whom no biographer will ever celebrate, Pessard, the Brutus, the Cassius, the last of the bouquinistes. Now I move on. The present-day keeper of a bookstall on the bridges, the quays, the boulevards, poor, anomalous, battered creature who picks up only half a living from his unwanted stock, is a mere shadow of the bouquiniste, for the bouquiniste is dead. It is a great social catastrophe, his disappearance, but one of the inevitable consequences of progress, a harmless and innocent byproduct of the superabundance of good literature. He could not, in the nature of things, survive its decline. In that age of ignorance from which we now have had the good fortune to emerge, the publisher was, in general, a man capable of appreciating the books he published. He printed them on good paper, supple and resonant, and when they were sufficiently important, had them bound in sound, moisture-proof leather, well glued and stoutly sewn. If, by chance, the volume found its way to the second-hand bookstall, that did not spell its ruin. Whether of sheepskin, calf, or parchment, the binding, blanched and hardened in the sun, moistened, stretched, and softened by passing showers, still afforded lasting protection to the visions of the philosopher or the dreams of the poet. The progressive publisher of today knows that the fame of his books, after the brief baptism of advertising, will vanish in 3 days along with the feuilleton. He puts a yellow or a green paper jacket over his ink-spotted fingers and abandons the whole absorbent rag to the mercy of the elements. A month later, the wretched volume is lying in the stall-keeper's shelves, a prey to a brisk morning rain. It drinks in the moisture, loses its shape, becomes mottled here and there with brown spots, gradually reverting to the pulp from which it came. With little more preparation, it is ready to be stamped into cardboard. Such is the life cycle of the book in our progressive times. The bouquiniste of other days, presiding over his noble and venerable volumes, has nothing in common with the pitiable vendor of damp paper who offers for sale the mildewed rags which are the remains of the new books. The bouquiniste, I tell you, is no more. And as for the brochures which have replaced his bouquins, they will have faded from memory in 20 years. I should know, since I am responsible for some 30 of them. And do me the favor of telling me, if you can, what will be left of these books of mine in 20 years. Paris, 1840 or 1841, Charles Nodier. No book is complete until error has crept in and affixed his sly imprimatur. End of The Book Collector by Charles Nodier. Read by Paul Hampton.
Brahms and Clara Schumann by Ferdinand Schumann. Footnote. These extracts are from a diary kept by the grandson of Robert and Clara Schumann, who dwelt with the latter in Frankfurt. They date back to the years 1894 to 1896. Whenever Brahms visited Frankfurt, he was the guest of his oldest friend, the great pianist Clara Schumann. The extracts first appeared in the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik, 1915, and are printed by permission. Translator. End of footnote. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1894. November 9th. Brahms arrived here today from Vienna and is living with us. At dinner I saw him for the first time in a long while. A corpulent little gentleman with a full beard beginning to turn gray. The very odd mustache is fiery red on one side and gray on the other. His voice is unusually high and clear and sounds as if it were cracked. Brahms sat opposite to grandmother and was very lively and witty. The conversation was quite animated. In the evening attended a Museumgesellschaft concert in honor of Brahms. The program consisted entirely of works by him: Tragic Overture, variations on a theme by Haydn, the Violin Concerto, the Hungarian Dances arranged for violin and piano, and the C minor Symphony. G.F. Kogel conducted, Joachim was a soloist, and James Quast was at the piano. Brahms sat in the front row with grandmother. She made an exception to her rule of not attending concerts, for she has become hard of hearing, cannot hear a tone, not even orchestral music, except forte passages. Besides, like grandfather before his end, she suffers from deceptive hearing, so that she imagines that she is continually hearing single tones and false harmonies. After Joachim had been applauded at the conclusion of the concerto, he left the platform and, pointing to Brahms, begged him to arise and thank the audience. Brahms turned to the public, and there came a hurricane of applause, thunderous bravos and cheers. The orchestra played a fanfare. After the symphony, Brahms stepped up to the platform and again received an ovation. November 10th. Grandmother rode with me this morning to the house of Ladenburg, the banker, where the Joachim Quartet, just arrived from Berlin, rehearsed for the matinee, which it will give tomorrow. Otherwise, only Ladenburg's family were present. Brahms' B major quartet, opus 67, was performed. The master sat on a sofa, smoking a cigar, and was in a very good mood. At the close he applauded and exclaimed softly, "Bravo, bravo." We followed the performance with the score. In the evening Brahms brought Herr Mühlfeld to supper, the artist having just come from Meiningen. For the first time we heard the newly composed clarinet sonata. Brahms was at the piano, grandmother at his right turning over the leaves. At the end of each movement she expressed her delight. Brahms would then ask, "Shall we go on?" and observing her pleased nod, continued to play. November 11th. At 11, matinee of the Joachim Quartet in the small hall of the Saalbau Concert Hall. Program, Mozart Quartet, G major, Köchel 387, Brahms B major, Beethoven A minor, opus 132. Brahms was present. There was much applause. For dinner, Brahms and the quartet were at Ladenburg's. In the evening, the two clarinet sonatas were again performed at our house, Brahms and Mühlfeld. Ludwig Rothenberg, the conductor of the opera orchestra, was present. He came from Vienna and enjoys Brahms's particular esteem. A brother of Mühlfeld's, oboist and music director in Wiesbaden, was also present. After the first sonata, Joachim came in. When playing, Brahms utters very peculiar sounds. One might call them a sort of gasping grumble or snoring. After the first sonata, Mühlfeld's brother addressed various compliments to the master, who, pacing up and down the room, paid no attention to him. He would glance at him for some moments, turn his back, and keep on walking and smoking. After supper, punch in the salon. Brahms remarked of the clarinet that its tone was much more adapted to the piano than string instruments. The tone character of the latter was quite different. The clarinet, as a solo instrument as well as in chamber music, should be more cultivated than it had been. The most wonderful thing about Brahms is his peculiarly blue eyes. He wears his hair rather low over the back of the coat collar, closely cut on each side. Occasionally he wears a pince-nez. At 9 in the morning he takes breakfast with us. Later on I hear, much to my surprise, that as early as 7 he is at work in his room, so that the breakfast with us is practically a second meal. In the evening we all visited my uncle, Louis Sommerhoff, grandmother's son-in-law. The company assembled in honor of Brahms. It includes the Joachim Quartet, Ladenburg, and Herr Bertuch, the translator of Friedrich Mistral's Mireio. The clarinet trio by Mozart with grandmother at the piano and Joachim playing the viola. November 13th. At 1 o'clock, grandmother and Mühlfeld played grandfather's Fantasiestücke, opus 73. Earlier in the day, while walking with her, she expressed to me her pleasure at being able to play with this excellent artist, and called my attention to the fact that in those pieces the violin was no adequate substitute for the clarinet. Had grandfather had the opportunity to hear them with a clarinet, they would have made an entirely different impression upon him, for, as so often happens, a violin was used because it was difficult to obtain a wind player. At dinner, Brahms and Mühlfeld were again the guests. The subject of conversation is Joachim, who had departed for Winterthur, where he was to play in Ernst Radica's society. Brahms admires Joachim's endurance. On his travels, he said Joachim's capacity for sleeping was enviable, but he was a poor scat player. We then talk about Hans von Bülow, whose conducting of concerts from memory Brahms did not think astonishing, but that he also directed the rehearsals without notes was, in his opinion, a wonderful thing. The scores Bülow would practically commit to memory beforehand. He had just died in Cairo. In the evening, a musical gathering at our home, also in honor of Brahms. I observe many gentlemen on the staff of the Hochkonservatorium: Ernst Engesser, Lazzaro Uccelli, Ivan Knorr, Hugo Hermann, Naret Koenig, as well as my professor in musical theory, Anton Ursbruch of the Roth Conservatory, Gustav Erlinger, Johann Hegar, a son of the Zurich composer, who was studying in Frankfurt with Hugo Becker. Most of the gentlemen were accompanied by their wives. Frau Julia Uccelli sang songs by Brahms. Afterwards, the 2 clarinet sonatas were played by Brahms and Mühlfeld, and grandfather's clarinet pieces with grandmother at the piano. The company was very animated, and my grandmother, in spite of her 76 years, did the honors. November 15th. I hear that last night Brahms had expressed his opinion concerning the proposed monument to Bülow in Hamburg. He is opposed to it, in spite of his friendship for Bülow. He declined to contribute to the fund. He did not think a monument should be erected to the memory of a man who had left nothing behind, (sich!), and who had created no new epoch in music. That it was not stinginess on his part was proved by his frequent and liberal contributions to funds for the benefit of orchestral players, etc. Bülow was an eminently gifted conductor, but that did not entitle him to a monument. 1895. February 11th. Brahms has just written from Leipzig. His letter reads, "Dear Clara, to hear your dear Leipzig heartily praised must surely afford you a genuine gaudium. If you therefore let me describe my 8 days there, you shall have that pleasure. It was really one of the most enjoyable concert adventures that I ever experienced. Everything was so successful that it becomes difficult to point out any of the details. First of all, the weather, which doesn't often give us much satisfaction there, but which I enjoyed every day. Then Herr Kraft, Hotel de Prusse, saw to it that I lived like a prince and paid like an humble citizen. The one thing better than the other. Orchestra Quartet d'Albert, Mühlfeld, the public, the management, then the museum, Klinger, and what not. That the whole thing impressed others as being fine you may infer from the facts that d'Albert received 200 marks more than usual, while I, who had expected only my traveling expenses, was presented with 2,000. Besides which, the management gave a grand banquet to 160 persons at my hotel. That the 2 piano concertos should have been given one after the other you can hardly, or at least reluctantly, imagine. But you would have endured it, for at the rehearsal as well as at the concert everything went so smoothly as to seem a matter of course. At the concluding overture I waited in vain for someone to leave the hall. You will find the intermediate selections a cause for wonder. But these 2 were just right, because the singer, Erika Wedekind, was really a most charming young girl, who sang admirably, pupil of Fräulein Orgeni, whom on this occasion I saw again. This chatter of mine seems trifling in every way, but to do better is impossible, owing to the innumerable letters stacked up here. For you are only to take pleasure in your Leipzig and incidentally at the beautiful days it gave me. On the 14th there is to be a rehearsal of the clarinet quintet in Frankfurt. Couldn't that be done at your house, so that you could listen to it in perfect comfort? On the 15th, Mannheim, 16th, Frankfurt, 17th, Rüdesheim-Beckerath, and on the 18th may I again bid you farewell. Yours with hearty greetings, Johannes. February 13th, Brahms arrived today at 12:30. He stayed to dinner and related some interesting things. We heard this remark by the Duke of Meiningen to Mühlfeld: "When you want leave of absence and Brahms is in question, you can always leave Meiningen without asking me." This afternoon the clarinet quintet was to have been rehearsed at our house for performance at Mannheim, not at Frankfurt, the interpreters being the Hermann Quartet in Mühlfeld. At 4:30 the guests were all assembled, Landgravine Anna von Hessen, Baroness Rothschild, and many others. But the Landgrave had not arrived, neither had Herr Mühlfeld. The latter was expected at the Hotel Continental, but on telephoning found he had not arrived in Frankfurt. Instead of the quintet, the G minor piano quartet of Brahms was performed, with Brahms himself at the piano. After that, Schumann's F major trio was played. Grandmother was at the piano, with Herr Hermann and Hugo Becker at the desks. The trio was selected at the particular wish of Brahms, who desired to hear it again. Unfortunately, it could not be played to the end, for grandmother felt rather indisposed, and so the finale was omitted. At the trio, Brahms sat apart from the performers and the listeners at the table in the dining room, from whence he heard it. Before it was finished, Stockhausen came in and was cordially greeted by Brahms. The latter inquired regarding the condition of little Julie Stockhausen, who is very ill and has been in bed for 3 weeks. Stockhausen was very much depressed. He had but recently lost his elder daughter, and is moreover suffering from a serious weakness of the eyes, which threatens total blindness. Johannes Hegar and Johannes Stockhausen, youngest son of the singer, are godsons of Brahms. In the evening I attended the concert at the Opera House. The first number on the program was the F major symphony by Brahms. It being the anniversary of Richard Wagner's death, conductor Rothenberg wanted to give only Wagner with one Beethoven number. But when he heard that Brahms was coming to Frankfurt, he changed his plans. Brahms appeared after the symphony. Sitting quite alone in a first-tier box, he heard Karl Haller perform the Beethoven violin concerto. Later on, the Faust Overture and that to the Meistersinger were performed. Before the concert was over, Brahms entered the manager's box, where he stayed to the end. February 14th. This morning at 10, the quintet was rehearsed at Professor Hugo Heermann's, Mühlfeld having arrived the night before. Grandmother took me along, and we read the score. Brahms left with the others an hour later for Mannheim. At dinner, Grandmother expressed herself most enthusiastically over the composition. Discussing different passages of the profound and grand work, she frequently exclaimed, "If Papa Schumann could have lived to enjoy that, he would have been delighted beyond words." But she did not approve of Brahms's taking the piano part at the public performance of the clarinet sonatas tomorrow evening. She thought that he should have engaged a Frankfurt pianist, for his by no means technically perfect playing only lessened the effect produced by his compositions. He had been told this by others, but he could not be induced to abide by their advice. February 15th. Brahms returned at midday from Mannheim with the Hermann Quartet. He came directly from the station to the Saalbau in order to rehearse his G minor piano quartet. He took dinner with us, in the course of which he related the following episode. During the rehearsal, conductor Kogel came and begged him to attend the Sunday night popular concert. The D major symphony and the Academic Festival overture would be performed, and Kogel hoped that he, Brahms, would not object if he took certain liberties with the symphony. "No, go right on," answered Brahms. "The police will not punish you." Brahms was highly amused while saying this. Kogel remained for some minutes during the rehearsal, at the conclusion of which Brahms exclaimed, "Well, gentlemen, I am entirely satisfied," or, in a much louder tone, "Does Herr Kogel know of any liberties that we might introduce?" Kogel had left, but everyone in the hall heard Brahms. Grandmother thought that the affair would soon be in all the newspapers, and, after Brahms had left, was rather put out, and regretted that Brahms was sometimes rash in saying things which he afterwards was sorry to have said. He of all men should be careful by reason of his too impulsive temperament. In the evening, chamber music in the smaller hall. The Stimmung was most elevated, since Brahms desired personally to introduce his clarinet sonatas to Frankfurt. The program comprised sonata in F minor for clarinet and piano, piano quartet in G minor, opus 25, sonata in E flat major for clarinet and piano, all by Brahms. The players were Brahms, Mühlfeld, Heermann, Bassermann, Welcker, Hugo Becker. Brahms entered in evening dress, which emphasized his corpulence. On the other hand, from afar his head and beard made a wonderful impression. I cannot remember ever having seen anything more impressive. A mighty wave of cheering greeted him. I was glad of the applause, for it was spontaneous. The Frankfurters know who is in their midst. It was a glorious evening. Brahms looked aristocratic in his evening dress, but evidently he doesn't like to wear it. He perspired profusely, and his face was very red. Tonight he appeared rather out of sorts. It did not seem to be interested in the applause at all. After each movement he rose reluctantly, and apparently angry, pointed a finger at Heermann. At the close there seemed no end to the applause, after Brahms and his associates had left the platform. They sat together in the artist's room, none willing to come out. The applause lasted for 3 minutes, ceased, and then began again. Brahms does not appear. The platform remains empty. At last the door opens, and Hugo Becker flies out as if shot out of a blowpipe. Behind him Brahms, fiery red in the face and furious. Abruptly bowing, they retire. The public is amused, some people laugh. Afterwards, I ascertained that Brahms had requested Hermann, as concertmaster, to come out with him, which he refused to do, of course. This greatly enraged Brahms, who finally persuaded Hugo Becker to come to the platform. Brahms is still highly incensed. He will never again play with Hermann. He is not, he says, an actor, and will never look at Hermann again. February 17th. At 10 o'clock, Brahms took me with him to the rehearsal for tonight's Sunday concert. As we entered the hall, the first movement of the symphony had already been performed. Kogel came down from the stage and greeted Brahms, who took a seat and listened. He had something to say after each movement. The third movement was taken much too fast, the inherited sin of all conductors, especially in this movement. After the symphony, Brahms, accompanied by Kogel, ascended the platform, the orchestra greeting him with a fanfare. He bowed and delivered a few remarks, in which he highly complimented Kogel. I distinctly heard him say, the orchestra should congratulate itself upon its very capable conductor. Afterwards, he conducted the Academic Festival Overture. I shall never forget his conducting, the concise, calm gestures, the serious expression of the face, the amiable directions to the different instrumental groups. Mühlfeld performed Weber's E major concerto for clarinet. The strings played Handel's Concerto Grosso No. 10, arranged by Kogel, and then Brahms. Mühlfeld and I walked through the town out to my uncle Sommerhoff's farm. The menu included Brahms's favorite dish, sauerkraut, but the costly old Rhine wine, which my uncle served to Brahms, he drank mixed with water. On the way, Brahms spoke to me about serving in the army. It is much better, said he, to serve when young than to become an old recruit. Mühlfeld agreed. The master expressed repeatedly his deep regret that he had not served in the army. February 19th. Brahms returned from Rudesheim at noon. He presented Grandmother the menu designed at Rudesheim. It represented a lion comfortably reclining upon a pedestal, the front legs crossed. The head was that of Brahms. It was cleverly symbolized, viz. Brahms, the powerful man resting after his great work and enjoying his fame. At night, company again. Grandmother desired to give Brahms as much entertainment as possible, and besides did not want him to be alone on this his last night at Frankfurt. Tomorrow he leaves. Brahms shared Urspruch's opinion about conservatories, in which practically only piano playing was taught. Real musicians such institutions could not develop. February 21st. While Brahms was yesterday listening to a pupil play Schumann's Bird as Prophet, he remarked that it was one of Rubinstein's greatest pieces. No living pianist can be compared with him. The good players of the present day have no touch. Of Berlioz's overture, Romeo and Juliet, he remarked that it was very tedious and contained only 2 fine passages. It is to be given at tonight's museum concert. September 8th, Interlaken. As in former years, Grandmother is spending the entire summer here. She gets very angry whenever she reads or hears someone say that as a creative artist, Rubinstein is the equal of Brahms. Brahms is without a rival and stands alone among the living. That's her opinion. Professor Stockhausen came today to say goodbye. He returns to Frankfurt. Wagner was constantly discussed. Grandmother and Stockhausen are of the opinion that Wagner will one day totally disappear. His music, they argue, is too unhealthy. The coloring is good, but the drawing bad. However, they grant that he was a genius. Levi, footnote, Hermann Levi, the great Munich director and first conductor of Parsifal. Levi's classicism is shown in his admirable editions of Mozart's operas, which are used in the Munich productions to this very day. Translator. End footnote. Was not a fanatical Wagnerite like Mottl and Richard Strauss, for there still dwelt something of the classical school in him. The estrangement between Brahms and Levi is alluded to. Formerly Levi was one of his warmest admirers, but when Wagner's fame began to rise, and while Brahms was visiting Levi in Munich, Levi one day spoke of Gluck and Wagner in the same sentence. These names are not to be mentioned in the same breath, Brahms angrily remarked, and left the room. The next day he departed from Munich. Since then, Levi became a bitter opponent of Brahms and expressed himself with incredible harshness about his music. October 3rd. Since the end of last month, we are again in Frankfurt. Today, on my 20th birthday, Brahms arrived here at 5 o'clock. At tea, I saw him. After congratulating me, he spoke of the musical festival at Meiningen. It was very fine. He praised the Meiningen opera singer Ludwig Wüllner, who interpreted his songs better than anyone else. In the evening, Brahms and Stockhausen at supper. We were joined by Professor Kufferath of Brussels and Mr. and Mrs. Edward Speyer of London. After supper, Frau Speyer, née Kufferath, rendered some songs by Brahms, among others In Stiller Nacht, from the folk song collection. The master accompanied. October 4th, Brahms left for Vienna this afternoon. He therefore came this time only to see grandmother. Mr. and Mrs. Speyer and I were at the station. The master stepped into a first-class compartment, closed the door, and looking out of the window, indulged in all sorts of pranks. In the morning I had gone to Schepler in the roast market to procure some tobacco for him. He had written the kind he wanted on this slip of paper, which I still possess. Cigarette tobacco caporal, blue paper, 50 pfg, small size, 5 packages. At home I handed it to him. He placed it in his satchel. When grandmother asked him what he intended to do with so much tobacco, he exclaimed, laughing, "Smuggle it through, Clara." October 5th, today I took to Dr. Ludwig Rotenberg a manuscript of Brahms at his request. It was the song Über die Heide hallet mein Schritt, poem by Storm, with this inscription by Brahms: to Ludwig Rotenberg, wishing him a joyous pilgrimage, Johannes Brahms. Rotenberg had recently become engaged. Yesterday Brahms said to grandmother that he no longer composed for the public, but only for himself. One composes only until one's 50th year. Then the creative power begins to diminish. Even though he had composed the clarinet quartet at 55, one must always bear in mind that fact. Translated by Jacques Meyer. End of Brahms and Clara Schumann by Ferdinand Schumann.
The Chocolate Soldier, or Heroism, the Lost Chord of Christianity by C.T. Studd. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chocolate Soldier. Heroism is a lost chord, the missing note of present-day Christianity. Every true soldier is a hero. A soldier without heroism is a chocolate soldier. Who has not been stirred to scorn and mirth at the very thought of a chocolate soldier? In peace, true soldiers are captive lions, fretting in their cages. War gives them their liberty and sends them, like boys bounding out of school, to obtain their heart's desire or perish in the attempt. Battle is the soldier's vital breath. Peace turns him into a stooping asthmatic. War makes him a whole man again and gives him the heart, strength, and vigor of a hero. Every true Christian is a soldier of Christ, a hero par excellence, braver than the bravest, scorning the soft seductions of peace and her oft-repeated warnings against hardship, disease, danger, and death, whom he counts among his bosom friends. The otherwise Christian is a chocolate Christian, dissolving in water and melting at the smell of fire. Sweeties they are, bonbons, lollipops, living their lives on a glass dish or in a cardboard box, each clad in his soft clothing, a little frilled white paper to preserve his dear little delicate constitution. Here are some portraits of chocolate soldiers taken by the Lord Jesus Christ himself. He said, "I go, sir, and went not." He said he would go to the heathen, but stuck fast to Christendom instead. They say and do not. They tell others to go, and yet do not go themselves. "Never," said General Gordon to a corporal, as he himself jumped upon the parapet of a trench before Sebastopol to fix a gabion, which the corporal had ordered a private to fix, and wouldn't fix himself. "Never tell another man to do what you are afraid to do yourself." To the chocolate Christian, the very thought of war brings a violent attack of ague, while the call to battle always finds him with the palsy. "I really cannot move," he says. "I only wish I could, but I can sing, and here are some of my favorite lines. I must be carried to the skies on a flowery bed of ease. Let others fight to win the prize or sail through bloody seas. Mark-time Christian heroes never go to war. Stop and mind the babies playing on the floor. Wash and dress and feed them 40 times a week, till they're roly-poly puddings, so to speak. Chorus. Round and round the nursery let us ambulate. Sugar and spice and all that's nice must be on our slate. Thank the good Lord, said a very fragile white-haired lady. God never meant me to be a jellyfish. She wasn't. God never was a chocolate manufacturer, and never will be. God's men are always heroes. In Scripture you can trace their giant foot tracks down the sands of time. Noah walked with God. He didn't only preach righteousness, he acted it. He went through water and didn't melt. He breasted the current of the popular opinion of his day, scorning alike the hatred and ridicule of the scoffers who mocked at the thought of there being but one way of salvation. He warned the unbelieving and, entering the ark himself, didn't open the door an inch when once God had shut it. A real hero untainted by the fear of man. Learn to scorn the praise of men, learn to lose with God. Jesus won the world through shame and beckons us his road. Abraham, a simple farmer, at a word from the invisible God, marched with family and stock through the terrible desert to a distant land, to live among a people whose language he could neither speak nor understand. Not bad, that. But later he did even better, marching hotfoot against the combined armies of 5 kings, flushed with recent victory, to rescue one man. His army? Just 318 odd fellows armed like a circus crowd. And he won, too. He always wins who sides with God. What pluck! Only a farmer. No war training. Yet what hero has eclipsed his feat? His open secret? He was the friend of God. Moses, the man of God, was a species of human chameleon, scholar, general, lawgiver, leader, etc. Brought up as the emperor's grandson with more than a good chance of coming to the throne. One thing only between him and it, truth. What a choice! What a temptation! A throne for a lie. Ignominy, banishment, or likely enough death for the truth. He played the man. Refusing to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter, he chose rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin and success for a season, accounting the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures of Egypt. Again I see him, now an old man and alone, marching stolidly back to Egypt after 40 years of exile to beard the lion in his den, to liberate Pharaoh's slaves right under his very nose, and to lead them across the great and terrible wilderness. A wildcat affair, if ever there was one. When were God's schemes otherwise? Look at Jordan, Jericho, Gideon, Goliath, and scores of others. Tame tabby cat schemes are stamped with another hallmark, that of the Chocolate Brigade. How dearly they love their tabbies, yet think themselves wise men. Real Christians revel in desperate ventures for Christ, expecting from God great things and attempting the same with exhilaration. History cannot match these feats of Moses. How was it done? He consulted not with flesh and blood. He obeyed not men, but God. Once again I see the old graybeard, this time descending the mount with giant strides and rushing into the camp, his eyes blazing like burning coals. One man against 3 million dancing dervishes drunk with debauchery. Bravo! Well done, old man! First class! His cheek pales not, but his mouth moves, and I think I catch his words. If God be for me, who can be against me? I will not be afraid of 10,000 of the people that have set themselves against me. Though a host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. And he didn't. He wins again. Whence this desperate courage? Listen. Now the man Moses was very meek above all the men which were upon the face of the earth. The Lord spake unto Moses face to face, as a man speaketh unto his friend. My servant Moses, said his master, is faithful in all mine house. With him will I speak mouth to mouth. Such is the explanation of Moses the chameleon, the man and friend of God and consequently a first-class hero. David, the man after God's own heart, was a man of war and a mighty man of valor. When all Israel were on the run, David faced Goliath, alone, with God. And he but a stripling, and well scolded too by his brother for having come to see the battle. What a splendid fool Eliab must have been, as though David would go to see a battle and not stay to fight. They are chocolate soldiers who merely go to see battles and coolly urge others to fight them. They had better save their journey money and use it to send out real fighters instead. Soldiers don't need dry nurses, and if they did, the Holy Ghost is always on the spot and ready to undertake any case on simple application. No, David went to the battle and stayed to fight, and won. Wise beyond his years, he had no use for Saul's armor. It cramped his freedom of action. He tried it on and took it off, quick, sharp. And besides, it made such a ghastly rattle even when he walked that he could not hear the still, small voice of God and would never have heard him saying afterwards, "This is the way to the brook, David, and there are the 5 smooth stones. Trust only in me and them. Your own homemade sling will do first class, and there, that's the shortest cut to Goliath." The chocolates ran away. They were all chocolates. But David ran upon Goliath. 1 smooth stone was enough. David's secret was that he had but one director, and he the infallible one. He directed the stone as he directed the youth. Too many directors spoil the sport, and 2 are too many by just one. Thus Christ said to his soldiers, "He shall teach you all things. He shall guide you into all the truth. This is my beloved Son. Hear him." One mediator only, between God and man, the man Christ Jesus. One director of Christian men, God the Holy Ghost, whose directions require indeed instant obedience, but not the endorsement of any man. The devil needs red-hot shot, fresh from the foundry of the Holy Ghost. He laughs at cold shot or tepid, and as for that made of half iron and half clay, half divine and half human, why, you might just as well pelt him with snowballs. Whence did this raw youth derive his pluck and skill? Not from military camps, nor theological schools, nor religious retreats. To know the only true God and Jesus Christ is enough. Paul determined to know only Jesus Christ and look at the grand result. Whilst others were learning pretty theories, David, like John, had been alone with God in the wilds, practicing on bears and lions. The result? He knew God and did exploits. He knew God only. He trusted God only. He obeyed God only. That's the secret. God alone gives strength. God adulterated with men entails the weakness of iron and clay, chocolate, brittleness. Yet hero as he was, even David, alas, once played the role of chocolate soldier. He stayed at home when he should have gone to war. His army, far off, in danger, fighting the enemy, won. David, at home, secure, within sight of God's house and often going there, suffered the one great defeat of his life, entailing such a bitter, lifelong reaping as might well deter others from the folly of sowing wild oats. David's sin is a terrific sermon, like Lot's preaching in Sodom must have been. Its theme? Don't be a chocolate soldier. In his simple, quick, and full confession, David proved himself a man again. It takes a real man to make a true confession. A chocolate soldier will excuse or cloak his sin. He tumbles in the mud, flounders on, wipes his mouth to try to get the bad taste of his acted lie out of it, and then goes on his way saying, "I have done no wickedness." A self-murdering fool, killing his conscience to save his face, like Balaam beating the ass who sought to save his master's life. Being a chocolate soldier nearly did for David. Beware. Nathan was another real Christian soldier. He went to his king and rebuked him to his face, like Peter's dealing with Ananias. Only David embraced his opportunity and confessed. And unlike the chocolate soldiers of today who go whispering about and refusing either to judge, rebuke, or put away evil because of the entailed scandal forsooth, veritable soapy Sams, they say, "It is nothing, nothing at all. A mere misunderstanding." As though God's cause would suffer more through a bold declaration and defense of the truth and the use of the knife than by the hiding up of sin and the certain development of mortification in the member, involving death to the whole body. He that doeth righteousness is righteous, and he that doeth sin is of the devil, and ought to be told so. He that is a second time led captive by the devil needs neither plaster nor treacle, but the brave rebuke and summons to repentance of a righteous man to effect his salvation. We are badly in need of Nathans today, who fear God and naught else. No, not even a scandal. Daniel was another hero. Of course he was. Was he not the man greatly beloved of God who sent an angel to tell him so? I love to watch him as he walks with firm step and radiant face to the lion's den, stopping but once, like his master en route to Calvary, to comfort his weeping and agonized emperor. God shut the mouths of the lions against Daniel, but opened them wide against those who had opened their mouths against his servant. A man is known by his works, and the works of Daniel were his 3 friends, who, rather than bow down to men or gold, braved the fiery furnace. Again, we see him going to the banquet hall and hear his conductor whisper in his ear, "Draw it mild, Daniel, be statesmanlike. Peace and power again for you if you are tactful and wise, especially tactful." And Daniel's simple reply, "Get thee behind me, Satan." There he stands before the king, braving torture or instant death. But it's the king who quails, not Daniel, who tells him to his face the whole hot truth of God, diminishing not a jot. John the Baptist, a man taught and made and sent of God. Good old John, who doesn't love and admire him? Why, even Herod did. A genuine deficiency of oil and treacle in his composition. He always told the bang-flat truth, with emphasis. As he loved, so he warned. He knew not how to fawn. He wooed with the sword, and men loved him the better for it. They always do. The leaders of religion sent to John to ask him the dearly loved question of every Pharisee. "By what authority doest thou these good things?" They asked that of Christ himself, and crucified him for the doing of them. John's answer was plain and pungent. "I will tell you what you ask me, and more." John was always liberal. "I am nobody, but ye and your masters are a generation of vipers." A good hot curry, that. John never served his curries with butter sauce, but he was always very liberal with chutney. A man of God, no sugar plum nor chocolate soldier he. Thus also he faced Herod after 6 months in an underground dungeon, and he a man of God's open-air mission. Brought straight in before the king, surrounded with all the might and majesty of camp and court, blinking at the unaccustomed sight of light, but by no means putting blinkers on the truth, he blurted out his hot and thunderous rebuke, "Thou shalt not have that woman to be thy wife." A whole sermon in one sentence, as easy to remember as impossible to forget. John had preached like that before. Like Hugh Latimer, he was not above repeating a good sermon to a king, word for word, when the king had not given sufficient heed to it. John received the unique distinction of a first-class character from both God and the agent of the devil. Hark to the Saviour indulging in an outburst of exquisite sarcasm. What think ye of John? A reed shaken by the wind? A man clothed in soft raiment? A chocolate Christian? How delicious! The chocolates were right in front of Jesus at the time. Pharisees, Sadducees, priests, scribes, lawyers, and other hypocrites. How the crowd must have enjoyed it. A prophet? Nay, much more than a prophet. Of men born of women, there is none greater than John. And what did the devil's agent say when, after John's death, he heard of Jesus? "This, I tell you, is John risen from the dead." What a character! Fancy Jesus being mistaken for anyone. He could have been mistaken only for John. Nobody envies him the well-deserved honor, great though it was, for John was a man, pure granite right through, with not a grain of chocolate in him. Had John but heard Jesus say, "Ye shall be my witnesses unto the uttermost parts of the earth," I very much doubt if Herod's dungeon or his soldiers could have detained him. He surely would have found some means of escape and run off to preach Christ's gospel, if not in the very heart of Africa, then in some more difficult and dangerous place. Yet Christ said, referring to his subsequent gift of the Holy Ghost to every believer, "He that is least in the kingdom of God is greater than he," intimating that even greater powers than those of John are at the disposal of every Christian, and that what John was each one of us can be. Good, straight, bold, unconquerable, heroic. But here are other foot tracks, outrageous ones. They can belong only to one man, that grandest of Christian paradoxes, the little giant Paul, whose head was as big as his body and his heart greater than both. Once he thought and treated every Christian as a combination of knave and fool. Then he became one himself. He was called fool because his acts were so far beyond the dictates of human reason, and mad because of his irresponsible fiery zeal for Christ and men. A first-class scholar, but one who knew how to use scholarship properly, for he put it on the shelf, declaring the wisdom of men to be but folly, and determined to know nothing else save Jesus Christ and him crucified. The result, he made the world turn somersault. His life was a perpetual gamble for God. Daily he faced death for Christ. Again and again he stood fearless before crowds thirsting for his blood. He stood before kings and governors and turned not a hair. He didn't so much as flinch before Nero, that vice president of hell. His sufferings were appalling. Read them. He trod in his master's footsteps, and so received. God is always just in his favors. The same splendid compliment that Jesus did. All forsook him. So there were some chocolate Christians in those days, too. Anyone who forsook Paul must have been made of chocolate. Doubtless the chocolates excused themselves as they do today. Who could abide such a fanatical, fiery fool? Such an uncompromising character? Nobody could work with him, or he with them. What a lie! Jesus did, and they got on well together. A tactless enthusiast, who considered it his business to tell every man the unvarnished truth regardless of consequences. He won his degree hands down, and without a touch of the spur. A first-class one, too, that of the headman's axe, next best to that of the cross. And so the tale goes on. Go where you will through the scriptures or history, you find that men who really knew God, and didn't merely say they did, were invariably paragons of pluck, daredevil desperadoes for Jesus, gamblers for God. Fools and madmen, shout the world and the chocolates. Yes, for Christ's sake, add the angels. Nobly they fought to win the prize, climbing the steep ascents of heaven. Through peril, toil, and pain, O God, to us let grace be given, to follow in their train. The chocolate Christians of today can at least boast of having ancient pedigrees. There are chocolates a la Reuben, who have great searchings of heart and make great resolves of heart too. But somehow they still sit among the sheepfolds, listening to the pipings of their much-loved organs and church choirs. It is good to have a great heart-searching. It's better to make a great heart resolve. But if instead of obeying we squat among the sheep, leaving our few hard-pressed brethren to tackle the wolves by themselves, verily, we are but chocolate Christians. You made a great resolve to go to Africa for Christ a year or two ago. Where are you now? In England? Yes, lollipop. Judges 5:16. There are chocolates Maras, who earn the curse of the angel of the Lord. War was declared, the battle about to begin. The odds were outrageous, and Maras remained in England, attending conventions until the battle was over. Then he went, in comfort and security, as a cook's tourist. Doubtless, they said, they couldn't fight till they had been properly ordained, and, besides, there was so very much to be done in fat, overfed Maras, and surely to feed a flock of fat sheep in a safe place has always been considered the ideal training of war. As though the best training for the soldier was to become a nursemaid. Judges 5:23. Chocolates du Balaam begin first class and earn the name of prophets. Then they develop a squint, melt, and finally run out of the frying pan into the fire, thus Balaam. One day he couldn't get his left eye to look at God. It would look at earth and mammon and that chit of a girl, Miss Popularity. He ought to have done as God told him and plucked it out. But he said that was too much to ask of any man, and besides, he wanted the best of both worlds. He had a hearty desire to die the death of the righteous, but he wasn't willing to pay the price of a righteous life. He hadn't the pluck to curse God's people, so he made plans for others to make them sin. But one day, while his dupes were putting his chestnuts into the fire, they fell in themselves and Balaam with them. Numbers 22-24. I counsel thee to buy of me eye salve, that thou mayest once again have a single eye, and be enabled to see the folly of flirting with the world. Chocolate Demas, who left old, fiery, hard-hitting Paul for an easier path. He said he thought Paul should wink at, or slobber over sin instead of rebuking it. He was so very fond of the knife, you know, and he never would use sticking plaster, because he said it never healed the sore, but made it burrow underneath and become bigger, worse, and dangerous. 2 Timothy 4:10. Mark joined the chocolate brigade once. He left Paul and Barnabas in the lurch and went back to Jerusalem for a rest cure, a religious retreat. Thank God he got sick of it ere long, resigned his commission, and re-enlisting in God's army became a useful soldier. Acts 13:13. Many fine youngsters are turned into chocolates by old prophets. Old prophets who have lost their fire, or fire off words instead of deeds, usually become great chocolate manufacturers. That poor young prophet, he did so well when he obeyed God only, but it was all over with him when he listened to another voice, even though that of an old prophet. Didn't the old prophet say he was a prophet, and say he'd got the message straight from God? What a damnable lie! The floor of Christendom and elsewhere is littered with wrecks made by old prophets. God won't stand nonsense from any man. Every man has to choose between Christ and Barabbas, and every Christian between God and some old prophet. Better be a silly donkey in the estimation of an old prophet than listen to his soft talk and flattery, and afterwards become a wreck. This is my beloved son, hear him. No, not even Moses, nor Elijah, nor both. Hear him. You have an anointing from God, and you have no need that any man teach you. You say you believe the Bible? Do your deeds give the lie to your words? 1 Kings 13. The 10 spies were chocolates. They melted and ran over the whole congregation of Israel, turning them into chocolate creams. Softies, afraid to face the fire and water before them. God put them all into the saucepan again and boiled them for 40 years in the desert, and left them there. He has no use for chocolates. It's not small things he despises, but chocolates. For he said, your little ones shall inherit the promised land which you have forfeited through listening to men and despising me. Numbers 13. Jonah became a chocolate soldier once. Told to go to Africa, he went to Liverpool and took ship for America. Luckily, he met a storm and a whale which, after 3 days' instruction, taught him how to pray and obey, and set him once again on the right track. Jonah 1. There's nothing that shows up chocolates so much as a bit of a breeze among God's people. Paul and Barnabas had one once. Judging from experience, I guess there were some chocolates about then who got into a fog right away. Before that, they had vowed they would go to the heathen, but this breeze between P and B put them off. If they hadn't been made of chocolate, they would have said, this affair between Paul and Barnabas only makes it more necessary for me to keep close to God, and do what he told me to do more exactly and punctually. So I shall go a bit sooner to Africa. That's all. Difficulties, dangers, disease, death, or divisions don't deter any but chocolates from executing God's will. When someone says there's a lion in the way, the real Christian promptly replies, that's hardly enough inducement for me. I want a bear or two besides to make it worth my while to go. Chocolates are very fond of talking loud and long against some whom they call fanatics, as though there were any danger of Christians being fanatics nowadays. Why, fanatics among Christians are as rare as the dodo. Now, if they declaimed against tepidity, they would talk sense. God's real people have always been called fanatics. Jesus was called mad. So was Paul. So was Whitefield, Wesley, Moody, Spurgeon. No one has graduated far in God's school who has not been paid the compliment of being called a fanatic. We Christians of today are indeed a tepid crew. Had we but half the fire and enthusiasm of the suffragettes in the past, we would have the world evangelized and Christ back among us in no time. Had we the pluck and heroism of the flyers, or the men who volunteered for the North or South Polar expeditions, or for the Great War, or for any ordinary daredevil enterprise, we could have every soul on earth knowing the name and salvation of Jesus Christ in less than 10 years. Alas! What stirs ordinary men's blood and turns them into heroes makes most Christians run like a flock of frightened sheep. The militants daily risked their lives in furtherance of their cause, and subscribed of their means in a way that cried shame on us Christians, who generally brand the braving of risks and fighting against odds as a tempting of God. Chocolate caramels. Stick-jaw boys call them. Jawing, I go, sir, and sticking fast in Christendom. No conquest is made in assured safety, and conquest for Christ certainly cannot so be made. We Christians too often substitute prayer for playing the game. Prayer is good, but when used as a substitute for obedience, it is not but a blatant hypocrisy, a despicable Phariseeism. We need as many meetings for action as for prayer, perhaps more. Every Orthodox prayer meeting is opened by God saying to his people, go work today, pray that laborers be sent into my vineyard. It is continued by the Christian's response, I go, Lord, whithersoever thou sendest me, that thy name may be hallowed everywhere, that thy kingdom may come speedily, that thy will may be done on earth as in heaven. But if it ends in nobody going anywhere, it had better never have been held at all. Like faith, prayer without works is dead. That is why many prayer meetings might well be styled, much cry yet little wool. Zerubbabel didn't only hold prayer meetings, he went and cut down trees and started to build. Hence God said, from this day will I bless thee. Report says that someone has rediscovered the secret of the old masters. Cannot we Christians rediscover and put into practice that of our great master and his former pupils, heroism? He and they saved not themselves. They loved not their lives to the death, and so kept on saving them by losing them for Christ's sake. We are frittering away time and money in a multiplicity of conventions, conferences, and retreats, when the real need is to go straight and full steam into battle with the signal for close action flying. The vox humana plays too important a part in our Christian organs and organizations today. The music, whoever plays, is bound to be thin when the tops of instant obedience and fiery valor are missing or unused, and without them to play the lost chord of heroism is an impossibility. Whatever he saith unto you, do it, said the Blessed Virgin. Do what? Not put treacle and spice into the soft, holy vessels inside the house, but pour the water of life into those empty stone ones outside. Cana's marriage feast would have ended in shame had the wine run short. Christ's marriage feast begins only when the wine is sufficient, a blend from every tongue and kindred and tribe and nation. The supply is assured as soon as the water is poured out as Christ directed into the uttermost parts of the earth. The mischief today is the reluctance of the servants to do the outside work. They all want to serve indoors, wear smart clothes, listen to the conversation, and make a terrible lot of themselves in the butler's pantry. Do let us make a real start now, at once. For years, like Mr. Winkle, we've declared we were just about to begin, and then never began at all. We must divorce chocolate and disobedience and marry faith and heroism. Who shall begin the battle? Asked the king. Thou, replied the prophet, and when the king and the young princes led the way, though the odds against them were terrific, they won with ridiculous ease. So, too, the apostles led in the war of God to the uttermost parts of the earth. Likewise, in the Crusades, the kings and princes of state and church led. Then why not today, in the crusade of Christ, to evangelize the world? God's summons today is to the young men and women of Great Britain and America and Christendom who call themselves by the name of Christ. New wine, said Christ, must be placed in new bottles. Those superfluously labeled and patched up old-fashioned ones are as hopeless as the new theology. They can't be moved lest they burst with pride and spill the wine in the wrong place. Listen. And it shall be in the last days, I will pour forth of my Spirit upon all flesh. Your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your young men shall see visions of faith. Your old men shall dream dreams of valorous obedience. Yea, and on my bondmen and on my bondmaidens, in those days will I pour forth of my Spirit, and they shall prophesy. And I will show wonders in the heaven above, and signs in the earth beneath. And it shall be that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. But how can they call on him of whom they have not even heard? Must you stay, young man? Can't you go, young woman, and tell them? Verily, we are in the last, the Laodicean stage, that of the lukewarm church. Wilt thou be to Christ the partner of his throne or an emetic? Revelation 3:21. A militant or a chocolate Christian? Wilt thou fear or wilt thou fight? Shall your brethren go to war, and shall ye sit here? When he comes, shall he find faith on the earth? 1,000 times you have admitted Christ's love so amazing, so divine, demands your life, your soul, your all. Wilt thou be a miser and withhold what honor demands of thee? Wilt thou give like Ananias and Sapphira, who, pretending to give all, gave only part? Possessing and enjoying the vineyard, wilt thou, like the husbandman, refuse the agreed rent? Wilt thou fear death, or devil, or men, and wilt thou not fear shame? Some shall rise to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. Shall we refuse to emulate the heroes of old, or shall we accomplish the double fulfillment of those glorious words? All these, being men of war, came with a perfect heart to make Jesus king over all the world. They were all mighty men of valor for the war. He that was least was equal to 100, and the greatest to 1,000. They were not of double heart. Their faces were like the faces of lions. They were as swift as the roes upon the mountains, to do their Lord's commands. Ye sought in time past for Jesus to be king over you. Now then, do it. Compare 1 Chronicles 12:8, 33 and 38, and 2 Samuel 3:17 and 18. Shall we not reply, Thine are we, Jesus, and on thy side? God do so to me, and more also, if, as God has sworn unto him, I do not even so to Jesus, to translate the kingdom from the house of Satan, and set up the throne of Jesus Christ over all the world. Compare 1 Chronicles 12:18 and 2 Samuel 3:10. Come then, let us restore the lost cord of Christianity, heroism, to the world, and the crown of the world to Christ. Christ himself asks thee, wilt thou be a maligner or a militant? To your knees, man, and to your Bible. Decide at once. Don't hedge. Time flies. Cease your insults to God. Quit consulting flesh and blood. Stop your lame, lying, and cowardly excuses. Enlist. Here are your papers and oath of allegiance. Scratch out one side and sign the other in the presence of God and the recording angel. Mark God's endorsements underneath. Henceforth, for me to live is Christ, to die is gain. I'll be a militant, a man of God, a gambler for Christ, a hero. Sign here. Or, for me, chocolate my name, tepidity my temperature, a maligner I, a child of men, a self-excuser, a humbug. Sign here. God's promises are sure in either case. Lo, I am with you always. I will spew thee out of my mouth. Good Lord, baptize us with the Holy Ghost and with fire. Cure us of all this dread plague of sleeping sickness, this crazy talking in our sleep, that even as we unceasingly pray, thy name may be hallowed everywhere, thy kingdom come speedily, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Amen and amen. End of The Chocolate Soldier, or Heroism, the Lost Chord of Christianity, by C.T. Studd. Read by AletheiaCharis.
Dolls' Lives Getting Longer Too by the Literary Digest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our lifespan is increasing, scientists tell us, yet the prolongation of human life is insignificant compared with the recent increase in the life of dolls. 20 years ago, we are told by a contributor to the Houston Chronicle, the death rate of dolls was enormous, for practically all were made with breakable heads. It was only a matter of days before a doll would come to an untimely end. The owner would slip, the doll would fall, and its fragile head was scattered in all directions from the impact with the ground. The writer proceeds. Thanks to Yankee inventiveness, the unbreakable head was created, and a doll's expectation of life jumped from days to months and even years. Few dolls meet accidental death nowadays. They live their full span of life and are discarded only after they wear out from hard usage. Although children have played with dolls from time immemorial, the American doll industry is a development of the past quarter century. Manufacture of the unbreakable doll began at the dawn of the present century and has developed so greatly that now the retail value of the products of American doll factories is around $25 million annually. Although dolls of foreign manufacture are to be found in most toy shops, imported dolls form only a small percentage of the total numbers sold in this country. This is largely the result of the ingenuity of American manufacturers who have produced dolls superior in design and beauty and with greater appeal to the play instinct of the child than any produced by the toy makers of other lands. The evolution of dolls during the past quarter century is an illuminating example of the application of art to industry. When the 20th century opened, most dolls had the conventional hard papier-mâché body with a bisque head. Their appearance could hardly be called artistic in the light of present standards. Size rather than beauty was then the chief distinguishing mark. Mothers attempted to buy as big dolls as possible. Frequently, a small girl would receive a gawky, unwieldy doll larger than herself. Now size is relatively unimportant. Artistic effects are demanded by the public. Following the introduction of the unbreakable head came the soft body. A body soft to the touch has greater appeal to the play spirit than a hard, unyielding form. In a series of psychological tests, little mothers were offered their choice of hard and soft-bodied dolls. Although many of the rigid dolls were larger than the soft dolls, practically all the children preferred the soft dolls, which they could cuddle easily. The mother instinct is extraordinarily well developed, even in very young children. Then came the use of real instead of painted hair in the dolls for older children. However, large numbers of dolls with painted hair are still manufactured, for many mothers prefer to buy them for children 2 or 3 years old. As we all know, the tendency of the young child is to put everything into its mouth, and hair seems to have particular fascination to young children. When they have reached the age of 4, the mouth habit is past, and dolls with hair may be safely given to them. Another important step was increasing the size of the head. In dolls of a decade ago, the heads were relatively small, built in proportion to an adult's rather than a baby's body. Up to a few years ago, skinny dolls seemed to be the fashion. Then a few manufacturers realized that chubby, healthy dolls find a bigger place in the hearts of children. As a result, most American dolls are now made wider and plumper. In this respect, American doll designers again display an understanding of the mother instinct. Hand in hand with these developments went a transformation in clothes. Until recent years, doll clothes were cut from one pattern of conventional design and usually sewed on. Now great thought is given to the fashions of doll clothes. Many designers, mostly women, make a good living in creating doll styles. Another tendency is the making of clothes so that the doll can be dressed and undressed by the child. Women have played an important role in this transformation in dolldom. High prices are paid women sculptors to design new faces that will combine the baby appearance with the toy spirit. As much as $25,000 a year has been made by some women doll designers. Last year, a crippled woman living in an attic in Greenwich Village, New York, conceived a striking design for a doll. Her royalties to date have been over $10,000, and she is now enjoying an extended trip to Europe. But all new designs do not meet with popular approval. It frequently happens that a manufacturer will spend thousands of dollars for molds and machinery to produce what he thinks will prove a popular seller, only to have the little tots turn thumbs down on the new addition to the doll family. In many other ways are the dolls of today more attractive than the dolls of a generation ago. The sleeping doll was early developed, followed by the talking, the walking, the winking, and the crying dolls. Each year new models are brought out, making an almost endless variety to delight the youngsters. So large has the American doll industry become that there are firms that do nothing but make doll shoes or clothing, to say nothing of the firms specializing in eyes, heads, arms, and other parts of the doll's anatomy. That this is possible is apparent from the tremendous doll birth rate in this country. About 20 million dolls are born in the United States each year. End of Dolls' Lives Getting Longer Too by the Literary Digest, read by Brian Fullen.
The Empty Sleeve, or The Life and Hardships of Henry H. Meacham in the Union Army, by Henry H. Meacham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface. Readers, in writing this book, I do not intend to bring before you a work of ability, but simply to describe a few of the many scenes that I passed through while in the Army of the Potomac and in the hospital. It is true that I did not suffer as some of our soldiers did, but having lost my right arm, which excludes me from most kinds of work, I have taken this method of gaining a living. I have myself and wife to care for, and my wife's health being poor makes it still harder for me to get along, and thus, by writing this book, I hope to place myself and wife in comfortable circumstances. With these few remarks, I throw myself upon the generosity of the public, thanking them for the kindness I have already received, and assuring them that I shall always be grateful for their aid in the support of myself and wife. Henry H. Meacham. The Empty Sleeve. At the breaking out of the Great Rebellion, I was engaged at carriage-making in the town of Russell, in Massachusetts, but thought it my duty to enter the service in defense of my country, and do what little I could to keep traitors from trampling the good old flag under their feet. I went and was examined, but was rejected. I came back with downcast feelings, but was determined to try again. As time rolled on and my health improved, I tried again for a soldier's life, but without success. I little knew the hardships and perils of active service, and thought it very pretty sport. But it was not the novelty of the scene that inspired me to go, but the love of my country. Finally, at my third examination, I was accepted, and my heart beat with joy. I left Springfield the 12th day of September, perhaps never to return, and went to Long Island in Boston Harbor. There I remained 1 week. Then the transport came to take us far from our homes. Many were the wistful glances that were cast back towards our home, where were the ones we loved most dear, and how we longed for one more farewell salute before we left our native state. But that could not be. The wind was blowing hard. It makes my brain dizzy to think of it now. But we had to go. We little knew, but we should find a watery grave before reaching the scene of action. But the weather calmed, and we had a very pleasant voyage, and arrived at the front, where I was placed in Company E, 32nd Regiment, Massachusetts Volunteers, who were lying at Culpeper, Virginia, which is about 60 miles from Washington and in the direction of Richmond. Here I first commenced my life in the Army. We were not destined to remain here long, for in less than 2 weeks, Lee, with his host of rebels, came marching on to Washington. Then commenced Meade's retreat for Centerville. That was the first marching I had done, and I then hoped it would be the last, for my feet were badly blistered. My readers can judge for themselves how they would like to march 23 hours out of 24, with their feet in that condition. But thank God, we were 2 hours ahead of Lee and his army, and it saved one of the most bloody battles of the war. For, had Lee got the heights of Centerville, we should have been cut off from all supplies and captured, or obliged to cut our way through the enemy's lines. When we arrived at Centerville, we gave 3 cheers, which rang through the lines for miles, thinking that we were once ahead of Lee's time. But many of the men that were taken sick or fell into the enemy's hands died, without anyone to care for them, there alone, away from friends, wife and children, father and mother, brother and sister, never to know what became of their husband, father, child, or brother. Such were the scenes that occurred on this march, but they were trivial compared to experiences that followed. Soon after this came the Battle of the Rappahannock Station. Though short, it left many a man lying cold in death, but we succeeded in driving the enemy back behind their entrenchments at Mine's Run. This was near Thanksgiving time. The weather was cold and rainy, and we had to wait some time before we could follow them. But the time came, and on we went, not knowing where we were going, perhaps to our long homes. Oh, that long and lonely night after we arrived there. But in the morning we marched to the right, to Robinson's Tavern, a distance of 2 miles. It was raining hard at the time, but about noon it cleared away and was very cold. We remained there until the next morning, when we again commenced our advance. We had not far to go before we came near the enemy's works. Here we halted and formed our lines, and after waiting a few hours, received orders to be in readiness to make an assault on the enemy's works at 4 o'clock. Here we remained without food, for our rations were all gone, and we knew not when we should get more. We did not move until 1 o'clock the next morning, when we turned out in the cold and marched out a mile to the right. We arrived there long before daylight, and there we had to stay. For we could not stir around to keep warm, as the enemy were in sight, and we should be likely to get their shells. We were to make the attack at 9 o'clock, but 9 o'clock came, and yet we did not go forward. Some of our men crossed Mines Run stream, which was dammed up to make the water deeper, but nearly every man froze to death, and on this account we did not receive the orders as we expected. That was a long day to us, being in the cold, with thin clothes and no food. We remained here until the shades of night hid us from the foe. Our hearts beat with joy when we were ordered to fall in, for we knew that we were going back and should not make an assault. But when we got to our old position, we were hungry, tired, and cold. Oh, that long night, with but just enough covering to keep us from freezing. We were all glad when we could turn out in the morning and have some exercise and fires. Another day wore slowly away, and at night we took up our line of march for the rear. As we turned our heads back in the direction of the enemy, we could not help thinking that many more of us were on that march than would have been if we had made the assault. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when we crossed the Rapidan. We marched half a mile further and encamped. Morning dawned bright and beautiful, and it was late before we took up our line of march again. We felt weak and faint, having been 2 days without any food, and no signs of getting any that day. But we marched with good spirits, thinking our work done until the next spring. Rations after 3 days fasting. As the sun was setting in the west, we arrived at Bealton Station, and were gladdened by the sight of teams with our rations. Here we halted and got 10 pieces of hard bread and a small piece of pork. Many poor men ate the whole at once, but in these cases it made them sick, as they did not stop to pick out the worms, for the bread was very wormy. But we must eat it or have none. After getting our rations, we marched 2 miles to Liberty. Here we went into camp, and the next morning formed our line of picket guard, but not knowing how long we should remain here, did not build our winter quarters for a few days. Winter life in camp. Finally, we concluded to run the risk and put up cabins. We then commenced and in 2 days had what we called a good home. The cabins were constructed of pine logs piled together like a log house, and for the roofs we used our shelter tents, thus forming our winter homes, which were very comfortable. We had a fireplace and chimney made of small sticks and mud. In Virginia, the mud makes good mortar, being mostly red clay. The guard duty was every 3rd day. We had to stand 2 hours and off 4, rain or shine. Thus, you may judge what it is to be broken of your rest every 3rd night, and perhaps be drenched with rain, then to stand all night on guard, with your clothes frozen stiff. This was the condition that we were in on picket duty, but we have often since looked back to those days and thought what easy times we had. They were easy to what we had after General Grant took command of the armies of the United States. For our fires, we had to carry our wood about half a mile while the teams were lying idle. The officers had a good time at this place, as they seldom went on duty, but the private soldiers had the work to do. An incident occurring here that may be worth relating. The major of our regiment thought he would go out and see a young lady by the name of Whitehouse. So one day he and his orderly started and passed our picket guard. As he had command of the lines, we could not stop him. To see his sweetheart, a lady he had got acquainted with some time before, I know not how. But he went, as many young men do, and as he rode up to her gate, found to his surprise her brother there with a strong guard. They came out with drawn pistols, and he, with his orderly, were taken prisoners and sent to Richmond. We started in search of them, but with no success. The second day we heard from them by way of the lady, for she came and told the colonel that they were captured. He went to Libby prison and there remained about 4 months, when he and others made their escape. Some, being retaken, were treated worse than before, but the major returned home. Prison life was his punishment for disobedience of orders. He remained at home a short time and then returned to his regiment, which was lying near the James River. But to return to the scenes of camp life. The weather was cold, and the snow often fell to the depth of 1 foot, but did not last but 1 or 2 days, making the ground very splashy. We had to be out, let the storm be ever so hard. When in camp, we had nothing but our log huts with cloth roofs to keep us warm. Our camp was laid out in streets, 1 company forming 1 street. In a short time there was a call for soldiers whose time was nearly expired, to re-enlist and get a heavy bounty in 30 days' furlough. The men thought more of the furlough than they did of the money. The 32nd most all re-enlisted, and came home as a regiment, bringing their arms with them, which but few regiments had the privilege of doing. But we could not all come home. There were 150 of us that had to remain behind. The service was harder than before, as we had to do fatigue duty. Besides, we built a fort at Warrenton Junction. But time wore slowly away until the regiment came back. We were all glad to see them. One of my comrades was taken sick a few days after returning, and I took care of him, besides doing my duty on the picket line, which made my work very hard, harder than my constitution would endure. After he got better, I was taken sick with a fever while on the line. I had hard work to get to my cabin. When I arrived there, I could not sit up. The doctor was called, and he did what he could for me, but to no use. I had to go through with the fever. Our beds were constructed by driving a crotch stick down at each corner, and then placing a pole from one to the other. After this, we laid small straight sticks across them. Then spreading our rubber blankets over the whole, we thus formed our beds. We used our knapsacks for pillows. How long those days seemed, my flesh burning with fever, and the bed being so hard. But I had as good a care as could be expected in such a place as that. There I remained 4 weeks before I was able to sit up. Those were the longest weeks I ever saw. I little thought, as I lay there, that I should ever return home to my family, for I was married 2 years previous. But God saw fit to spare my life, perhaps to aid in conquering the foe. It was not long after I got well before I started on the campaign of 1864, under the generalship of U.S. Grant. He was appointed to that position March 9, and on the 12th of that month he took command of the whole United States armies. Then we knew that we were to do some fighting. But that was what we went for, and we thought the quicker we commenced, the sooner we should be through and return home. What there was left of us. Spring came, and the season was beautiful. Cherry and pear trees were in blossom. Then apple trees took their turn. We longed to remain there, but as the ground became settled, we heard of the forces beginning to concentrate around Brandy Station and Culpeper. As we were left at our old place, we began to entertain hopes that we should remain. But we were not kept in suspense long, for on the morning of April 30th, 1864, the bugle sounded for us to pack our knapsacks and be ready for the march. About noon, we bade farewell to the spot where had been our homes for the past few months, and moved on, bidding goodbye to some of our southern friends we were to leave behind. Some of them were very friendly and kind to us. When I had nothing else to do, I used to make axe handles and helped one of our neighbors mend his wagon. I also repaired clocks, and for my pay would get milk and tobacco. So I had the privilege of sending my money all home to my family, thinking that if I lived to return, it would be of use to me. But I was destined to disappointment, for the money was all gone before I returned home. The Campaign of 1864. On the 30th of April, 1864, we marched to Rappahannock Station, and there camped for the night. In the morning we again set out, but had only a short march before we arrived at Brandy Station, where we again halted and remained 2 nights, the 1st and 2nd days of May. While I was there, I called on my cousin, who was a member of the 37th Regiment. While I was gone, the bugle sounded the advance, and I was obliged to run to overtake them, but did not until they halted again. At 11 o'clock, the orders for advance were given, and the whole of the great army of the Potomac was again in motion. We knew not where we were going, but at the dawn of the day, we were at the Germania ford. After crossing, we halted to rest. We improved the time in making coffee and getting our breakfast. Then we were ordered forward again. We took the plank road leading to Fredericksburg and marched to the pike road running by the Wilderness Tavern. Turning and marching on that about a half a mile, we halted, placed our guard, and remained until morning. When we crossed the Rapidan River, we turned and cast our wistful glance back, for we thought it was the last time we would ever cross it, and so it proved. In the morning, the guard was called in to resume their march. We did not know that the enemy were near, when a squad of cavalry came riding up to headquarters, and the pickets were ordered back with the new detachment. The rest of the troops formed in line and commenced building breastworks, but we had to work expeditiously to get them completed. We knew the time of action was near at hand. How we longed to see the loved ones at home ere we entered the deathly strife. We had not long to wait before the crash came, and the battle was raging with fearful effect. What feelings of anguish were excited, of which none can know anything except those who have been there. The sound of battle is not pleasant, even if a person is not in danger. We remained a short time behind the works that we had built, and then moved off to the right and across the pike road. There we were exposed to a direct fire from the enemy. There my tent mate was wounded by a minie-ball. I was standing by his side when he was hit. How bad I felt because I could not assist him or do anything for him. But we were not allowed to stop, and we did not hear how badly he was wounded until the next day, when we heard it was nothing but a flesh wound. I was glad it was no worse. After crossing the road, we moved to the right a short distance and then forward. The ground was covered with pine and shrub oaks, so it was almost impossible to get through. We advanced a short distance before we came near the enemy. We were in strong force and then commenced our work of death. It was heart-rending to see the wounded, dead and dying, lie on the ground under our feet, and the number still increasing. That was a horrible place of death and destruction in the dense wilderness, with peals of musketry like distant thunder, sounding from right to left. Sometimes it seemed the hardest on the right, and then in the center, and so on. The position we held was the center, being a part of the 1st Division of the 5th Corps, under the command of General Warren. But night came on at last, and the shades of darkness put an end to the strife for that day, neither party seeming to gain any advantage over the other. We again moved by the left to our old breastworks, and there remained during the night, tired and weary. We slept on our arms, what little sleep we had. And in the morning the combat was renewed with increased vigor, as if the rebels were determined to break our lines, or die in the attempt. This suited us, for it weakened their forces more than ours. But they got sick of it in a short time, and then our skirmishers would take some of the guns that lay on the field and put 5 charges into them, and then tie them to trees, well sighted at the enemy, and pull them off. Thus we passed a few hours of the day, when the battle again commenced, raging more fiercely than before, and lasted until late into the night. Thus ended the 2nd day's fight in the wilderness. The loss in the 32nd was very slight. In Company E, there were only 3 wounded. Again we slept on our arms, eager to commence again at dawn of day. On May 7th, the fighting was not so severe, little more than skirmishing, and we had some rest, which we needed very much. May 8th, there was not much fighting. We noticed the army in motion again, and we still held our lines until night, when we silently left our breastworks, never to return. We passed the hospital, where were 2,000 of our wounded, some waiting to have their wounds dressed. What a horrible sight to behold, men mangled in every form. The line having moved to the left, we reached Spotsylvania. we marched to the left until we arrived at Laurel Hill, where we were again in action, and where artillery was used. The first day was occupied in skirmishing and strengthening the skirmish line. But as night came on, the line charged and drove the enemy back, so that we could look into their works. We then formed our rifle pits on the crest of the hills, within 20 rods of the enemy. We were in those rifle pits 2 days, unable to raise our heads above the embankment with safety. It rained nearly the whole time, and we were drenched to the skin and covered with mud. In the morning, after we were stationed in the rifle pits, we, with the rest of the brigade, were ordered to charge the enemy's works, and at 7 o'clock the assault commenced. On we went to death. They reserved their fire until we were but a few yards off, and then opened with grape and musketry. They had such a flank fire on us that we could not stand it, and all that returned had to crawl away. We lost about half our number in this assault, and the next morning we were ordered to make another charge. But we knew too well the strength of their lines to go willingly to sure death, and the orders were countermanded. But we had to remain in the rifle pits 43 hours, having no sleep and no chance to straighten our limbs. When we were relieved, we had to start for Spotsylvania. The night was dark and muddy. The mud was halfway up to our knees, and all that long night, this being the third night, without sleep. But as the morning dawned, we arrived at Spotsylvania. We had nothing to do until nearly night, so we had a chance to rest our weary limbs. But late in the afternoon we had to form and move to within a few rods of the courthouse. Here we entrenched ourselves, having good rifle pits and good breastworks, so we were confident they could not drive us away. The next morning the artillery opened their deadly fire on both sides. The sound was almost deafening, the shells howling through the air and over our heads, for I lay between the two lines on the picket line. We were well supplied with rations, but the hardships were too much for us. We daily grew weak and poor, and at that time it did not seem that I could keep with them much longer. But I little knew then what a man can stand if obliged to. When we left Spotsylvania, we marched in a southerly direction, crossing the Po and Tar rivers, and after a long and tiresome march, we arrived at the North Anna River. This we crossed at one of the fords, the first that we knew the foe were near, and the orders given to make no noise in crossing. The banks were very steep on the southern side. After crossing and ascending the hill, we formed our lines. There was not more than a brigade that crossed at that time, and commenced our advance. We had not far to go before coming in contact with the rebel pickets, to whom we paid no attention, but kept steadily along, when they broke in utter confusion and retreated back to their general lines. We advanced but a short distance before halting and building breastworks, but we could not get them completed before the rebels were upon us again, with twice our number. They halted a moment at our first volley, but again they started and pressed on, but to no purpose, for the incessant stream of fire and leaden hail was more than they could stand. They succeeded in turning our right, which brought them in range of our artillery, when 17 pieces opened on them. This was more than they could endure, and what were left fled back, leaving their dead and wounded in our hands, with many prisoners. Their loss was heavy, while ours was very light. The next morning we advanced to Nolan Station on the Virginia Central Road, and commenced tearing up the track. After we had completed this, the weather was rainy and the night dark. We recrossed the river and started towards Richmond. After marching about 2 miles, we halted to draw rations, and the rations for the picket were left behind. The company commissary and myself were left to guard them. We remained until 10 o'clock the next day, when we started in pursuit of our corps, they having 12 hours the start. We marched nearly all night, and on the second morning came up to the regiment just as they were starting out on a reconnaissance. I there got a pass to march in the rear, but to come to the regiment that night. Oh, how thankful I was to get a chance to rest my feet, for they were badly blistered and very sore. That morning we had for breakfast fried chicken, one that we had captured on our march, and sweet potatoes. It was the best meal that I had while I was in the service. When we got a little rested, we started again in pursuit of the regiment, which we found without any difficulty. We had a good night's rest, but when morning came, we had to take the advance. We moved about 2 miles, skirmishing most of the way. Finally, we made a charge and drove the enemy from the heights. There we rested a few moments and charged again, but to no purpose. We could not drive them away from their works. The fighting was very hard. Our loss was very heavy. We lost in that charge some of the best men of the regiment, and we mourned their loss as we would a brother. But owing to the hardness of our work that day, we were allowed to fall back and rest for a few days, which we needed very much. At this place, General Grant rode along the lines. The men's cheers were almost deafening. We were then near Shady Grove Church, but in a short time the move commenced for Cole Harbor. On account of a colonel in the 9th Corps withdrawing his men before orders, we were left in a bad position, for the enemy were on 3 sides and near enough for the shells to come among us from all directions. This was a critical position, but as darkness overspread the field of action, we had stopped their advance. In the morning our lines were strengthened and were ordered to charge. The enemy had fortified during the night. The 21st Pennsylvania Cavalry dismounted, here joined our brigade. They were a grand set of men, numbering 1,100, while our 32nd was now reduced to 200, and we had lost about 500. We formed under the enemy's musketry fire after getting over our breastworks. Then the order to advance rang through the lines. On we went until nearly out of breath when we saw the enemy leaving their first line of works and retreating behind their second. But their artillery made sad havoc of our lines. When we got to the breastworks, we opened fire on them before they could recover from the panic. I beheld several vacant places in my company when I looked round. There was a man who fought almost by my side, who was shot, the ball passing through the jugular vein of the neck. He fell at my feet and died in a few moments. We had 4 to bury belonging to Company E, and there were 2 mortally wounded. The next morning the enemy had left, and we started for Cole Harbor. At this place we did not have much fighting to do, our duty being picket in the Chickahominy swamps. Here I saw where General McClellan's men were stationed, the trees being marked with name, regiment, company, and depth of water. I should have thought more would have died than did, for the water was nearly waist deep, and there the men had to stand, when they might have stood a few rods in the rear, and had dry ground to stand on. These swamps are a dismal place. The river at this point is so narrow that you can fell a tree across it, and then cross on the tree. It is very muddy and deep. The 2 picket lines were friendly. We did not fire at each other, but often passed to the center of the stream and there traded coffee for tobacco and hard bread for cornmeal. We tried all we could to get them to desert, and were often successful. A good many of them got tired of the war and wished it would close. I did not blame them for that, for their cause looked dark and there was not much probability of success. Still, they thought we could not take Richmond. After doing picket duty a few days, we were ordered to cross the river and move toward White Oak Swamps and destroy the bridge there. We were in support of the cavalry, which went and did the work. It took all day. We started on another flank movement towards the James River. It was a hard march, all day and part of the night, not leaving us much time to rest. When we arrived there, we pitched our tents in a wheat field and commenced gathering wheat for bread. The guard were stationed about a half a mile in advance of the camp, under the command of the major of the 21st Pennsylvania Cavalry. We arrived on the line after dark. In the morning, he ordered an advance of 50 rods, which brought us into the woods. We hurried and got our breakfast, for we saw that the major wanted to show his authority, and we expected another move. And so it was, for in the course of an hour, He ordered an advance of 1.5 miles in line. The men were stationed 5 paces apart. The advance commenced, but we had not gone more than half the distance before the line was broken, and it was noon before it was formed again. We made some raids. I got for my share 2 nice salt shad and a small bag of cornmeal. Thus wore away the day. Late in the afternoon, we returned to the old line, were relieved, and went to our camp for the night. The next morning, we crossed the James River. At what point we landed, I never knew. Our brigade was among the first that crossed. At last, the lines were ordered forward, although it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was pouring down its intolerable heat, and it did not seem as though man or beast could live. There was no air in motion, but we must go or die in the attempt. We marched from 4 o'clock until about 7 without halting, when the doctor rode ahead of the column and directed a halt. The orders then came that we should stop 5 minutes every hour, and that every man should keep in his place who possibly could, for we were to be at Petersburg at 2 o'clock that night, a distance of 20 miles. We could, at this time, plainly hear the sound of the cannon. On we went, our road being lighted by the burning of the houses on the way, not one of which was left for miles. At 12 o'clock we halted for refreshments and rest within 2 miles of our destination. Here the roll was called, and the officers were ordered to see that none fell out. And when we arrived at our destination, the roll was called again. This was what we called a forced march. One member of Company E, although I am sorry to say it, was in the habit of falling out to keep out of battles, and on this march he tried his luck, but was picked up by the cavalry provost guard, which followed in the rear. They marched him to the front, where he was compelled to fight while we rested for a day. We then advanced, and passing the outer works of Petersburg, beheld scenes too horrible for description. The ground was thickly strewn with the dead and dying, showing what havoc had been made in their lines. Driven from their works, they rallied and tried to retake them, which they could not do. Their loss must have been more than ours at this place of action. We marched on for a short distance, then forming our lines, awaited orders. In about an hour they came, and we moved into the wheat field and charged the enemy's lines, driving in their pickets and capturing the Norfolk and Petersburg railroads. 2 kinds of officers. Here we lost our colonel, an officer we all loved for his bravery and for his kindness to his men. We thought more of him than of all the rest of the officers in the regiment. He was a man beloved by all at home and was willing to fare as his men did. There was a great difference between Colonel Prescott, for that was his name, and another Federal officer who would ride his horse over the men when they got tired and exhausted on the march, even if they had a pass to march in the rear. And then look at the certain captain who left us at Spotsylvania under the pretense of being sick. But the sound of the battle is what made him sick, for he was a coward in my opinion. He never returned to the regiment again. The next we heard of him, he was boarding in Washington and then in New York State in good health. Company E was commanded by the orderly sergeant the most of the time. Occasionally there would be a lieutenant detailed to take command, but would soon be relieved by wounds. The company, as well as the whole regiment, suffered great loss after taking the Norfolk and Petersburg Railroad. We were relieved and arranged for another charge, this time to take a ravine running lengthwise of our lines that the enemy had possession of. We formed on the railroad behind its high banks, cutting steps so that we could climb up, and then the order was given to forward. "Forward! Forward!" rang through the lines, and with deafening wails we went on. The ravine was cleared, and we had possession of it. But our day's work was not yet done, for we immediately formed for another charge, this time with fixed bayonets and for their main works. When all was in readiness, the orders again rang through the lines, and we were in motion. On we went, their shot making sad havoc in our lines, but still we kept on until the 21st Pennsylvania Cavalry dismounted, broke, and fell in our rear for us to protect them. What a shame it was, for in a few moments more the works would have been ours. The enemy had commenced to retreat and were drawing away their artillery when they noticed the break in our lines. But we rallied and held our lines until late in the night, when we were relieved and moved off to the left and stopped to rest. Fatigue, hardships, and sickness had worn me down, but I would not ask to go to the hospital, for I would rather be with the company as long as possible. I think this was the 18th of June, 1864. We did not move out of range of the enemy's fire, and there was a good many wounded without being able to do anything to prevent the fire. I was hit 4 times during the day with spent balls. This was the 20th or the 21st of June, 1864. Severe fighting, wounded. We again moved to the left and halted in the woods, where we remained until the afternoon of the 22nd, when we were again called into action, the enemy having succeeded in breaking the lines between the 2nd and 9th Corps. We were hurried on to death or victory. We succeeded in stopping them when we were ordered to another point still far to the left, where the enemy were concentrating their men for another break. We moved by the left flank, which brought the dismounted 21st Pennsylvania Cavalry ahead. The artillery fire here was the worst I had seen. The air seemed to be full of deadly missiles. It was almost impossible for a man to stand for a moment, but through this fire we must pass. We started as fast as we could run, but when we had got into the heaviest of the fire, we found, to our horror, that the dismounted 21st Pennsylvania Cavalry had become frightened and lain down. We could not pass them, and so were obliged to stand under the awful shelling until they could be got out of the way. At this place I lost my arm, a place never to be forgotten. Here Fort Hell was built. As we were standing there, a shell came through one man and then exploded, taking my right arm off and killing 4 of my comrades, making 5 lives destroyed and 1 wounded. I never expected to get home or even off of the field, but I was bound to do all I could. When the shell hit me, it took part of my arm off, and I never saw the hand afterward. I was at this time 1 mile from any surgical assistance and walked that distance, while the blood was fast leaving me. Notwithstanding, I had bandaged the arm as tight as possible. Only by assistance of kind friends did I reach the ambulance. The surgeon examined my arm and could then do nothing more than to cord it again and give me morphine. I was so weak as to be unable to walk or hardly stand. I got into the ambulance to go to the division hospital, which was 7 miles distant over rough roads. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when I arrived at this hospital. I had for a bed a straw bed tick spread on the ground, but no straw in it, and no pillow to put under my head. I had not long to wait before the surgeon came along, and at my earnest request I was taken to the amputating room and placed on the table. This is the last that I remember until after my arm was amputated. After I had fully come to my senses, I was conducted back to my bed on the ground, and there I remained during the night with my bloody clothes on. What a long and sleepless night, with no one to console or comfort me. My thoughts ran back to the happy days I had spent at home and to the loved ones I had left behind. I never expected to behold them again. But morning came at last, and the bombardment around Petersburg was renewed. We could hear the firing distinctly. How often I thought of my poor soldier friends that were still remaining in the regiment on the morning of the 22nd of June, 1864. We could only muster 90 guns. How many were wounded on that day I never knew. At about 10 o'clock on the day of the 23rd, one of my company came in and saw me lying there with my bloody clothes on. He brought a pail of water and washed off the blood which had dried on very hard. He also got me some clean clothes, and I felt some relieved after getting cleaned up. But I had no appetite to eat anything. All I could do was to lay there and think of home and think how they would feel when they came to know of my misfortune, to hear that I was crippled for life. These were the thoughts that passed through my mind as I lay on the ground at the hospital. I was cared for as well as I could be in such a place, but it was different from being at home with the dear mother or wife to care for one. But I was not destined to remain at this hospital long, for on the 24th we were sent to City Point. I thought I should be nearer home, so I was anxious to go, but when I found I must go in an army wagon, my heart failed me. I had seen men with nothing but flesh wounds get into the ambulances, and I in an army wagon, but this was my lot, and I had to stand it or die. The roads were very rough, and we were a long time in going 7 miles. How glad I was when I got to the end of my journey. There I met one of my company that was slightly wounded. He met me at the wagon and helped me out, and I was placed in the ward with him. The scenes at City Point are beyond description. The dead were being carried out at all hours of the day, and I expected to go in a short time. The heat was awful. I remained a few days and then went to Washington. The very thought of City Point is enough to make one sick. It was the worst place I ever saw. Thousands of men lay mangled in every form. The sight was too horrible for description. When I was informed that I was to go to Washington, my heart beat with joy, for I knew that I should be near my friends who were living there. While I remained at City Point, I wrote to all my friends at home, for I never expected to come home again. We were treated well and had all the comforts that could be expected. Never but once while at City Point did I have occasion to find fault with my treatment. And then the nurse would not dress my arm, which was fly-blown, and the worms began to work into the amputation. This was more than horrid. I reported the nurse to the ward master, and for my reply was told to mind my own business, which I thought I would do by reporting him to the sergeant. But the ward master was anxious to buy me off when he found that the surgeon belonged to my regiment. From that time to the time I left City Point, I had good care, and I think that he did all that he could to get me away, and was also glad when I was gone. When I asked if I could walk to the boat, my reply was that I could. I was told to be in readiness at 10 o'clock. I had not attempted to walk at all, but with the aid of my comrade I managed to get to the boat. I hated to part with a friend so dear as he had proved to me, but we bade each other farewell and parted. At about noon, the boat started down the river. I was not able to sit up, so I could not see the landscape down the James River. I rested better on the boat than I had done since I lost my arm. We halted at Fortress Monroe a short time and then moved toward the Potomac River, and ascending that, we arrived at Washington between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening of the 27th of June. After remaining at Washington a few moments, we crossed the river to Alexandria. There the ambulance took us and carried us to Slough Barracks, a portion of the 3rd Division Hospital, a distance of 1 mile. This hospital is situated at 1 mile from Alexandria on the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, and also near Leesburg Pike Road. Fort Ellsworth stands on the right and Fort Lyon on the left. Thus they were strongly fortified. It was very pleasant around this place. The ground was kept neat and clean, and everything was neat about the building and tents. We were treated kindly, and as I gained strength, I would go to walk every morning. This, I think, did me more good than anything else. I sent word to my uncle that I was there, and they received the word Saturday night and came Sunday to see me. How glad I was to see them, they being the first friends I had seen since I left home. I began now to long to come home. I little thought how tiresome it was to ride, but the surgeon knew better than to let me go. I had by this time become acquainted with the assistant surgeon of the 3rd Division Hospital, Dr. Elliott. I thought everything of him, as a man and as a doctor. I was finally taken with the jaundice, which, but for the friendship of a young widow lady, would probably have caused my death. She was very kind in bringing me everything that she thought would do me good. She was from Ohio and came there in company with her husband. He entered the army, and she, with 2 children, were left behind. He was mortally wounded at the Battle of the Wilderness, but lived until he arrived at Washington. He sent for his wife, but died a few hours before she reached there. I was 1 week so sick that my life was despaired of, but with good care I began to improve, and it was not long before I was able to go round the hospital and call on my soldier comrades. For a morning walk, I would go through the whole hospital and say and do what I could to cheer the men up. When I was able to go out, my strength gained rapidly. Here I remained from the 28th of June until the 26th of August, when I was discharged. During the time that I remained at the hospital, I visited my uncle on Monson Hill and had a good time and plenty of fruit. The kindest people I ever met in the South were the Quakers. They would call and see the inmates of the hospital and bring them berries, peaches, custards, and, in fact, everything that the men needed. I was sorry to leave the hospital, for I had found some friends that were friends indeed. Reports were in circulation at home at the time that I was wounded and had died from the effects of my wounds. I had written, but the letters did not reach my friends. On the 26th day of August, I bade farewell to the hospital, never expecting to return. But at Washington, I found that my papers were not made out right, and I must go back to get them rectified. When this was done, I returned to Washington, remained there 3 days, and then started for home. After riding all night and until 4 o'clock the next day, I arrived in Hartford, Connecticut, where I met my wife, and remained there until the next morning, when we started for Springfield. This was the first day of September, 1864, having been away 11 months and 18 days. I worked as a watchman at the water shops in Springfield, Massachusetts, until the spring of 1865, when I was obliged to resign the position on account of the law made by Congress depriving me of my pension if employed by the government. While I was in the Army, I endeavored to do my duty as became a soldier, always trying to do as I was ordered, and doing my whole duty. I was sorry that I could not remain with my regiment. I have fought and suffered for my country, and thank God that the war has closed, and peace once more reigns through the land. And should war again break out, I would willingly sacrifice my other arm, or life if need be, to sustain our liberty and independence. In conclusion, I must say that I am glad to see so many that are mindful of the invalid soldier, and appear to realize what he has sacrificed for their benefit as well as his own. But on the other hand, there are a large number that have made themselves independently rich out of this war, that would see the soldiers starve before they would lend a helping hand. I have often had it said to me, "You draw a pension." My reply is, I do, but what are $15 a month toward supporting a man and wife? It is something to be sure. We are thankful that it is so large. We all feel as though the government was doing all it could for the benefit of its soldiers that have been crippled in its defense. Long may the stars and stripes wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. End of The Empty Sleeve by Henry H. Meacham. Read by John D. Parker.
The Fate of the Beagle by the Reverend V. Marshall Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in August 2024. The Fate of the Beagle by the Reverend V. Marshall Law, from Appleton's Popular Science Monthly, May 1900. On the 27th of December 1831, His Majesty's ship Beagle, a 10-gun brig under the command of Captain Fitzroy R.N., sailed from Devonport, England, on an expedition, the purpose of which was to complete a survey of Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego that had been begun under Captain King, 1826-30, to survey the shores of Chile and Peru, and of some islands in the Pacific, and to carry a chain of chronometrical measurements round the world. The voyage was one of the most memorable ones in the annals of scientific exploration, for, besides the direct results, which, in the condition of geography and natural history at the time, constituted very important additions to knowledge, it carried Charles Darwin, then young and full of the enthusiasm for study that never left him. Mr. Darwin accompanied the expedition on the invitation of its commander, Captain Fitzroy, and with the special sanction of the Lords of the Admiralty, and, as it turned out, next to the captain of the vessel was perhaps the most important member of it. He made it his special business to inquire into the character and method and the reason of all the natural objects and phenomena he saw, examining what was in the sea while they were upon it, and, when they landed, going ashore and studying the geography and geology and life of the region as thoroughly as the time of stay would permit, and collecting no end of notes and specimens as material for future study. Besides his elaborate work giving the full story of the expedition and the details of its scientific results, a book which has ever since been a standard authority and still keeps students in active discussion and investigation, the voyage of the Beagle has to be credited with having supplied the occasion for the composition of the briefer and more popular account which has become one of the classics of English literature. More than this, and vastly transcending it in the importance of its bearing of the future of science, it was while going round the world and observing on the Beagle that those fundamental facts were gathered and stored in Mr. Darwin's mind, which, worked over and developed in after years and compared and combined with subsequently accumulated facts, bore fruit in The Origin of Species and the transformation of science that resulted upon the enunciation of Mr. Darwin's theory of descent. We all regard the association of any object with great events, or with those in which we have great interest, as making it precious. We endow ships with a kind of personality, regard them affectionately, and often speak of them fondly, as if they were real living beings in whom we had an interest. Such feelings we might legitimately entertain with regard to the Beagle, so closely associated with the history we have referred to. Few associations deserve, in fact, to be more highly valued than that of this brig, the Beagle, with Mr. Darwin's books and his theory. It is therefore a matter of legitimate concern to inquire into what was the fate of the famous vessel. The inquiry has been made and is answered by the Rev. V. Marshall Law of Oakland, California, whose account follows. I was lying in my room in Tsukiji, as I had been day after day in 1890, watching the lazy roll of the school ship in the Imperial Naval Academy just a little to the south, when a caller and an old resident, Mr. Arthur Morris, said to me, "I see you have Darwin's old ship, the Beagle, in plain sight out there." "Is that the Beagle?" I asked in great surprise. He assured me that it was, and somehow after he had gone it impressed itself more strongly on my mind the more I thought of it. I lay ill, and part of the time in delirium, for 10 days. When I at last got up, the Beagle was gone. I sent inquiries to the Naval Academy, but no one seemed to know anything about her. As soon as I was able to go out, I lost no time in setting on foot inquiries of the whereabouts of the missing ship. I finally learned that she had probably gone to the Imperial Navy Yard in Yokosuka, about 30 miles from Tokyo. As soon as I was able to travel, we started to go to Yokosuka in search of the missing vessel. Before this, however, I had taken the precaution to put on the track the Englishman Mr. F. W. Hammond, who taught the young Japanese gunnery in the Imperial Naval Academy at Tokyo, and he promised to do all in his power, which in this instance was very great, to help me in my search for the Beagle. To aid him, I gave him the following list of questions, to which he sent me the answers given below months afterward. My questions had gone through the regular naval channels. The answers show how methodical the Japanese are, even if they are slow. In these answers I use their language. Question: how did the Japanese government happen to get the Beagle? Answer: the details of getting are not plainly known, but the Prince of Kagoshima procured it on $75,000, at the 23rd of July, 1st year of Genzi, 1860. Afterward, he offered it to the government at the June of the 3rd year of Genzi. Question. Are there any good photographs of her as she was when a warship? Answer. No, we have no one. Question. Where is the Beagle now? Answer. After out of use, she was applied as a chastising place for seamen at the Yokosuka station, and then was auctioned at the March 22nd year of Genzi. Question. What was the date of her arrival in Japan? Answer. She was received by the Prince of Kagoshima at Nagasaki, July, the 1st year of Genzi. Question. What is her present name? When was her name changed? Answer. At the present this ship has no name in the consequence of out of use, but after procured by the Kagoshima Prince, the name of Beagle was changed into Kenko-kan. Question. Do you know how old this ship is and what she was used for by the British government before the Japanese got her? Answer. She was actually used during 23 years, after which she was put out of use, having been constructed at Liverpool, and we cannot know what she was applied for before got by Japan, but she remained more or less than 1 year in England. Darwin made his famous voyage in her from 1831 to 1836. Question. What is the name of the captain who had charge of her after she became the property of the Japanese government? Answer. Commander Sadakumi Shiba was appointed the acting captain February, 2nd year of Genzi. Commander S. Hamataki from December, 5th year of Genzi. Commander M. Omura from November, 10th year of Genzi. Commander Sadakuni Shiba from December, 11th year of Genzi. Then the last was dismissed on the December in the 14th year of Genzi. Question. In what capacity did the Japanese government use her from the time she arrived up to the time she was dismantled? Answer. She was rated as the 5th class at the November, 4th year of Genzi, then the 4th class, May, the 8th year. We found Yokosuka, and our party was shown every courtesy by the Japanese naval officials, so at last we ran down the Beagle, lying on the shore and showing not a vestige of her proud historic self. She was being torn to pieces, and the parts were sold for old junk. I reflected, as I stood among her spars and chains, her anchors and her capstan, of the significance of the career of the famous vessel, and of her associations with the man whose investigations revolutionized scientific thought and spread consternation, for a time, in the pulpits of the world. The attitude of these pulpits has been modified by reason of those researches, and the blessings of the world and of the Church now follow the author of them, for having shown the way to a juster and more rational conception of the power and purposes of the Creator. End of The Fate of the Beagle by the Reverend V. Marshall Law, from Appleton's Popular Science Monthly, May 1900.
Seurat by Roger Fry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The acquisition by the Tate Gallery through the Courtauld Fund of Seurat's Bathers, the purchase by an American for a high price of the Grand Jatte, the acquisition by the Louvre of the Cirque, and lately an exhibition of his works at the Lefebvre Gallery, all show that Seurat is at last coming into his inheritance. That he has not already done so long ago may at first sight seem surprising. It is due partly to the special character of Seurat's genius, partly to the accident that, just when he might have emerged, Cézanne, himself long overdue, occupied the field to the exclusion of any rival. But now that Cézanne's contribution has practically been assimilated by the artistic consciousness of our day, it is evident that, if we set aside Renoir and Degas, whose work has long been accepted, The other outstanding figure of later 19th century art is that of Seurat. Nonetheless, he will, I think, always make rather a limited appeal. There was in his personality the strangest combination of an extreme sensibility and a devouring intellectual passion. He had indeed what is perhaps a good thing for an artist, more intellect than judgment. He had a passion for reducing the results of sensation to abstract statements, such, for instance, as his well-known formula of the effect of lines in composition, namely, that gaiety is given by lines ascending from the horizontal, calmness by horizontal lines, and sadness by descending lines. Gaiety, by the by, is about the last quality one would predicate of his cirque, which is a deliberate demonstration of the effect of ascending lines. Such abstractions go but a very little way towards explaining the effect of so complex a thing as a pictorial design. Still less can they be made much use of for the creation of such a complex. But it was a peculiarity of Seurat's intense love of method that it was by working along such lines as these that he was able, as it were, to lay by in pigeonholes those actual sensations upon which his sensibility was nourished. Thus he proceeded perpetually by analysis and classification, working out in turn the effective qualities of line, tone, and color. When he came to synthesize, the process almost appeared to him to be a mere logical deduction from the classified data of sensation, a deduction which could be stated by perfectly ascertained and preconceived methods. He is even said to have carried this so far that he was able to work all night in a feeble gaslight, covering his huge canvases with his innumerable dots of color, so exactly was the effect of each of the colors which he had previously mixed ascertained. Nothing can be imagined more deliberate, more preordained than his method, nothing less like that divine afflatus of inspiration with which artists are often credited. And yet inspiration is the word one has to use before such strangely original conceptions as the landscapes shown at the Lefebvre Gallery declare. Who before Seurat ever conceived exactly the pictorial possibilities of empty space? Who ever before conceived that such vast areas of flat unbroken surfaces as we see in the view of Gravelin could become the elements of a plastic design? And yet nothing less empty, pictorially speaking, can be imagined. There is such a tense imaginative conviction in these subtly built-up statements of surface that one guesses that, for Seurat, his definition of the art of painting, as the art of hollowing out a canvas, was so true that the effort of the imagination in cutting away so much material is proportional to the vastness and emptiness of the space thus excavated. And this work is accomplished solely by reason of such a delicate sensibility that it can perceive and hold firm almost infinitesimal changes of value. It is by the accumulation of these almost invisible gradations that the result is obtained. That incredibly laborious technique of a minute pointillé was perhaps the only possible technique that would admit of such subtlety of gradation. This, indeed, seems to me to have been of even greater importance to Seurat's aim than the extra luminosity claimed for it. It alone allowed of a sufficiently slow and tentative approach to the final statement. It alone made evident the slightest changes of tone. Often, indeed, the whole structure of a design is held together by those slight changes of tone which are due to illusion, as when one sees the sky just a little darker when it comes against the lighted edge of a white sail or a building. And yet, for all this close adherence to observation, how unlike anything natural these pictures are! How utterly fixed and immovable everything is! His pictures are alive indeed, but not with the life of nature. He will paint air and almost nothing but air filled with light, but there is no breath in his air. If his designs live and breathe, it is by the tension of the imaginative concentration which they reveal and impel us to share. Seurat is of the lineage of Poussin, and he is as austerely aloof, as detached as he. Seurat's ambition was as vast as his disinterestedness was complete. He attacked and carried through with a kind of inspired and yet unlike patience the most terrifying pictorial problems. to conciliate those fleeting, evanescent atmospheric effects which the Impressionists had noted in their rapid and fluent manner with the most exacting canons of classic composition, and to realize this completely on a large scale by the slow accumulation on the canvas of myriads of minute dots of color, might have deterred anyone but a fanatic. And indeed, there must have been something of a fanatical devotion beneath the vigorous intellect and reserved manner of this strange young man. It was in the bathers that he made the first grand demonstration of his new ideas. The scene is on the Seine, just outside Paris. In the hot summer afternoon, boys recline or sit, naked or partly dressed, on the bank with cast-off clothes and boots scattered on the grass, whilst others are playing in the water. This scene, which for most people contains the hint of some kind of lyrical beauty, is seen by Seurat with an almost inhuman detachment. How natural it would seem to accentuate the beauty of the naked forms by choice of pose or of lighting, how easy to mitigate the banality of boots and trousers. But here everything is given with the same, even, unrelenting, unemphatic precision of statement. There is no bias whatever. The hot haze of the summer afternoon whitens the luminous sky, half veils the distant factories and bridge, and plays over the luminous bodies in the foreground, and no one could render this enveloping light with a more exquisitely tremulous sensibility, a more penetrating observation, or more unfailing consistency than Seurat. But none the less, every contour of the ungainly shirt tucked into the half-drawn-up trousers, or of the boots and socks, is rendered with the same unchanging attention. Yet the effect is neither of lyric beauty, nor of banal or ironic realism. Seurat's aim lies behind and deeper than all such attitudes to the scene. It would be hard to find any word uncoloured enough to describe the mood that this evokes. It is like that which comes to us from some of Piero della Francesca's monumental and motionless groups. It is a mood of utter withdrawal from all the ordinary and all the poetic implications of things into a region of pure and almost abstract harmony. For that indeed is the secret of this great composition, the compelling harmony of all these forms, the so evident inevitability of all its correspondences and correlations. Boots and trousers lose their everyday banality when they are implicated in so close woven a texture of formal harmony, however relentlessly their shapes are defined. One is forced even to rejoice that boots have tabs, so evidently do they have become the key to a whole sequence of rhythmic phrasing, and no less does the beauty and charm of the summer sunshine sink into the background of consciousness and become only another part of the whole color organization. But yet, in spite of the exactitude and vigor of its harmony, this picture retains also something of its quality of immediacy of a thing that was actually seen and seized on by the imagination in a single ecstatic moment. It is just that quality that Seurat's passionate research for abstract principles and scientific method might, one guesses, endanger. With him, the balance between sensibility and doctrine was a delicate one. If the doctrine were to cease to be amenable to constant correction by the sensibility, it might become the predominant partner. Demonstration would replace inspiration, and theory passion. There was certainly a tendency for this to happen towards the end of Seurat's short life. That his sensibility would have regained the upper hand, I do not doubt, but the balance sometimes inclined against it. The fact is that his method, he always called it ma méthode, and any suggestion of infringement of his claim to have originated it moved him to something as near to self-assertiveness as his reserve and self-possession admitted. His method became increasingly his great passion until he came to regard his pictures almost as demonstrations of its validity. In the bathers, the method was not yet fully developed. The color was put on in small dots broken across by dots of other colors, but these colors were already mixed more or less to give the desired tint. He had not yet analyzed the colors into more or less pure notes, which should make up the desired tint by optical mixture. Such a complete analysis implied, of course, much smaller units of color, and this was finally attained by the juxtaposition of small round dots of the pure colors necessary to produce any required resultant. The Grand Jat was the first application of the method in its amended and final form. It presents a world from which life and movement are banished, and all is fixed forever in the rigid frame of its geometry. The Passeuse, which was the most important work of the Lefebvre exhibition, follows closely on that. It is not so ambitious, but even more than with that one feels that it has never quite been seen. The Grand Jat was created by assembling innumerable separate studies, an assembly in which everything took its place according to the principles of harmony which Seurat had elaborated. In the Passeuse, the same method is employed. Seurat has made the same model pose in back, side, and front views in a corner of his room, one side of which is completely filled by the Grand Jat. One feels that the poses have been found in order to fit a preconceived geometric scheme. Certainly the position of every single object and every part of the contour of every object has been calculated to an almost incredible nicety. One cannot move a button or a ribbon without disaster to this amazingly complete and closely knit system. Since Poussin, surely no one has been able to design in such elaborate and perfect counterpoint. But I come back to my feeling that here the harmony has been arrived at almost by trial and error, by a perpetual adjustment and readjustment. I do not mean, of course, that such arrangement and adjustment of one thing to another was the result of any merely intellectual calculation. It needed, in order to succeed, nothing less than Seurat's impeccable sense of the proportion of quantities, of tone and color values, and his marvelous sense of balance of direction. What I mean is that, nonetheless, one feels that at no moment did the rhythmic idea flash into the artist's consciousness as a melody suggests itself to a musician. Still, there it is, a wonderfully strange and original composition, almost disquieting in its fixity. It is a very epitome of his theories of analogy. The analogies run through it even to the minutest details, analogies of form and analogies of color. In color, for instance, the violets, greens, and reds of the Grand Jat find their analogies in the wall, the mounted drawings, and the green garments or bag so carefully hung upon it, and in the bright rust reds of the sofa and parasol. The main idea is of two long uprights, one the central nude, the other the seated nude prolonged into the two upright fingers of the Grand Jat. The picture is thus divided into two exactly equal halves, a bold application of Poussin's favorite practice. One half is occupied by the Grand Jat, the other by the nearly blank wall at right angles to it. This right-hand half has, instead of a third upright, a pyramid into which the seated figure is almost forcibly fitted. The original idea of the central standing nude is to be seen in a very beautiful drawing published in Coquillat's book. It was standing firm with both legs together. But Seurat felt the need of an analogy in the left-hand half of the picture to the pyramid in the right, and has made his model stick out her right leg at an angle which makes it almost exactly parallel with the left-hand side of his pyramid in order to do so. There can be no doubt in my mind that this was right from the point of view of the perfection of the composition, but it has led to a certain meagreness in the drawing of this figure. The volumes here seem wanting in fullness, especially as compared with the surprising beauty and ease of the nude to the left. Just with regard to this central figure, something too literal, something of the unassimilated fact, seems to have persisted. It lacks the great style of most of Seurat's drawing. It is for such reasons that I cannot share the widely expressed opinion of my fellow critics that this is a greater masterpiece than the Bathers. It no doubt represents a further stage in the development of Seurat's method, but it is too much put together. It has lost something of the conviction and immediacy which he had not yet subdued by his science when he did the Bathers, and which still persist in the less ambitious landscapes of this period. I cannot doubt that if he had lived, Seurat would have found a way to put his completed method at the service of his sensibility. What strange revelations his early death deprived us of! Certainly, Les Passeuse shows once more that strange aloofness of Seurat's spirit which we noted in the Bathers, but it is less remarkable here, where the deliberate arrangement by the artist of the model in the studio gives already a certain air of unreality to the thing seen. But the same characteristic of Seurat's attitude awakens an almost disquieting feeling before the later Jeune Femme Sepudran, which was shown by Mr. Paul Rosenberg recently in London. This is indeed one of the strangest pictures I know, so utterly remote is the point of departure from the place to which Seurat carries us. It is as though he had made a bet that he would take the most intractable material possible and yet mould it to his ends. This impossible woman in the grotesque déshabillé of the 80s, surrounded by every horror of gimcrack finery of the period, might have inspired Daumier to a grim satire, Lautrec to an indulgently ironical scherzo half witty and half lyrical, or Degas to a bitter and merciless exposure corrosively epigrammatic. But Seurat treats it with religious solemnity and carries it all into a region of abstract beauty. No Byzantine mosaic, however hieratic, could be more remote than this from all suggestion of la vie parisienne. The design is affirmed with an almost oppressive decision. We are forbidden to imagine the slightest tremor of change in these impeccable contours. By incessant revision, the position of everything has been ascertained down to the minutest fraction. At first it seems to be all surface, contours revealed by spots of pure but elusive color, and then these almost imperceptible changes of color build up for us solid volumes bathed in a faint glowing light. There is scarcely any true contrast, no definite light and shade, and yet, in the end, these volumes assert themselves with overpowering completeness. Nearby, in the French gallery, there hung a large composition of Picasso's representing a mother and child, to which he had given colossal proportions and a preternatural massiveness of limb. To a prolonged gaze, these seemed to become but airy trifles beside the immutable fixity of Seurat's woman. For all its decorative flatness, for all its theoretical and abstract coloring, this is intensely real. But for all its reality, nothing of the original theme, of the thing seen, remains untransmuted. All has been assimilated and remade by the idea. And perhaps this complete transmutation of the theme by the idea is the test of great art. It means that in proportion as a picture attains to this independent reality and inherent significance, the element of illustration drops out altogether and becomes irrelevant. The landscapes seen at the Lefebvre Gallery all belong more or less to the period of complete pointillism, though in some cases his earlier method of small swept brush strokes persists underneath the fine network of dots. Each in its entirely distinct way is, to my mind, a complete and irrefutable discovery. They are all primarily designs of specially considered spaces filled by specially interpreted luminosities and color vibrations. How perfect was his insight into such appearances, and how nice his control of expression, can be realized when we compare the opalescent pearly grays of the Courbevoie with the flaming whiteness of the Gravelines and the dither of sunlight in Laporte. But as beautiful and surprising as any is the Port-en-Bassin, where the shadows of still clouds hanging over the sunlit sea make an exquisite arabesque. This is picked up again by the patterns of the turf on the weathered down of the foreground. When viewed at a short range, this appears as an almost flat pattern design, but retire to the other end of the room, and the plains stretch to infinite distances with almost the effect of an illusion. It is one of the peculiarities of the pointillist method that tones which are so near together as to be indistinguishable close at hand become strongly contrasted when viewed from further off. It is this that enabled Seurat to keep the surface of his canvas so unaccented and yet to produce an almost exaggerated salience and depth of relief. Several of these landscapes fortunately possess their original frames, flat pieces of wood covered by the artist with his interminable spots of color. Again we see his mastery of effect, of contrast, and his exacting logic. The argument, one sees, must have gone somewhat thus. The function of a frame is to cut off the imagined picture space from the actual space of the room. To do this, there should be an equal contrast between frame and picture at every point. But with a gilt frame, the contrast cannot be equal at every point. It is strong where the gilt comes against the dark mass in the picture, weaker when it opposes a light, not to mention the even greater intensity of color contrast which the uniform gold implies. Seurat, therefore, set to work so to paint the frame as that at each point both color and tone contrast should be equal, and one cannot deny that he has succeeded to perfection. Hardly less remarkable is the fact that a precisely similar technique in frame and picture produces in one case a solid flatness, in the other the illusion of recession and distance. Seurat's artistic personality was compounded of qualities which are usually supposed to be opposed and incompatible. On the one hand, his extreme and delicate sensibility; on the other, a passion for logical abstraction and an almost mathematical precision. On the one hand, he accepted the whole body of Impressionist discovery about appearance, even to the point of stating those phenomena which, even while we observe them, we know to be illusory. On the other hand, the mere statement of appearance which so preoccupied the Impressionists has no importance whatever for him. Appearance, as revealed by Impressionist researches, is nothing to him but the raw material out of which he builds, and his building is so purely logical and architectural, so precisely balanced and so nicely proportioned, that the final result is utterly remote from appearance. The question of verisimilitude hardly occurs to one. So little can we refer his pictures to anything outside themselves, so completely does the created reality hold us by the laws of its self-contained system. No doubt, at all times in the history of art, we find that newly discovered data of appearance become the basis for new ventures in design, with a consequent modification and extension of the aesthetic sensibility. What is rare, and what makes Seurat's genius so surprising, is that in the few years of his activity he was able, starting entirely de novo, with the large body of new data which Impressionism supplied, together with his own additional observations on irradiation and the physiological effects of contrast, to create out of that, altogether afresh and without any guiding tradition, so extraordinarily complete an aesthetic system, together with a new technical method, so perfectly adapted to its expression. End of Seurat by Roger Fry.
The Lone Bandit of the Pennsy by John P. Dexter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shades of the Lone Bandits, Perry and Whittrick. A Wild West train hold up in the teeming heart of Pennsylvania, single-handed, and with a successful getaway. That, too, in this year of civilization, 1909. Most amazing, in many ways, of all the 14 great American train robberies told in the Railroad Man's magazine is this, the 15th and final story in this series. Here, almost under our very eyes, is pulled off one of the last, if not the last, of the big deeds of daring of the road agents of the rail. For, meanwhile, the gentle art of train robbery is passing into decline and fall, and the figures of Jesse James, Hedgepeth, Evans, Sontag, Morgan, Searcy, the younger gang, the Wild Bunch, are receding into history. Only the most colossal nerve, aided by equally unusual luck, made possible this latest exploit. It is significant that, even after all the deviltry that marked the palmy days of the old-timers had been resurrected, this robber, in the heart of civilization, got away finally with exactly $65 in nice new Lincoln cents. Never on the lonely plains of the far west was a train held up and looted in a bolder or more sensational manner than was the Pittsburgh and Northern Express on the Pennsylvania Railroad early in the morning of August 31. Never was a lone and audacious robber more woefully sold than the man who pulled off this job. He actually missed getting over $500,000. Lewistown Narrows, where the deed was done, is ideally located for just such a purpose. Threading its serpentine course in and out among the mountains of Pennsylvania, the Juniata River is closely paralleled by the Pennsylvania Railroad. It is one of the most wildly beautiful spots in the Alleghenies. For miles on this side of the river not a house is to be found, though the Narrows is only 53 miles from Harrisburg, the state capital. On one side is the river, on the other are the mountains, rising abruptly and forming a deep, narrow gorge. Old residents of the section on either side of the Narrows recall that the point at which the express was held up was the scene of numerous highway robberies in the days when David Lewis and his band operated in the mountains around Lewistown and Bellefonte. The old state pike from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh passed through the Lewistown Narrows, where the tracks of the Pennsylvania Railroad now run, and Lewis and his highwaymen frequently held up stage coaches bound east or west. They continued to operate from 1814 to 1820, when Lewis and his chief, Lieutenant Connolly, were captured and shot by a posse and the gang dispersed. Since then, for nearly 90 years, no highwayman had dared operate there. That's how daring was this modern holdup. Had the highwayman been the most artistic of theatrical managers, instead of a vagabond but pretty well-educated foreigner, as he seems to have been, he could not more excellently have staged and carried out his plot. A criminal's paradise. The Narrows is a rift between the mountains, some 10 miles in length and not much over 1/8 of a mile in width, with piles upon piles of loose, jagged rocks covered with underbrush, and known under the name of Black Log Mountain. Beside the Juniata River, an artificial bed has been formed for the railroad tracks to rest upon. At many points there is a sheer descent of 30 or 40 feet straight into the river bed. There is only room for the tow path of the Pennsylvania Canal and the old state road between this and the abrupt ascent of Jack's Mountain, one of the highest and most rugged in that section of the state. The lofty mountains, more even than the tangled scrub timber, cast deep, heavy shadows over the tracks at this point until, in the daytime, except when the sun is overhead, they are of almost Stygian darkness. There is absolutely no life in the vicinity after sunset, except the semi-nightly trips of the track walker. Once a criminal gets into the mountain fastness, he can travel far into the Virginias before coming to cleared land. Carried over $500,000. Train number 39 has the reputation, among railroad men who know, of being a treasure train. Nightly it carries from $50,000 to $200,000. Other trains carry more money and valuables than this, but, after all, number 39 is a pretty regular carrier of large sums. At this particular time it was a richer haul than ordinarily. The Pittsburgh and Northern Express, as it is known to the public, leaves Philadelphia shortly after 9 p.m. and Harrisburg at 12:01. On the night of August 31, it was composed of 5 Pullman sleepers filled with passengers and 3 express cars, 2 of which had come up from Washington in the afternoon and had been transferred to the train at Philadelphia, while the other was from that city itself. In one of the Washington express cars were 5 big steel safes crammed full of new banknotes in the denominations mostly of 1s, 2s, and 5s, perhaps something over $500,000. In the Philadelphia express car were shipments of money and bullion to banks farther west, as well as checks and valuable papers to an unknown amount. No one, except the Treasury officials in Washington and St. Louis, knew the combination of the 5 big safes, but the express messenger in the other car knew that of the smaller safe, in which the smaller amounts of bullion and coin were placed. At this particular season of the year, when the East was hurrying crop money to the West to facilitate the handling of the harvests, the train was likely to be a particularly rich haul. Moreover, it was the 31st of the month, and usually there was, also, on this day over $300,000 in the pay envelopes of the Cambria Steel Company of Johnstown for September 1. It so happened, however, that on this night the payroll had been delayed to a later train, but the robber must have known a lot about the inside, as the gang did in the famous Mineral Range holdup. Some years before, on this train it had always been the practice to have a guard with a loaded repeating rifle in the coach behind the express cars. It was his duty to get out and patrol the treasure car whenever a stop was made. But this had been discontinued, and the messengers and baggage men now relied on the carbines in their own cars. All this the robber must presumably have known when he determined, on this dark and overcast night, to hold up number 39. Donnelly hears the torpedo. It was about 1:30 a.m., and the train was running along smoothly at about 50 miles an hour when suddenly Engineer Samuel Donnelly heard what sounded like a torpedo under his engine. He pulled back the throttle and, following the rules, after slowing down, proceeded under control. Then came another explosion more violent than the first, and a whole series of them, shattering the headlight and breaking the windows of the cab. He turned on the emergency brakes, and the wheels were clamped tightly while the train came to an abrupt stop. Donnelly peered out into the darkness ahead, fully expecting to see a wreck. Instead, a gruff voice from behind him rang out sharply, "Get down out of there, quick!" Donnelly turned hastily, only to find himself facing the cold, blue, yawning mouths of 2 automatic revolvers. If they were pointed at you, you would tremble if even a fly walked over the trigger, the kind that will send half a dozen bullets into you in as many seconds. Behind the automatics was a grotesque figure. It was apparently that of a short, stockily built, but very muscular man. From beneath his black slouch hat, a gunny sack hung down, covering his face and even most of his body. Slits were cut in it through which his piercing black eyes snapped sharply. Even the burlap did not tone down the rapid fire of profanity which blazed from his mouth. Donnelly hustled down to the ground as the robber also leaped off the steps of the locomotive. Just then the fireman, Freeman G.D. Willis, came around the engine. He had stepped out at the first sign of trouble to see if anything was wrong with the engine. He hadn't time to report that the headlight had been smashed. "Hands up! Be quick about it!" yelled the highwayman, firing a few shots just for the moral effect. "If either of you say a word before I tell you, I'll kill you both." Then followed a brief parley. "Any mail cars?" "No." "Any express cars?" "Yes." "Any money?" "No." "You lie. Lead me back to them, and be careful." Fortunately, the car containing the safes with the $500,000 was the second in the train. The first car contained the single safe with the smaller amount. The engineer was forced to beat on the door. John W.S. Harper, the express messenger, opened it. "What's the matter up the line?" he drawled, not for a moment dreaming of such a thing as train robbery in Pennsylvania. There was no answer, just the two eloquent open mouths of the automatics. Harper started back to the carbines in the corner, then stopped as if frozen. "If you move again before I tell you to, I'll blow you up. Up with your hands," yelled the robber. "See those dynamite cartridges in my pocket, too, eh?" Lined up the crew. No one cared to trifle with the walking arsenal of death after that. With the utmost alacrity, the engineer and fireman jumped up, under orders, into the car, while the robber followed and lined up all three in the corner farthest from the carbines. Just then the messenger from one of the other cars, T.M. Clayton, stuck his head in the door to find out what was up. He didn't even have time to ask his question, but was expeditiously lined up by the side of the other three. The road agent hadn't really got down to business before up came I.R. Poffenberger, the conductor of the train, swinging his lantern and calling out to know why the train was stopped. "Throw up your hands and get back there," answered the bandit, adding an argument from one of his revolvers while he kept the other slowly swinging back and forth on a level with the fifth ribs of the four men lined up in the car before him. The first shot went through Poffenberger's hand, and as he ducked and ran, a veritable broadside followed him. By a miracle, the shots went through his coat tails and not through him, but so far as the men in the car knew, he was dead as a doornail. At any rate, the highwayman had shown his quality. He was ready to fire at a hostile eye wink. Then he proceeded to take advantage of the few minutes he had in which to do his real work. Under his directions, while the fireman held open a sack, Harper was forced to open the safe and take out the contents. As the highwayman inspected each bag, he determined whether to take it or not, ordering Harper to place it in the bag which Willis held. Some bags of bullion went in, then some bags of currency, and some packages of papers that looked as if they might be bank notes. Bundles, presumably of jewelry, were discarded as too bulky, but everything that looked like money went into the capacious maw of the bag that Willis held. "Right here is whar he broke his molasses jug," as Uncle Remus put it. While no one knew the combinations of the 5 safes of the other car, the bandit might have dynamited them and got a chance at $500,000. In the car he entered, he mistook the heavy bags of uncoined bullion for coin. The bags of what seemed to be gold coin were really nothing but Lincoln pennies. As for the packages that seemed to be treasury notes, they contained nothing but checks and commercial paper. The whole thing made a heavy bundle, more than he could quickly and conveniently carry in his hurry to get away and start the train off again. In fact, the pennies themselves, some 11,000 of them, weighed over 70 pounds, and after you dropped the 2 decimals off, they weren't much of a haul at that. Up the mountain side. "Pick up that bag," he ordered Willis, when it was evident that the safe had been thoroughly looted and that the time was growing short. "Now carry it up this path," he added. Then, as the fireman preceded him up the mountainside, he turned to the engineer. "Now, you go back to the engine, and don't you stop till you get to the next station." After a few minutes' climb, Fireman Willis was told to drop his burden in a thicket. "Good night and good luck," said the bravado. "Get back to your train, if you can. I hope to see you again." Willis was only too glad to return on a run, and more than glad to just scramble aboard the train. Donnelly had been much too cautious to run his train out blindly, but had reconnoitered the track for several yards ahead, finding near the rails a quantity of dynamite large enough to blow up the train, provided he had not stopped just when he did after the second explosion. Indeed, the bandit had intimated that if anything went wrong, he wouldn't hesitate to blow up the train. Not 5 days later, in another part of the state, yeggmen dynamited a train on another road for the purpose of concealing a robbery. The passengers sleep. While all this rapid-fire excitement was taking place up at the head of the train, only 3 or 4 of the most wakeful of the passengers in the sleepers had the slightest inkling of what was going on. Some were for going ahead with conductor Puffenberger and putting up a fight, but most of them dived back into their berths and got exceedingly busy secreting their money and valuables in unlikely places so as to be protected if the trouble extended back into their cars. But the majority of the passengers didn't know a thing about it until they reached Pittsburgh the next morning and reporters approached them for accounts of the holdup. The train was delayed so short a time by the holdup that it came in practically on time. At the first Tower station, Donnelly had stopped long enough to telegraph the news. Train number 39 held up. Masked bandit. Lewistown Narrows. 1:30 this morning. Loss slight. Within an hour, a posse on a special train was on its way from the division headquarters to the Narrows, followed later by Willis. The Pinkertons had been notified and were on their way. The state constabulary had sent out orders to look for the robber. Local and long-distance telephones were buzzing all over the state. Telegraphs were spreading the news to every flag station, and the newspapers were hurrying the story over the land. With the first break of light in the east, the side of the mountain was literally alive with searchers. Suddenly a shout of joy rang out. Only a few 100 feet away from the spot where the fireman had dropped the sack, a bag had been picked up. It was heavy, and the searchers expected to find in it the pennies. They literally yelled when they saw it was the bag of bullion. The robber had made another blunder, and had chosen the bag of pennies rather than the uncoined gold. A few 100 yards farther was found a bag half full of pennies, the seal intact, but the bag slit with a knife. Handfuls of bright new Lincoln cents lay scattered in every direction. Boys were set to work picking them up, and all but about 6,500 were recovered. Even those made quite a load. After the trail of pennies ended, little further was found, except the torn and discarded envelopes of paper and the gunny sack with the eye slits. Even when the bloodhounds, kept for this very purpose by the Baltimore and Ohio at Chillicothe, Ohio, had been brought to this scene and had picked up the scent, it was soon lost. The highwayman had disappeared as completely as if the darkness had swallowed him. The wide-flung net about the scene never gathered him in spite of the score of dogs and over 200 officers and citizens. And so, as usual, it was the little fatal mistakes after the big work had been done successfully that prevented one of the most daring hold-ups in the history of American railroading from being a complete success. Until it actually happened, no railroad or express official would have believed such a thing within the range of possibility on the roadway of any of the great Eastern trunk lines. "There has been nothing like it to occur on any Eastern railway in some 25 years, said one official. "It won't occur again in 25 more. Possibly we have fostered the belief that such a thing could not be done here in the East, and we're not looking for Wild West episodes. End of The Lone Bandit of the Pennsy by John P. Dexter. Read by Brian Fullen.
Seurat by Roger Fry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The acquisition by the Tate Gallery through the Courtauld Fund of Seurat's Bathers, the purchase by an American for a high price of the Grand Jatte, the acquisition by the Louvre of the Cirque, and lately an exhibition of his works at the Lefebvre Gallery, all show that Seurat is at last coming into his inheritance. That he has not already done so long ago may at first sight seem surprising. It is due partly to the special character of Seurat's genius, partly to the accident that, just when he might have emerged, Cézanne, himself long overdue, occupied the field to the exclusion of any rival. But now that Cézanne's contribution has practically been assimilated by the artistic consciousness of our day, it is evident that, if we set aside Renoir and Degas, whose work has long been accepted, the other outstanding figure of later 19th century art is that of Seurat. Nonetheless, he will, I think, always make rather a limited appeal. There was in his personality the strangest combination of an extreme sensibility and a devouring intellectual passion. He had indeed what is perhaps a good thing for an artist, more intellect than judgment. He had a passion for reducing the results of sensation to abstract statements, such, for instance, as his well-known formula of the effect of lines in composition, namely, that gaiety is given by lines ascending from the horizontal, calmness by horizontal lines, and sadness by descending lines. Gaiety, by the by, is about the last quality one would predicate of his Cirque, which is a deliberate demonstration of the effect of ascending lines. Such abstractions go but a very little way towards explaining the effect of so complex a thing as a pictorial design. Still less can they be made much use of for the creation of such a complex. But it was a peculiarity of Seurat's intense love of method that it was by working along such lines as these that he was able, as it were, to lay by in pigeonholes those actual sensations upon which his sensibility was nourished. Thus he proceeded perpetually by analysis and classification, working out in turn the effective qualities of line, tone, and color. When he came to synthesize, the process almost appeared to him to be a mere logical deduction from the classified data of sensation, a deduction which could be stated by perfectly ascertained and preconceived methods. He is even said to have carried this so far that he was able to work all night in a feeble gaslight, covering his huge canvases with his innumerable dots of color, so exactly was the effect of each of the colors which he had previously mixed ascertained. Nothing can be imagined more deliberate, more preordained than his method, nothing less like that divine afflatus of inspiration with which artists are often credited. And yet inspiration is the word one has to use before such strangely original conceptions as the landscapes shown at the Lefebvre Gallery declare. Who before Seurat ever conceived exactly the pictorial possibilities of empty space? Who ever before conceived that such vast areas of flat unbroken surfaces as we see in the view of Gravelin could become the elements of a plastic design? And yet nothing less empty, pictorially speaking, can be imagined. There is such a tense imaginative conviction in these subtly built-up statements of surface that one guesses that, for Seurat, his definition of the art of painting, as the art of hollowing out a canvas, was so true that the effort of the imagination in cutting away so much material is proportional to the vastness and emptiness of the space thus excavated. And this work is accomplished solely by reason of such a delicate sensibility that it can perceive and hold firm almost infinitesimal changes of value. It is by the accumulation of these almost invisible gradations that the result is obtained. That incredibly laborious technique of a minute pointillé was perhaps the only possible technique that would admit of such subtlety of gradation. This, indeed, seems to me to have been of even greater importance to Seurat's aim than the extra luminosity claimed for it. It alone allowed of a sufficiently slow and tentative approach to the final statement. It alone made evident the slightest changes of tone. Often, indeed, the whole structure of a design is held together by those slight changes of tone which are due to illusion, as when one sees the sky just a little darker when it comes against the lighted edge of a white sail or a building. And yet, for all this close adherence to observation, how unlike anything natural these pictures are! How utterly fixed and immovable everything is! His pictures are alive indeed, but not with the life of nature. He will paint air and almost nothing but air filled with light, but there is no breath in his air. If his designs live and breathe, it is by the tension of the imaginative concentration which they reveal and impel us to share. Seurat is of the lineage of Poussin, and he is as austerely aloof, as detached as he. Seurat's ambition was as vast as his disinterestedness was complete. He attacked and carried through with a kind of inspired and yet unlike patience the most terrifying pictorial problems. To conciliate those fleeting, evanescent atmospheric effects which the Impressionists had noted in their rapid and fluent manner with the most exacting canons of classic composition, and to realize this completely on a large scale by the slow accumulation on the canvas of myriads of minute dots of color, might have deterred anyone but a fanatic. And indeed, there must have been something of a fanatical devotion beneath the vigorous intellect and reserved manner of this strange young man. It was in the Bathers that he made the first grand demonstration of his new ideas. The scene is on the Seine, just outside Paris. In the hot summer afternoon, boys recline or sit, naked or partly dressed, on the bank with cast-off clothes and boots scattered on the grass, whilst others are playing in the water. This scene, which for most people contains the hint of some kind of lyrical beauty, is seen by Seurat with an almost inhuman detachment. How natural it would seem to accentuate the beauty of the naked forms by choice of pose or of lighting, how easy to mitigate the banality of boots and trousers. But here everything is given with the same, even, unrelenting, unemphatic precision of statement. There is no bias whatever. The hot haze of the summer afternoon whitens the luminous sky, half veils the distant factories and bridge, and plays over the luminous bodies in the foreground. And no one could render this enveloping light with a more exquisitely tremulous sensibility, a more penetrating observation, or more unfailing consistency than Seurat. But none the less, every contour of the ungainly shirt tucked into the half-drawn-up trousers, or of the boots and socks, is rendered with the same unchanging attention. Yet the effect is neither of lyric beauty, nor of banal or ironic realism. Seurat's aim lies behind and deeper than all such attitudes to the scene. It would be hard to find any word uncoloured enough to describe the mood that this evokes. It is like that which comes to us from some of Piero della Francesca's monumental and motionless groups. It is a mood of utter withdrawal from all the ordinary and all the poetic implications of things into a region of pure and almost abstract harmony. For that, indeed, is the secret of this great composition, the compelling harmony of all these forms, the so evident inevitability of all its correspondences and correlations. Boots and trousers lose their everyday banality when they are implicated in so close woven a texture of formal harmony, however relentlessly their shapes are defined. One is forced even to rejoice that boots have tabs, so evidently do they have become the key to a whole sequence of rhythmic phrasing, and no less does the beauty and charm of the summer sunshine sink into the background of consciousness and become only another part of the whole colour organization. But yet, in spite of the exactitude and vigour of its harmony, this picture retains also something of its quality of immediacy of a thing that was actually seen and seized on by the imagination in a single ecstatic moment. It is just that quality that Seurat's passionate research for abstract principles and scientific method might, one guesses, endanger. With him, the balance between sensibility and doctrine was a delicate one. If the doctrine were to cease to be amenable to constant correction by the sensibility, it might become the predominant partner. Demonstration would replace inspiration and theory passion. There was certainly a tendency for this to happen towards the end of Seurat's short life. That his sensibility would have regained the upper hand, I do not doubt, but the balance sometimes inclined against it. The fact is that his method, he always called it ma méthode, and any suggestion of infringement of his claim to have originated it moved him to something as near to self-assertiveness as his reserve and self-possession admitted. His method became increasingly his great passion until he came to regard his pictures almost as demonstrations of its validity. In the bathers, the method was not yet fully developed. The color was put on in small dots broken across by dots of other colors, but these colors were already mixed more or less to give the desired tint. He had not yet analyzed the colors into more or less pure notes, which should make up the desired tint by optical mixture. Such a complete analysis implied, of course, much smaller units of color, and this was finally attained by the juxtaposition of small round dots of the pure colors necessary to produce any required resultant. The Grand Jatte was the first application of the method in its amended and final form. It presents a world from which life and movement are banished, and all is fixed forever in the rigid frame of its geometry. The Passeuse, which was the most important work of the Lefebvre exhibition, follows closely on that. It is not so ambitious, but even more than with that one feels that it has never quite been seen. The Grand Jatte was created by assembling innumerable separate studies, an assembly in which everything took its place according to the principles of harmony which Seurat had elaborated. In the Passeuse, the same method is employed. Seurat has made the same model pose in back, side, and front views in a corner of his room, one side of which is completely filled by the Grand Jatte. One feels that the poses have been found in order to fit a preconceived geometric scheme. Certainly the position of every single object and every part of the contour of every object has been calculated to an almost incredible nicety. One cannot move a button or a ribbon without disaster to this amazingly complete and closely knit system. Since Poussin, surely no one has been able to design in such elaborate and perfect counterpoint. But I come back to my feeling that here the harmony has been arrived at almost by trial and error, by a perpetual adjustment and readjustment. I do not mean, of course, that such arrangement and adjustment of one thing to another was the result of any merely intellectual calculation. It needed, in order to succeed, nothing less than Seurat's impeccable sense of the proportion of quantities, of tone and color values, and his marvelous sense of balance of direction. What I mean is that, nonetheless, one feels that at no moment did the rhythmic idea flash into the artist's consciousness as a melody suggests itself to a musician. Still, there it is, a wonderfully strange and original composition, almost disquieting in its fixity. It is a very epitome of his theories of analogy. The analogies run through it even to the minutest details, analogies of form and analogies of color. In color, for instance, the violets, greens, and reds of the Grand Jatte find their analogies in the wall, the mounted drawings, and the green garments or bag so carefully hung upon it, and in the bright rust reds of the sofa and parasol. The main idea is of two long uprights, one the central nude, the other the seated nude prolonged into the two upright fingers of the Grand Jatte. The picture is thus divided into two exactly equal halves, a bold application of Poussin's favorite practice. One half is occupied by the Grand Jatte, the other by the nearly blank wall at right angles to it. This right-hand half has, instead of a third upright, a pyramid into which the seated figure is almost forcibly fitted. The original idea of the central standing nude is to be seen in a very beautiful drawing published in Coquillat's book. It was standing firm with both legs together. but Seurat felt the need of an analogy in the left-hand half of the picture to the pyramid in the right, and has made his model stick out her right leg at an angle which makes it almost exactly parallel with the left-hand side of his pyramid in order to do so. There can be no doubt in my mind that this was right from the point of view of the perfection of the composition, but it has led to a certain meagreness in the drawing of this figure. The volumes here seem wanting in fullness, especially as compared with the surprising beauty and ease of the nude to the left. Just with regard to this central figure, something too literal, something of the unassimilated fact, seems to have persisted. It lacks the great style of most of Seurat's drawing. It is for such reasons that I cannot share the widely expressed opinion of my fellow critics that this is a greater masterpiece than the Bathers. It no doubt represents a further stage in the development of Seurat's method, but it is too much put together. It has lost something of the conviction and immediacy which he had not yet subdued by his science when he did the Bathers, and which still persist in the less ambitious landscapes of this period. I cannot doubt that if he had lived, Seurat would have found a way to put his completed method at the service of his sensibility. What strange revelations his early death deprived us of! Certainly, Les Peseuses shows once more that strange aloofness of Seurat's spirit which we noted in the Bathers, but it is less remarkable here, where the deliberate arrangement by the artist of the model in the studio gives already a certain air of unreality to the thing seen. But the same characteristic of Seurat's attitude awakens an almost disquieting feeling before the later Jeune Femme Sepoudron, which was shown by Mr. Paul Rosenberg recently in London. This is indeed one of the strangest pictures I know, so utterly remote is the point of departure from the place to which Seurat carries us. It is as though he had made a bet that he would take the most intractable material possible and yet mould it to his ends. This impossible woman in the grotesque déshabillé of the 80s, surrounded by every horror of gimcrack finery of the period, might have inspired Daumier to a grim satire, Lautrec to an indulgently ironical scherzo half witty and half lyrical, or Degas to a bitter and merciless exposure corrosively epigrammatic. But Seurat treats it with religious solemnity and carries it all into a region of abstract beauty. No Byzantine mosaic, however hieratic, could be more remote than this from all suggestion of la vie parisienne. The design is affirmed with an almost oppressive decision. We are forbidden to imagine the slightest tremor of change in these impeccable contours. By incessant revision, the position of everything has been ascertained down to the minutest fraction. At first it seems to be all surface, contours revealed by spots of pure but elusive color, and then these almost imperceptible changes of color build up for us solid volumes bathed in a faint glowing light. There is scarcely any true contrast, no definite light and shade, and yet, in the end, these volumes assert themselves with overpowering completeness. Nearby, in the French gallery, there hung a large composition of Picasso's representing a mother and child, to which he had given colossal proportions and a preternatural massiveness of limb. To a prolonged gaze, these seemed to become but airy trifles beside the immutable fixity of Seurat's woman. For all its decorative flatness, for all its theoretical and abstract coloring, this is intensely real. But for all its reality, nothing of the original theme, of the thing seen, remains untransmuted. All has been assimilated and remade by the idea. And perhaps this complete transmutation of the theme by the idea is the test of great art. It means that in proportion as a picture attains to this independent reality and inherent significance, the element of illustration drops out altogether and becomes irrelevant. The landscapes seen at the Lefebvre Gallery all belong more or less to the period of complete pointillism, though in some cases his earlier method of small swept brush strokes persists underneath the fine network of dots. Each in its entirely distinct way is, to my mind, a complete and irrefutable discovery. They are all primarily designs of specially considered spaces, filled by specially interpreted luminosities and color vibrations. How perfect was his insight into such appearances, and how nice his control of expression, can be realized when we compare the opalescent pearly grays of the Courbevoie with the flaming whiteness of the Gravelines and the dither of sunlight in Le Port. But as beautiful and surprising as any is the Port-en-Bassin, where the shadows of still clouds hanging over the sunlit sea make an exquisite arabesque. This is picked up again by the patterns of the turf on the weathered down of the foreground. When viewed at a short range, this appears as an almost flat pattern design, but retire to the other end of the room, and the plains stretch to infinite distances with almost the effect of an illusion. It is one of the peculiarities of the pointillist method that tones which are so near together as to be indistinguishable close at hand become strongly contrasted when viewed from further off. It is this that enabled Seurat to keep the surface of his canvas so unaccented, and yet to produce an almost exaggerated salience and depth of relief. Several of these landscapes fortunately possess their original frames, flat pieces of wood covered by the artist with his interminable spots of color. Again we see his mastery of effect of contrast and his exacting logic. The argument, one sees, must have gone somewhat thus. The function of a frame is to cut off the imagined picture space from the actual space of the room. To do this, there should be an equal contrast between frame and picture at every point. But with a gilt frame, the contrast cannot be equal at every point. It is strong where the gilt comes against the dark mass in the picture, weaker when it opposes a light, not to mention the even greater intensity of color contrast which the uniform gold implies. Seurat, therefore, set to work so to paint the frame as that at each point both color and tone contrast should be equal, and one cannot deny that he has succeeded to perfection. Hardly less remarkable is the fact that a precisely similar technique in frame and picture produces in one case a solid flatness, in the other the illusion of recession and distance. Seurat's artistic personality was compounded of qualities which are usually supposed to be opposed and incompatible. On the one hand, his extreme and delicate sensibility; on the other, a passion for logical abstraction and an almost mathematical precision. On the one hand, he accepted the whole body of impressionist discovery about appearance, even to the point of stating those phenomena which, even while we observe them, we know to be illusory. On the other hand, the mere statement of appearance which so preoccupied the Impressionists has no importance whatever for him. Appearance, as revealed by Impressionist researches, is nothing to him but the raw material out of which he builds, and his building is so purely logical and architectural, so precisely balanced and so nicely proportioned, that the final result is utterly remote from appearance. The question of verisimilitude hardly occurs to one. So little can we refer his pictures to anything outside themselves, so completely does the created reality hold us by the laws of its self-contained system. No doubt, at all times in the history of art, we find that newly discovered data of appearance become the basis for new ventures in design, with a consequent modification and extension of the aesthetic sensibility. What is rare, and what makes Seurat's genius so surprising, is that in the few years of his activity he was able, starting entirely de novo, with the large body of new data which Impressionism supplied, together with his own additional observations on irradiation and the physiological effects of contrast, to create out of that, altogether afresh and without any guiding tradition, so extraordinarily complete an aesthetic system, together with a new technical method, so perfectly adapted to its expression. End of Seurat, by Roger Fry.
Of the Green Children, by William of Newburgh, translated by the Reverend Joseph Stevenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nor does it seem right to pass over an unheard-of prodigy which, as is well known, took place in England during the reign of King Stephen. Though it is asserted by many, yet I have long been in doubt concerning the matter, and deemed it ridiculous to give credit to a circumstance supported on no rational foundation, or at least one of a very mysterious character. Yet, at length, I was so overwhelmed by the weight of so many and such competent witnesses that I have been compelled to believe and wonder over a matter which I was unable to comprehend or unravel by any powers of intellect. In East Anglia there is a village, distant, as it is said, 4 or 5 miles from the noble monastery at Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk, of the blessed king and martyr Edmund. Near this place are seen some very ancient cavities called wolf pits, that is, in English, pits for wolves, and which give their name to the adjacent village of Walpet, a market town. During harvest, while the reapers were employed in gathering in the produce of the fields, 2 children, a boy and a girl, completely green in their persons and clad in garments of a strange colour and unknown materials, emerged from these excavations. While wandering through the fields in astonishment, they were seized by the reapers and conducted to the house of Sir Richard de Carne, and many persons coming to see so novel a sight, they were kept some days without food. But when they were nearly exhausted with hunger, and yet could relish no species of support which was offered to them, it happened that some beans were brought in from the field, which they immediately seized with avidity, and examined the stalk for the pulse. But, not finding it in the hollow of the stalk, they wept bitterly. Upon this, one of the bystanders, taking the beans from the pods, offered them to the children, who seized them directly and ate them with pleasure. By this food they were supported for many months, until they learnt the use of bread. At length, by degrees, they changed their original colour, through the natural effect of our food, and became like ourselves, and also learnt our language. It seemed fitting to certain discreet persons that they should receive the sacrament of baptism, which was administered accordingly. The boy, who appeared to be the younger, surviving his baptism but a little time, died prematurely. His sister, however, continued in good health, and differed not in the least from the women of our own country. Afterwards, as it is reported, she was married at Lynn, and was living a few years since, at least so they say. Moreover, after they had acquired our language, on being asked who and whence they were, they are said to have replied, "We are the inhabitants of the land of St. Martin, who is regarded with peculiar veneration in the country which gave us birth." Being further asked where that land was, and how they came thence hither, they answered, "We are ignorant of both those circumstances. We only remember this, that on a certain day when we were feeding our father's flocks in the fields, we heard a great sound, such as we are now accustomed to hear at St. Edmund's when the bells are chiming. And whilst listening to the sound in admiration, we became on a sudden, as it were, entranced, and found ourselves among you in the fields where you were reaping. Being questioned whether in that land they believed in Christ, or whether the sun arose, they replied that the country was Christian and possessed churches. But, said they, The sun does not rise upon our countrymen. Our land is little cheered by its beams. We are contented with that twilight which among you precedes the sunrise or follows the sunset. Moreover, a certain luminous country is seen not far distant from ours, and divided from it by a very considerable river. These and many other matters, too numerous to particularize, they are said to have recounted to curious inquirers. Let everyone say as he pleases, and reason on such matters according to his abilities. I feel no regret at having recorded an event so prodigious and miraculous. End of The Green Children by William of Newburgh, translated by the Reverend Joseph Stevenson.
Our present and future policy in the Holy Land, from Palestine, the Land of Three Faiths, by Philip Graves. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In their manifestos, appeals, and propagandist publications, the Arabs of Palestine, and not these Arabs only, continually accuse the British government of having betrayed the Arab cause. We have been guilty, according to the more rhetorical of these appeals, of ingratitude towards a people which has made great sacrifices on our behalf. But what are the facts? We have supported those Arab chiefs who assisted us out of our war-strained budget and by political action up to the limits of political and financial prudence. It might indeed be urged that we have overstepped these limits, more particularly in making Emir Faisal king of Iraq, when we knew that such a step would only meet with lukewarm approval in Mesopotamia and would arouse apprehension and annoyance in France. We have striven to promote Arab unity, but Arab action has at times made our efforts appear ridiculously unsuccessful, as in 1920 when the protégé of the India Office, Abdulaziz ibn Saud, went to war with the protégé of the Foreign Office, King Hussein of the Hejaz. We have made our mistakes, but we have at least accomplished more in 5 years than the Turks in 500. By our encouragement of education through the medium of Arabic, we have given Arabic culture a fresh start in Palestine and Iraq after centuries of stagnation and neglect. We have familiarized the Arabs with a system of justice which is superior to anything which they experienced under the Turks. We have supported Arab claims to Mosul, though our support involved us in danger of war. Above all, we have aided the Arabs, who could not have succeeded without us, to expel the Turks from the whole Arabian Peninsula, and we have expelled them ourselves with limited Arab aid, except in Transjordania from the provinces inhabited by Arabs. We have given Transjordania very large autonomy. We have made extensive political concessions in Egypt and Iraq. We have given Palestine a constitution which some members of the British Labour Party are alleged to find too liberal. Whatever our mistakes in detail, our general policy towards the Arabs has been creditable to our reputation as a liberal power. Our difficulties in Palestine have been caused less by the Balfour Declaration than by the interpretation thereof. Whether in view of the events of the last 5 years its original wording was ideally perfect is an inactual consideration. It might have been better worded, it might have been worse worded, but one cannot honestly blame the British government for adopting a somewhat vague and elastic formula at a moment when the future was far from clear. That this formula was not more precise is proof enough, if proof were needed, that the War Cabinet was not acting under Zionist duress when it agreed to the publication of the Balfour Declaration. The Zionists, as Ashadham has pointed out, desired another formula, more precise, more in accordance with the aspirations of political Zionism. But when the declaration had been published, it was the duty of the British government to take the necessary measures to prevent its being interpreted by Arabs or by Jews in a manner contrary to the British official interpretation. The government's interpretation of the phrase, the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, differed toto cello from that which was at first adopted by the Zionist organization, and for long inspired the activities of the Zionist executive in the Holy Land. Why did the British government wait until June 1922 before giving, so to speak, a ruling as to what its interpretation was? Why did it fail to intervene at an earlier date and insist that no interpretation but its own must guide Zionist activities in Palestine? There were two causes of inactivity. Someone at an early stage in the peace negotiations at Versailles suggested to Mr. Lloyd George that the East could wait. This fatal formula appears to have charmed the opportunist Prime Minister. Within a few months after the murderous armistice, it had become distressingly clear that, except in South Russia, where we were destined to waste energy and wealth, which, if expended in Turkey, would have given us a favorable peace, our policy in the Near East was inspired not by memories of Gladstone or Beaconsfield, but by the considerations which guided Mr. Wilkins Micawber. We waited passively for something to turn up to our advantage. Nothing turned up. We then called on Greece to settle the Turkish question, with results that were disagreeable to ourselves and disastrous to her. A positive policy, whether Gladstonian or Disraelian, would have saved us the humiliation of Lausanne. Another cause of our silence as to the meaning of the Balfour Declaration was the government's overestimation of the strength of the Zionist movement. The Zionist organization represents what is probably the strongest party in Jewry. It claims to have 1 million subscribing members, but it is not the only Jewish force that counts. Leaving out of account the many Jews in Eastern Europe who are frankly more interested in the teachings of Karl Marx than in those of the law and the prophets, there are a large number of Jews in America and in Western Europe whom the professionals of Zionism have sometimes accused of being anti-Zionist and have sometimes dubbed assimilationists, who would have shown far more interest in Palestine had they not been alarmed by the political Zionists. If even Dr. Weizmann and other Zionist leaders were obliged, at times, to play to the extremist gallery and talk political Zionism, and moderate Zionists whose ideal was not a Jewish Palestine but a strong and prosperous Jewish community in Palestine were unable to persuade the extreme element to adopt a more moderate policy, how much more were the non-Zionist but not anti-Zionist Jews repelled by the excesses of the extremists? Unfortunately for Zionism, the silence of the British government was very naturally interpreted as implying a tacit consent to the political interpretation of the phrase "a national home." By its long inaction, the British government alarmed moderate Jews who realized the difficulties that stood in the way of the Judaization of Palestine, Arabs who were naturally convinced that it supported the extremists, and many British observers of the situation in the Near East, who foresaw what a crop of troubles the extremists in Palestine were sowing for themselves, and still more for the eventual mandatory. Finally, the British administration in Palestine became seriously alarmed at the results of the conduct of the Zionist executive. The report of the Commission of Inquiry into the Jaffa disturbances was its first open counter to the political Zionists in Palestine. It was severely criticized by many Jews in England and elsewhere, who, suffering from the touchiness of their race, read into its pages an anti-Zionism or even anti-Semitism, which were not really to be discovered there. But it opened the eyes of many British Jews, and of still more non-Jews, to the danger of permitting an obvious misinterpretation of the Balfour Declaration to guide the policy of the Zionist leaders in Palestine. Even so, 2 years more elapsed before the British government did what it ought to have done 3 years previously, and gave its ruling. It had at last realized that the East could not wait indefinitely, and that the Zionist organization, however strong, was neither so wise nor so wealthy nor so united as to be able to solve the Palestinian problem without guidance and control. But the harm which our rulers' inertia and their mistaken estimate of the power and resources of Zionism had done persists and will persist for some time to come. Maladies caused by long neglect are not to be cured by a single dose. One of the most disagreeable results of our errors of omission has been their effect upon public opinion in England. To the real satisfaction caused by our conquest of Palestine and by the Balfour Declaration has succeeded a disappointment tinged at times with anti-Semitism. A noisy section of the press clamors for our repudiation of the Balfour Declaration and for the evacuation of Palestine. Pessimism is as illogical as optimism, and to treat the Balfour Declaration as a scrap of paper because the late government's omission to explain what it meant caused it to be misinterpreted in action by many Zionists and consequently misunderstood by many Arabs would be a sin against logic as well as against political honesty. One might as well demand the repeal of an originally badly drafted law after it had been redrafted because it had been misunderstood in its original form. We have been guilty of so many betrayals in the last few years. Betrayals of Irish loyalists, of old Turks, of White Russians, of Greeks and Armenians in Turkey, that some of our press kings perhaps think that another betrayal will make no difference. But we should find, if we tore up the Balfour Declaration, that we have lost our reputation for fair dealing, not only among the Zionists, but among great numbers of Jews who do not belong to the Zionist organization, but regard Zionism of the non-political variety as a desirable ideal. We should lose much American Jewish support, not to be despised in a country where the Irish and German elements are strong. We should drive many Eastern Jews, whom the conditions of their existence force to be either strongly nationalist or strongly internationalist, either Zionist or Bolshevist, into the communist camp. We should gain no prestige among our actual or potential enemies. Would Trotsky or Mustafa Kemal be more ready to come to terms with us because we had repudiated our promises to a minority? Our errors have been errors of omission, but they have led to errors of commission on the part of the Zionists. But it is unfair to blame them to the extent to which they have been blamed for mistakes for which they are not alone responsible. The recent improvement in the relations between the Zionist executive in Palestine and the administration indicates that they can learn from experience as well as Gentiles, and augurs well for the future relations between the mandatory power and the Jewish minority in Palestine. We have no right, after all, to blame them for their frequent lack of political instinct. Mr. Ussishkin has been a sad failure, but the Oriental proverb that one defeat is more valuable than 1,000 words of advice may prove, and one hopes will prove, applicable to the Zionist executive in the future. And if some of the reports concerning its future composition are well-founded, Palestinian Zionism will at last be led by men of wisdom and moderation. No doubt some of the young men from the east of Europe will not show the civic sense and the affection for political compromise that they might have displayed had they been educated in Manchester instead of Lodz. No doubt there will be exhibitions of tactfulness on the part of overzealous young patriots which will tax the patience of the British official. But so far our officials in Palestine have shown that they possess this most difficult of the political virtues, and one need not fear that they will take the follies of political youth too seriously unless they are really dangerous to the public peace. But now that the leaders of Zionism have realized that by the Balfour Declaration and by the Mandate, Great Britain has committed herself to a very delicate and quite unprecedented political experiment, viz. The partial colonization of conquered country with settlers belonging neither to the conquered nor to the conquering race, in such a manner as not to injure the political and other rights of the native population, and have understood that the British government means to carry out this experiment on certain lines from which it will not deviate, there are good reasons for giving them fresh political credit. The British Empire can honorably work for the realization of Ashad Ham's hope that Palestine will be a national spiritual center of Judaism, to which all Jews will turn with affection and which will bind all Jews together, a center of study and learning, of language and literature, of bodily work and spiritual purification, a true miniature of the people of Israel as it ought to be, so that every Hebrew in the dispersion will think it a privilege to behold just once the center of Judaism, and when he returns home will say, if you wish to see the genuine type of a Jew, whether it be a rabbi or a scholar, or a writer, a farmer, or an artist, or a businessman, then go to Palestine and you will see it. We cannot, and it may be hoped that we shall not, support any policy hostile to Arab rights and favorable to Zionist political domination over an Arab majority. On this head, the Church's statement of our policy in Palestine and its acceptance by Mr. Weizmann are most reassuring. Though of late the Zionist executive in Palestine has given no ground for the suspicions which its former policy naturally aroused, both among British officials and Arabs, it will be necessary, in view of what has occurred, to keep a vigilant watch upon the activities of Jewish extremist elements. At present, there is little or nothing to fear from even the wildest of their labor men, but one cannot help feeling nervous as to the possible results in Palestine of the formation of a Labour government in England as a result of the next elections. If such a government followed the line already taken as regards immigration, that is to say, continued to limit it to the numbers which the available land in the local labour market could absorb without difficulty, then well and good. But if it were to abolish all restriction on Jewish immigration, in deference to pressure from American and European Zionists, among whom many are trades unionists and socialists, a couple of bad harvests, a few Arabo-Jewish incidents, the entry of even small numbers of communists from Russia, determined to wreck the Palestine experiment by provoking religious riots, and there is no country where such riots can be more easily provoked, might cause a serious political disaster. No doubt, it would be easy enough to suppress an outbreak on the part of Jewish Bolshevists or Arab fanatics by the appropriate military measures, but the moral injury to our reputation in the East and to our worldwide prestige as mandatory of the Holy Land would be impressively disastrous. The Arabs, in their turn, must realize that it is only through cooperation with moderate Zionism that they can hope to see Palestine prosper both economically and culturally. Only Jewish capital is likely to enter Palestine in any abundance, and although the country can become far richer than it now is, it will never be an Egypt. Without Jewish interest in the Holy Land, without Jewish aid, can the Palestinian Arabs play any worthy part in the modern world? Again, some of their fears seem as baseless as the hopes of the extremer Zionists. They are in general a healthy race. Now that conscription has disappeared with the Turks, now that malaria, the scourge of their land, is decreasing and will eventually disappear, they are a prolific race. Their rate of increase is already at least 13 per thousand annually, a high figure in these days of birth control and stationary populations. And do they, and for that matter, do the political Zionists realize what it would cost the Zionists to import and settle 50,000 families or 200,000 souls on the land in Palestine? At present, assuming that the country could receive and feed them, which it cannot, it would cost £60 million, and even then the Jewish population would be less than half as numerous as the Arab. So self-evident is this to anyone who takes the trouble to study the facts, that one is sometimes tempted to take an abominably cynical view of the Arab agitation and ascribe it to a deep-laid scheme of blackmail. But this is unfair to the Arabs. They are moved in some cases by unworthy motives, but they cannot be blamed for having made certain deductions from the long silence of the British government and from the policy of the Zionist executive in Palestine during that long silence, and for being for the present disinclined to take our assurances as to the meaning of the Balfour Declaration at their face value. And we must be patient with them, even if the Islamo-Christian Party still continues to boycott the elections. We must remember that certain arguments in favor of Zionism do not appeal to the Muslim mind, least of all the argument which justifies the opening of Palestine to Jewish colonization by citing Israel's historic right. Muslim peoples have very little historical sense and take extraordinarily little interest in the history of non-Muslim communities. For them, the history of the world begins to be important in the year of the Hejira, AD 622, and nothing that preceded that date matters much to the true believer. Much time must elapse before the Palestinian Arabs, who are not the most advanced of their race, accept such arguments as valid, and we and the Zionists will be well advised to lay more stress on the material advantages to the Arab of Zionist cooperation than on the rights or claims of the Jew to a share in Palestine. And in this connection, may I suggest that we have neglected propaganda among the masses. The Arab peasant generally derives such political ideas as he possesses from the local notable, who is not always qualified to play the part of Sir Oracle to the public advantage. Cannot we compete with him? Meanwhile, we have no right to be impatient with the Arabs, whether Muslim or Christian, because some of their propaganda is outrageously mendacious, and because they have become distrustful of our policy. The errors, not of the colonial office nor of the local administration, but of the last cabinet, have aroused this distrust, and we cannot blame a people whose experience of foreign government has been uniformly bad for saying to themselves, well, after all, let us wait and see whether the English mean what they say. Of course, if the turbulent elements again riot, we must suppress these riots by force, but one may hope that they will not repeat the stupidity of 1921. But, in the long run, it is the British people that will count most in the solution of the Palestinian problem. Its chief danger at the present moment arises out of its war weariness, which renders it more liable than in the past to be stampeded by a political or press agitation. It is also affected, to a slight extent, by the anti-Semitic attitude of certain political groups, and by a vague idea that Zionists, being Jews, may also turn out to be Bolshevists. It is unfortunate that the political crimes of financial misdeeds of Jews who have nothing whatever to do with Zionism should be visited on Zionists by unreflecting or prejudiced opinion. It is singular that some of our diehards, who are furiously anti-Catholic when Ireland is concerned, should be so ready to absorb Catholic propaganda when it is directed against Zionism, and should raise no outcry when the Vatican suggests that the majority of the commission to be appointed to study the question of the holy places, see Chapter 3, and the rights of religious communities therein, should be representatives of various Catholic communities. Do the Greek and the other Eastern churches no longer count in the world? But anti-Semitism, like Bolshevism, is a protean force, and, like Bolshevism, attacks war-weary organisms. One need not expect it to be a permanent factor in our political life. But this malady should be watched while it persists, for none produces more curious political hallucinations among its subjects. The cry for the evacuation of Palestine by Great Britain is, of course, raised on grounds of economy. We are gravely informed that our poverty is such that we cannot pay for the honor of guarding the Holy Land and the most sacred shrines of the Western world. Those who raise this cry appear inaccessible to those sentimental considerations which so moved the common man when Jerusalem was liberated from the Turk, and which still, in spite of war weariness and disillusion, have the power to move our people. They cannot respond to the appeals of the sense of religious or historical decency, or of the emotion of national pride. But do they realize what would be the material results of evacuation? Is it probable, to begin with, that France or Italy would remain passive spectators of the confusion which would follow and perhaps accompany our retreat? Can we expect Signor Mussolini to adopt a detached attitude towards a state of affairs which would speedily jeopardize the interests and the lives of Italian subjects and congregations? For, let there be no mistake about this, the evacuation of Palestine would speedily be followed by disorders, which in their turn would degenerate into racial and religious strife. Such strife might be less violent had we not made ourselves responsible for the Balfour Declaration, but litera scripta manet. The first aim of any Arab administration would be the expulsion of as many Jewish officials and Jewish settlers as possible, and the blackmail of those who remained. None of the Arab leaders has power outside his own township. It is doubtful whether any of them could keep the turbulent elements in order for long. Sooner or later, the country, unable to maintain a decent gendarmerie, penniless, a prey to feuds, would get out of hand, and the Jews would be generally attacked. And how long would the relatively wealthy Arab Christians be immune? And would European protests protect European residents and the shrines of Jerusalem against plunder and outrage? Emir Abdullah might intervene. He is not yet fully master in his own house and is exposed to Wahhabi attack. And what of his finances? Where would he find the funds for the pacification of Palestine? Again, it is argued that the League of Nations would obligingly relieve us of the burden and responsibility of Palestine. What force does the League of Nations possess? What does a League of Nations without Germany, Russia, and the United States representing Christendom? And how can a league, mainly composed of non-Muslim and generally strongly Christian states, expect to carry any more moral weight in the Muslim world than a mainly Muslim league would carry in Christendom? Be it remembered, too, that the League has committed itself to a support of Zionism and would therefore be as suspect to the still dominant anti-Zionist element among the Arabs as we have become, owing to our long failure to explain what our support of Zionism involved and what form of Zionism we supported, and would have less power by far to maintain order. Should we evacuate, it is far more probable that after a period of anarchy and bloodshed, French, Italians, or Turks would establish themselves in Palestine than that the League of Nations would take over a task which it is not organized to fulfill. What then would be our position on the Suez Canal? We have pledged ourselves sooner or later to withdraw our forces from the lower valley of the Nile into the canal zone. Until the world becomes safe for peace, we shall need a better background for those forces than the arid waste of the Sinai. And what of our airline through Egypt, Palestine, and Mesopotamia to India, perhaps farther, to which, strangely enough, some of our advocates of the policy of withdrawal attach such importance? How are we to maintain a British air route to India and one day to Australia if we surrender its stages? By treaties with which of the Arab kinglets or kings with opposition who would pullulate in the Middle East if we withdrew prematurely, or with their eventual supplanters, Wahhabis, Turks, or Bolshevists? We may yet have to face a threat against the canal, which is the spinal cord of our empire, and the troops who will guard the most vital point on our line of communications with our Eastern Empire and our Australasian fellow citizens of the British Commonwealth, will need to have a land behind them, not a sandhill. We cannot allow any potentially hostile power to establish itself in Palestine within easy air distance of the Suez Canal. Palestine is necessary to us until the League of Nations represents America and all Europe, until it has acquired the moral support of Islamic Asia and can guarantee, as far as it is humanly possible to guarantee, that there will be no more war in the Near East. So we must have a land behind our canal garrisons, but it must be a quiet land, a moral and military and financial asset, not a liability. By supporting moderate Zionism, we may gain the one. By supporting political Zionism, we shall be saddled with the other. By abandoning moderate Zionism, we shall gain nothing, not even financial relief, for quite apart from the moral loss which we shall incur by taking such a step, we shall be burdened with the support of a country which has lost one of its chief sources of revenue. By abandoning Palestine altogether, we shall cause an international scandal. We shall go down to history as the people who, to save $1 million or so a year for a few years, broke all our promises and allowed the Holy Land, barely redeemed from an incompetent tyranny, to fall back into a worse disorder than even the Turks created. We shall also discover too late that an economy in the hand is not always worth a war in the bush. Our course is surely clear. We must plod on, patiently and perseveringly, on the road which we seem to have at last discovered, realizing that more haste spells less speed in the East, but also realizing that even the East is no more unchanging, aiding all moderate men of goodwill, whether Hebrew or Arab, to combine their efforts for Palestine and working for that Semitic synthesis in the Holy Land in which the Jew will play the part to which his most Jewish leaders aspire, the part of intermediary and perhaps one day of mediator between West and East. But let us be honest with our own people and tell them plainly and fully why we are in Palestine and why we must guard the bridgehead. And of our present and future policy in the Holy Land. From Palestine, the Land of Three Faiths, by Philip Graves.
Some Practical Applications of Psychology in Government, by Harold F. Gosnell. Printed in the American Journal of Sociology, May 1923, Volume 28, Number 6. Page 735 to 743. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Some Practical Applications of Psychology in Government. Harold F. Gosnell, Department of Political Science, University of Chicago. Psychological tests and methods have proved useful in solving some concrete problems arising in the courts, in the state institutions, in the army, in the civil service, and in the schools. These governmental agencies can use to good effect the general intelligence tests in classifying persons brought to them, and they can use some of the specialized tests that have been worked out for particular purposes. The perfection of tests of emotional, volitional, and moral traits would be a great aid to public administration. Psychology might also be applied to the analysis of the election process and to the development of qualification tests for electors. Students of government should therefore endeavor to cooperate with the psychologists, the educators, the psychiatrists, and the personal experts. In discussing the material of political reasoning, Graham Wallace said, "We must aim at finding as many relevant and measurable facts about human nature as possible, and we must attempt to make them all serviceable in political reasoning." For more than 30 years, the psychologists have been busy in their laboratories investigating human traits and measuring the variability of human behavior. They are by no means united in the interpretation of what they have done, but they have developed an attitude and a technique which has proved useful in solving certain concrete problems which have been brought to them by workers in other fields. Physicians, educators, employment managers, and others have found various phases of the work of the psychologists directly applicable in solving their special problems. In this paper, an endeavour will be made to show some of the practical applications of psychology that have been made or can be made in connection with the following government agencies. 1. The courts of law. 2. Charitable and correctional institutions. 3. The Army and Navy. 4. The civil service. 5. The schools. 6. The electorate. For some time, recognition has been given to the psychological problems that arise in connection with the work of the courts. During the past 100 years, lawyers, jurists, and psychologists have shown great interest in the psychology of testimony. Within recent years, experimental psychologists like Stern, Munsterberg, Binet, and others have shown that the testimony of witnesses who wish to be truthful is not necessarily reliable. It has also been demonstrated that a leading or suggestive question may be the cause of considerable error in testimony. In Europe, Professor Hans Gross, and in this country, Dean Wigmore, have done much to make the findings of the psychologists of direct value in understanding and reconstructing legal procedure. While the psychologists have made mainly negative contributions in the work of evaluating testimony, they have made some positive achievements in connection with the examination of accused persons. The practice of making mental examinations of defendants began in the Juvenile Court of Chicago in 1909 under the direction of Dr. Healy, a physician in charge of a privately endowed psychopathic institute. When he started, the methods of testing mental traits were crude and had to struggle against many prejudices. Nevertheless, his work became so widely recognized that it was taken over by the government, and now no juvenile court of any importance is without its mental examiner. While the methods employed by the various clinics and examiners differ widely, it is fairly well established that the standardized intelligence tests based upon the principles of the Binet scale can detect low grades of mental ability, and that the methods employed by the psychiatrists can reveal abnormal mental conditions. In juvenile courts, many of the technicalities of ordinary court procedure have been dispensed with, and a great general examination of the defendant, including a psychological examination, has been substituted. Not only in the juvenile courts, but also in the adult criminal and police courts, the value of a mental examination and a personality study has been recognized. It is true that the mass of adult cases show greater differentiation than do the juvenile cases, and the Binet tests are not suited for the examination of adults. But in spite of these and other difficulties, the mental testing of adult criminals has progressed. In cooperation with the penologists, the psychologists are undermining some of the traditional theories of crime and punishment. The work of the psychological clinics has been of sufficient value to convince Judge Arnold of the Chicago Juvenile Court that in cases of crime punishable by imprisonment, the question of responsibility should not be submitted to a jury, but that the sentence imposed should be based upon a study of the offender by experts. For all practical purposes, this is already the procedure in the juvenile courts. The psychologists have been working upon tests for deception, and if these tests are ever perfected so that they can be used upon witnesses and defendants, there may be ground for changes in all branches of the law. Up to the present time, however, the practical value of such tests has not been demonstrated. The charitable and correctional institutions have just as much use as the courts for psychological clinics to diagnose the cases which are brought to them for treatment. Psychopathic laboratories established in connection with such institutions have demonstrated that there is a close relation between vagrancy, non-support, prostitution, crimes of violence, and abnormal mental conditions. No State Department of Public Welfare is now considered up to date if it does not have a Bureau of Mental Hygiene. Not only in classifying the unfortunates, but in their training and education, the psychopathologists have made important advances. Passing from the use of psychology in penal, correctional, and charitable institutions, let us take up the uses of psychology in connection with problems of military organization. One of the most striking services rendered by the psychologists during the late war was the development of a so-called general intelligence examination, which furnished a rough basis for classifying all recruits. The nature of the Army Alpha Group examination is now a matter of common notoriety. Over 1,700,000 officers and men were given intelligence ratings on the basis of this, or one of the other psychological examinations. Never before had a mental examination been administered on so vast a scale. In actual practice, the tests were used to select the mentally inferior for special assignments in development battalions, or for discharge, and to discover men of superior intelligence to send to the officers' training schools or to other special schools. Considering the need for haste, the tests were of immediate and practical value. It was never claimed by the psychologist that the general intelligence examination offered a complete analysis of the qualities needed in war. A method of analyzing the intangible qualities which count so highly in military service was devised by Dr. W. D. Scott in the form of an officer's rating scale. This scale set out and described the following qualities as important in the selection and promotion of officers: physical qualities, intelligence, leadership, personal qualities, and general value to the service. The essence of the system was the man-to-man comparison made by the rating officer. While this method of analyzing human traits does little more than systematize the subjective impressions of associates, the Army officers generally agree that it gave a more accurate and dependable index of efficiency than any other system they had examined or used. Besides contributing to the solution of some of the general personal problems of the Army, the psychologists devised tests to detect ability for particular military tasks. Among these, the tests for aviators were noteworthy. Intelligence tests and psychophysical tests were worked out which, taken as a whole, proved to be of considerable value in predicting flying ability. In the Navy, the Dodge test for the selection and training of gun pointers proved to be a brilliant success. Tests for prospective telegraphers, signalmen, and lookout men were also worked out and verified by the experimental method. Another important contribution was the development of the Army trade tests. While the subject matter which made up these tests was gathered from many occupations, the technique of standardizing the material and of applying the tests was supplied by the psychologists. The trade tests proved to be of great value in separating men claiming trade ability into 4 classes according to their proficiency. A different sort of psychological problem was tackled by the Committee on Problems of Emotional Stability, Fear and Self-Control. The psychiatrists and the psychologists combined to suggest methods which would be useful in discovering psychopathic or neuropathic tendencies and such emotional instability as might result in a breakdown under the strain of war. The psychologists also cooperated in a general way with the morale branch of the Army. In addition to considering some of the problems of military efficiency, the psychologists took up some of the problems of incapacity, shell shock, and re-education. Following the medical officer's prescription for curative work, each patient was given a special interview and a psychological examination. Recommendations were then made as to the patient's future occupation and immediate training. During and since the war, some wonderful advances have been made in occupational therapy. The problems which confront a civil service commission are not widely different from those which confronted the personal officer of the Army. A civil service commission can therefore make good use of a general intelligence examination to eliminate at the outset candidates of low-grade mental ability and to mark those of superior ability. Already a few examples of such use of the tests have been reported. In 1916, a trial of the Stanford-Binet test was made in selecting men for positions on the fire and police forces of San Jose, California. Those who stood low upon the test were rejected without further consideration. In 1917, the candidates for the position of duty sheriff in Los Angeles County, California, were examined in a similar fashion. Since the war, the Army Alpha examination was given to the employees of the United States Civil Service Commission, and the results were found to agree fairly closely with the Civil Service examination grades. The members of the police forces of Cleveland and Detroit were examined in the same way. In Detroit, the police lieutenants stood lower in the intelligence examination than did the patrolmen, and length of service correlated negatively with intelligence ratings. Professor Thornstone explained this result by arguing that the brighter patrolmen go into other more attractive occupations rather than await promotion. At any rate, the Police Department of Detroit, after further examination with more accurate service ratings, decided to submit all applicants for positions on the force to a complete psychiatric test, by which it hoped to eliminate all unfit candidates and to have indicated all candidates of unusual ability. The general intelligence examinations, however, furnish only a rough basis for classification, and the civil service administrators, like the army personnel officers and the employment managers, can profitably urge the development of specialized vocational tests. Considering the large number of clerical workers in the government service, the aptitude and proficiency tests for clerical workers that have been worked out by employment psychologists like Link should have found immediately useful. An experiment with 150 Hollerith card punchers in a New York post office showed that a specially devised psychological examination was far more accurate in predicting ability to do this particular kind of work than the ordinary civil service examination that had been in use. The Bureau of Public Personnel Administration of the Institute for Government Research began in 1922 to study the positions of patrolman, fireman, postal clerk carrier, and junior clerk with a view to working out special vocational tests. The Bureau is also attempting to determine the equivalent of high school and college education in terms of mental maturity, a matter with which civil service commissions have been struggling for some years. The program of the Bureau is in accord with the prevailing view that the qualities needed for the lower grades of the civil service can be objectively measured in some of their features, although the psychologists have not yet worked out tests of general executive ability which give satisfactory results. While the applications of psychology in the civil service are for the most part yet to be made, psychology as applied in the field of education has a long and interesting past. Only one phase of the vast field of educational psychology can be touched upon here. The success of the Army intelligence tests in picking out the men who were better able than their fellows to learn new duties quickly has led some educators to propose that the intelligence tests be applied in selecting, at any age, those who are to be the latter leaders of the nation. This proposal assumes that the influence of education is narrowly circumscribed by inherent capacities, and that the intelligence tests are a good measure of this native ability. If these assumptions are correct, then, as Professor Beagle points out, the ideals of democracy are wrong, and there is little use in trying to raise the general intelligence of the great mass of citizens by a system of compulsory education, furnishing equal opportunities for all. At the present time, the psychologists are divided upon this issue. In a learned symposium on the subject, 17 psychologists gave 17 different views. Some held that the abilities measured by the tests were for the most part acquired, while others held that they were largely native. The opponents of the determinist view have pointed out that the leadership depends upon many qualities besides those which are measured by the general intelligence tests. Attempts have been made to measure some of the elementary volitional, emotional, and moral traits, but this work is as yet in its early experimental stages. The teachers have, however, systematized to some extent the estimates which they made of their pupils. In the Teachers' College, Columbia University, a rating scale for measuring the importance of habits of good citizenship in the elementary school lists a number of suggested criteria. The results of an ingenious experiment carried on with a limited number of Boy Scouts seems to show that ideals and attitudes have an important function in the control of human conduct, and that direct training may have some effect on raising standards. Educational psychology throws some light upon the psychological factors involved in the election process. Assuming that the soldiers who were given the Army intelligence examination are a fair sample of the electorate, it is clear that there is a tremendous amount of variability in the mental makeup of the voting population. 30% of the drafted men were illiterate. These statistics has confirmed the misgivings by some people regarding democracy. The statement is often paraded that the average American has a mental age of about 14 years. Such a statement is inaccurate and misleading. Mental age is simply the average performance of some California school children of given ages with the Stanford Binet tests. It was assumed that intelligence, or the capacities measured by the tests, matured at the age of 16. On the other hand, it has not been established that intelligence stops maturing at any given age, nor is it clear that the concept of mental age can be usefully applied when speaking of adults. If the number of voters is going to be limited by a literacy test, then something can be said for calling in the psychologists to help devise ways and means. An intelligence test may be no better than a literacy test in picking out good citizens. But if the political scientists can never work out the qualities of good citizenship, then some psychological examination might be devised which would be more useful than a literary test in weeding out undesirable voters. In 1920, an examination was worked out by a psychologist to measure the results of a citizenship training course in the Army. This examination was made up of a series of questions raising some of the fundamental problems of democratic government. In 1922, another psychologist devised a test of information and judgment on international affairs. It may be that the information and the kind of reasoning measured by these tests are not important in the election process. Graham Wallace and Walter Lippmann have pointed out that suggestion plays a more important part in deciding elections than does argument. The psychologist may measure the various kinds of suggestive influences. Already one has investigated the relative influence of majority and expert opinion. He came to the conclusion that on some questions the suggestive power of majority opinion was greater than that of expert opinion. In studying the technique of voting, the psychologist might also be of aid. The schools and universities could be used as experimental ground for this work. Up to the present time, the main contributions of psychology to government work have been made in the fields of law, penology, public health, military science, and education. Some applications of the psychological technique can be made at once by civil service administrators, and a useful test of citizenship may possibly be worked out along psychological lines. The tendency at present is to take extreme views regarding the practical use of psychology. Some are over-enthusiastic and others are unduly skeptical. Without becoming a psychologist, the student of government can profit from the advances which have been made and have been made in the knowledge of how people act, of how human nature may be judged, and of how others may be influenced. The psychologists cannot hope to become specialists in the field of government any more than they can hope to become specialists in the various other fields where they have been called in to do consulting work. The political scientists must formulate the problems in his field and then endeavor to secure the cooperation of the psychologists, the educators, the psychopathologists, and the personal experts. The combined efforts of the workers in these various fields may at some future time produce the science of politics. And of Some Practical Applications of Psychology in Government by Harold F. Gosnell, recorded by Leon Harvey.
President Obama's Farewell Address, January 10, 2017, by Barack Obama. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The President. Hello, Chicago. Applause. It's good to be home. Applause. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Applause. All right, everybody sit down. Applause. We're on live TV here. I've got to move. Applause. You can tell that I'm a lame duck because nobody is following instructions. Laughter. Everybody have a seat. Applause. My fellow Americans. Applause. Michelle and I have been so touched by all the well wishes that we've received over the past few weeks. But tonight it's my turn to say thanks. Applause. Whether we have seen eye to eye or rarely agreed at all, my conversations with you, the American people, in living rooms and in schools, at farms, on factory floors, at diners, and on distant military outposts, these conversations are what have kept me honest, and kept me inspired, and kept me going. And every day I've learned from you. You made me a better president, and you made me a better man. Applause. So I first came to Chicago when I was in my early 20s, and I was still trying to figure out who I was, still searching for a purpose in my life. And it was a neighborhood not far from here where I began working with church groups in the shadow of closed steel mills. It was on these streets where I witnessed the power of faith and the quiet dignity of working people in the face of struggle and loss. Audience, 4 more years, 4 more years, 4 more years. The President, I can't do that. Audience, 4 more years, 4 more years, 4 more years. The President. This is where I learned that change only happens when ordinary people get involved, and they get engaged, and they come together to demand it. After 8 years as your president, I still believe that. And it's not just my belief. It's the beating heart of our American idea, our bold experiment in self-government. It's the conviction that we are all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's the insistence that these rights, while self-evident, have never been self-executing, that we, the people, through the instrument of our democracy, can form a more perfect union. What a radical idea! A great gift that our founders gave to us. The freedom to chase our individual dreams through our sweat and toil and imagination, and the imperative to strive together as well to achieve a common good, a greater good. For 240 years, our nation's call to citizenship has given work and purpose to each new generation. It's what led patriots to choose republic over tyranny, pioneers to trek west, slaves to brave that makeshift railroad to freedom. It's what pulled immigrants and refugees across oceans and the Rio Grande. Applause. It's what pushed women to reach for the ballot. It's what powered workers to organize. It's why GIs gave their lives at Omaha Beach and Iwo Jima, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and why men and women from Selma to Stonewall were prepared to give theirs as well. Applause. So that's what we mean when we say America is exceptional. Not that our nation has been flawless from the start, but that we have shown the capacity to change and make life better for those who follow. Yes, our progress has been uneven. The work of democracy has always been hard. It's always been contentious. Sometimes it's been bloody. For every 2 steps forward, it often feels we take 1 step back. But the long sweep of America has been defined by forward motion, a constant widening of our founding creed to embrace all and not just some. Applause. If I told you 8 years ago that America would reverse a Great Recession, reboot our auto industry, and unleash the longest stretch of job creation in our history, applause. If I told you that we would open up a new chapter with the Cuban people, shut down Iran's nuclear weapons program without firing a shot, take out the mastermind of 9/11, applause. If I told you that we would win marriage equality and secure the right to health insurance for another 20 million of our fellow citizens, applause. If I told you all that, you might have said our sights were set a little too high. But that's what we did. Applause. That's what you did. You were the change. You answered people's hopes, and because of you, by almost every measure, America is a better, stronger place than it was when we started. Applause. In 10 days, the world will witness a hallmark of our democracy. Audience. No! No, 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 no. The peaceful transfer of power from one freely elected president to the next. Applause. I committed to President-elect Trump that my administration would ensure the smoothest possible transition, just as President Bush did for me. Applause. Because it's up to all of us to make sure our government can help us meet the many challenges we still face. We have what we need to do so. We have everything we need to meet those challenges. After all, we remain the wealthiest, most powerful, and most respected nation on earth. Our youth, our drive, our diversity and openness, our boundless capacity for risk and reinvention means that the future should be ours. But that potential will only be realized if our democracy works, only if our politics better reflects the decency of our people. Applause. Only if all of us, regardless of party affiliation or particular interests, help restore the sense of common purpose that we so badly need right now. That's what I want to focus on tonight, the state of our democracy. Understand, democracy does not require uniformity. Our founders argued. They quarreled. Eventually they compromised. They expected us to do the same. But they knew that democracy does require a basic sense of solidarity, the idea that for all our outward differences, we're all in this together, that we rise or fall as one. Applause. There have been moments throughout our history that threatens that solidarity. And the beginning of this century has been one of those times. A shrinking world, growing inequality, demographic change, and the specter of terrorism, these forces haven't just tested our security and our prosperity, but are testing our democracy as well. And how we meet these challenges to our democracy will determine our ability to educate our kids and create good jobs and protect our homeland. In other words, it will determine our future. To begin with, our democracy won't work without a sense that everyone has economic opportunity. And the good news is that today the economy is growing again. Wages, incomes, home values, and retirement accounts are all rising again. Poverty is falling again. Applause. The wealthy are paying a fairer share of taxes, even as the stock market shatters records. The unemployment rate is near a 10-year low. The uninsured rate has never, ever been lower. Applause. Healthcare costs are rising at the slowest rate in 50 years. And I've said, and I mean it, if anyone could put together a plan that is demonstrably better than the improvements we have made to our healthcare system, and that covers as many people at less cost, I will publicly support it. Applause. Because that, after all, is why we serve, not to score points or take credit, but to make people's lives better. Applause. But for all the real progress that we've made, we know it's not enough. Our economy doesn't work as well or grow as fast when a few prosper at the expense of a growing middle class, and ladders for folks who want to get into the middle class. Applause. That's the economic argument. But stark inequality is also corrosive in our democratic ideal. While the top 1% has amassed a bigger share of wealth and income, too many families in inner cities and in rural counties have been left behind. The laid-off factory worker, the waitress or healthcare worker who's just barely getting by and struggling to pay the bills, convinced that the game is fixed against them, that their government only serves the interests of the powerful. That's a recipe for more cynicism and polarization in our politics. But there are no quick fixes to this long-term trend. I agree our trade should be fair and not just free. But the next wave of economic dislocations won't come from overseas. It will come from the relentless pace of automation that makes a lot of good middle-class jobs obsolete. And so we're going to have to forge a new social compact to guarantee all our kids the education they need. Applause. To give workers the power to unionize for better wages, to update the social safety net to reflect the way we live now, and make more reforms to the tax code so corporations and individuals who reap the most from this new economy don't avoid their obligations in the country that's made their very success possible. Applause. We can argue about how to best achieve these goals, but we can't be complacent about the goals themselves, for if we don't create opportunity for all people, the disaffection and division that has stalled our progress will only sharpen in years to come. There's a second threat to our democracy, and this one is as old as our nation itself. After my election, there was talk of a post-racial America, and such a vision, however well intended, was never realistic. Race remains a potent and often divisive force in our society. Now, I've lived long enough to know that race relations are better than they were 10 or 20 or 30 years ago, no matter what some folks say. Applause. You can see it not just in statistics, you see it in the attitudes of young Americans across the political spectrum. But we're not where we need to be, and all of us have more work to do. Applause. If every economic issue is framed as a struggle between a hard-working white middle class and an undeserving minority, then workers of all shades are going to be left fighting for scraps while the wealthy withdraw further into their private enclaves. Applause. If we're unwilling to invest in the children of immigrants just because they don't look like us, we will diminish the prospects of our own children, because those brown kids will represent a larger and larger share of America's workforce. Applause. And we have shown that our economy doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. Last year, incomes rose for all races, all age groups, for men and for women. So if we're going to be serious about race going forward, we need to uphold laws against discrimination in hiring and in housing, and in education, and in the criminal justice system. Applause. That is what our Constitution and our highest ideals require. Applause. But laws alone won't be enough. Hearts must change. It won't change overnight. Social attitudes oftentimes take generations to change. But if our democracy is to work in this increasingly diverse nation, then each one of us need to try harder to heed the advice of a great character in American fiction, Atticus Finch. Applause. Who said, "You never really understand a person until you consider things from his point of view, till you climb into his skin and walk around in it." For blacks and other minority groups, it means tying our very real struggles for justice to the challenges that a lot of people in this country face, not only the refugee or the immigrant or the rural poor or the transgender American, but also the middle-aged white guy who, from the outside, may seem like he's got advantages, but has seen his world upended by economic and cultural and technological change. We have to pay attention and listen. Applause. For white Americans, it means acknowledging that the effects of slavery and Jim Crow didn't suddenly vanish in the 60s. Applause. That when minority groups voice discontent, they're not just engaging in reverse racism or practicing political correctness. While they wage peaceful protest, they're not demanding special treatment, but the equal treatment that our founders promised. Applause. For native-born Americans, it means reminding ourselves that the stereotypes about immigrants today were said, almost word for word, about the Irish and Italians and Poles, who it was said were going to destroy the fundamental character of America. And as it turned out, America wasn't weakened by the presence of these newcomers. These newcomers embraced this nation's creed, and this nation was strengthened. Applause. So regardless of the station that we occupy, we all have to try harder. We all have to start with the premise that each of our fellow citizens loves this country just as much as we do, that they value hard work and family just like we do, that their children are just as curious and hopeful and worthy of love as our own. Applause. And that's not easy to do. For too many of us, it's become safer to retreat into our own bubbles, whether in our neighborhoods or on college campuses or places of worship, or especially our social media feeds, surrounded by people who look like us and share the same political outlook and never challenge our assumptions. The rise of naked partisanship and increasing economic and regional stratification, the splintering of our media into a channel for every taste, all this makes this great sorting seem natural, even inevitable. And increasingly we become so secure in our bubbles that we start accepting only information, whether it's true or not, that fits our opinions, instead of basing our opinions on the evidence that is out there. Applause. And this trend represents a third threat to our democracy. But politics is a battle of ideas. That's how our democracy was designed. In the course of a healthy debate, we prioritize different goals and the different means of reaching them. But without some common baseline of facts, without a willingness to admit new information and concede that your opponent might be making a fair point and that science and reason matter, applause, then we're going to keep talking past each other and we'll make common ground and compromise impossible, applause. And isn't that part of what so often makes politics dispiriting? How can elected officials rage about deficits when we propose to spend money on preschool kids, but not when we're cutting taxes for corporations? Applause. How do we excuse ethical lapses in our own party, but pounce when the other party does the same thing? It's not just dishonest, this selective sorting of the facts. It's self-defeating, because as my mother used to tell me, Reality has a way of catching up with you. Applause. Take the challenge of climate change. In just 8 years, we halved our dependence on foreign oil. We've doubled our renewable energy. We've led the world to an agreement that has the promise to save this planet. Applause. But without bolder actions, our children won't have time to debate the existence of climate change. They'll be busy dealing with its effects. More environmental disasters, more economic disruptions, waves of climate refugees seeking sanctuary. Now we can and should argue about the best approach to solve the problem, but to simply deny the problem not only betrays future generations, it betrays the essential spirit of this country, the essential spirit of innovation and practical problem solving that guided our founders. Applause. It is that spirit born of the Enlightenment that made us an economic powerhouse, the spirit that took flight at Kitty Hawk and Cape Canaveral, the spirit that cures disease and put a computer in every pocket. It's that spirit of faith in reason and enterprise and the primacy of right over might that allowed us to resist the lure of fascism and tyranny during the Great Depression, that allowed us to build a post-World War II order with other democracies, an order based not just on military power or national affiliations, but built on principles, the rule of law, human rights, freedom of religion and speech and assembly, and an independent press. Applause. That order is now being challenged, first by violent fanatics who claim to speak for Islam, more recently by autocrats in foreign capitals who see free markets and open democracies and civil society itself as a threat to their power. The peril each poses to our democracy is more far-reaching than a car bomb or a missile. It represents the fear of change, the fear of people who look or speak or pray differently, a contempt for the rule of law that holds leaders accountable, an intolerance of dissent and free thought, a belief that the sword or the gun or the bomb or the propaganda machine is the ultimate arbiter of what's true and what's right. Because of the extraordinary courage of our men and women in uniform, because of our intelligence officers and law enforcement and diplomats who support our troops, applause, no foreign terrorist organization has successfully planned and executed an attack on our homeland these past 8 years. Applause. And although Boston and Orlando and San Bernardino and Fort Hood remind us of how dangerous radicalization can be, our law enforcement agencies are more effective and vigilant than ever. We've taken out tens of thousands of terrorists, including bin Laden. Applause. The global coalition we're leading against ISIL has taken out their leaders and taken away about half their territory. ISIL will be destroyed, and no one who threatens America will ever be safe. Applause. And to all who serve or have served, it has been the honor of my lifetime to be your commander-in-chief, and we all owe you a deep debt of gratitude. Applause. By protecting our way of life, that's not just the job of our military. Democracy can buckle when we give in to fear. So just as we, as citizens, must remain vigilant against external aggression, we must guard against a weakening of the values that make us who we are. Applause. That's why for the past 8 years I've worked to put the fight against terrorism on a firmer legal footing. That's why we've ended torture, worked to close Gitmo, reformed our laws governing surveillance to protect privacy and civil liberties. Applause. That's why I reject discrimination against Muslim Americans, who are just as patriotic as we are. Applause. That's why we cannot withdraw from our big global fights to expand democracy and human rights and women's rights and LGBT rights. No matter how imperfect our efforts, no matter how expedient ignoring such values may seem, that's part of defending America. For the fight against extremism and intolerance and sectarianism and chauvinism are of a piece with the fight against authoritarianism and nationalist aggression. If the scope of freedom and respect for the rule of law shrinks around the world, the likelihood of war within and between nations increases, and our own freedoms will eventually be threatened. So let's be vigilant, but not afraid. Applause. ISIL will try to kill innocent people, but they cannot defeat America unless we betray our Constitution and our principles in the fight. Applause. Rivals like Russia or China cannot match our influence around the world unless we give up what we stand for. Applause. And turn ourselves into just another big country that bullies smaller neighbors. Which brings me to my final point. Our democracy is threatened wherever we take it for granted. Applause. All of us, regardless of party, should be throwing ourselves into the task of rebuilding our democratic institutions. Applause. When voting rates in America are some of the lowest among advanced democracies, we should be making it easier, not harder, to vote. Applause. When trust in our institutions is low, we should reduce the corrosive influence of money in our politics and insist on the principles of transparency and ethics in public service. Applause. When Congress is dysfunctional, we should draw our congressional districts to encourage politicians to cater to common sense and not rigid extremes. Applause. But remember, none of this happens on its own. All of this depends on our participation, on each of us accepting the responsibility of citizenship, regardless of which way the pendulum of power happens to be swinging. Our Constitution is a remarkable, beautiful gift, but it's really just a piece of parchment. It has no power on its own. We the people give it power. Applause. We the people give it meaning, with our participation and with the choices that we make and the alliances that we forge. Applause. Whether or not we stand up for our freedoms, whether or not we respect and enforce the rule of law, that's up to us. America is no fragile thing, but the gains of our long journey to freedom are not assured. In his own farewell address, George Washington wrote that self-government is the underpinning of our safety, prosperity, and liberty. But, quote, from different causes and from different quarters, much pains will be taken to weaken in your minds the conviction of this truth, unquote. And so we have to preserve this truth with, quote, jealous anxiety, unquote. That we should reject, quote, the first dawning of every attempt to alienate any portion of our country from the rest or to enfeeble the sacred ties, unquote, that make us one. Applause. America, we weaken those ties when we allow our political dialogue to become so corrosive that people of good character aren't even willing to enter into public service, so coarse with rancor that Americans with whom we disagree are seen not just as misguided, but as malevolent. We weaken those ties when we define some of us as more American than others, when we write off the whole system as inevitably corrupt, and when we sit back and blame the leaders we elect without examining our own role in electing them. Applause. It falls to each of us to be those anxious, jealous guardians of our democracy, to embrace the joyous task we have been given to continually try to improve this great nation of ours. Because of our outward differences, we in fact all share the same proud title, the most important office in a democracy. Citizen. Applause. Citizen. So, you see, that's what our democracy demands. It needs you, not just when there's an election, not just when your own narrow interest is at stake, but over the full span of a lifetime. If you're tired of arguing with strangers on the internet, try talking with one of them in real life. Applause. If something needs fixing, then lace up your shoes and do some organizing. Applause. If you're disappointed by your elected officials, grab a clipboard, get some signatures, and run for office yourself. Applause. Show up. Dive in. Stay at it. Sometimes you'll win. Sometimes you'll lose. Presuming a reservoir of goodness in other people, that can be a risk. And there will be times when the process will disappoint you. But for those of us fortunate enough to have been a part of this work and to see it up close, let me tell you, it can energize and inspire. And more often than not, your faith in America and in Americans will be confirmed. Applause. Mine sure has. Over the course of these 8 years, I've seen the hopeful faces of young graduates and our newest military officers. I've mourned with grieving families searching for answers and found grace in a Charleston church. I've seen our scientists help a paralyzed man regain his sense of touch. I've seen wounded warriors, who at points were given up for dead, walk again. I've seen our doctors and volunteers rebuild after earthquakes and stop pandemics in their tracks. I've seen the youngest of children remind us, through their actions and through their generosity, of our obligations to care for refugees or work for peace, and, above all, to look out for each other. Applause. So that faith that I placed all those years ago, not far from here, in the power of ordinary Americans to bring about change, that faith has been rewarded in ways I could not have possibly imagined. And I hope your faith has too. Some of you here tonight or watching at home, who were there with us in 2004, in 2008, 2012, applause, maybe you still can't believe we pulled this whole thing off. Let me tell you, you're not the only ones. Laughter. Michelle, applause. Michelle LaVaughn Robinson, girl of the South Side, applause. For the past 25 years, you have not only been my wife and mother of our children, you have been my best friend. Applause. You took on a role you didn't ask for and made it your own, with grace and with grit and with style and good humor. Applause. You made the White House a place that belongs to everybody. Applause. And the new generation sets its sights higher because it has you as a role model. Applause. So you have made me proud, and you have made the country proud. Applause. Malia and Sasha, under the strangest of circumstances, you have become 2 amazing young women. You are smart and you are beautiful, but more importantly, you are kind and you are thoughtful and you are full of passion. Applause. You wore the burden of years in the spotlight so easily. Of all that I've done in my life, I'm most proud to be your dad. Applause. To Joe Biden, applause, the scrappy kid from Scranton who became Delaware's favorite son. You were the first decision I made as a nominee, and it was the best. Applause. Not just because you have been a great vice president, but because in the bargain I gained a brother. And we love you and Jill like family, and your friendship has been one of the great joys of our lives. Applause. To my remarkable staff, for 8 years, and for some of you a whole lot more, I've drawn from your energy, and every day I tried to reflect back what you displayed, heart and character and idealism. I've watched you grow up, get married, have kids, start incredible new journeys of your own. Even when times get tough and frustrating, you never let Washington get the better of you. You guarded against cynicism. And the only thing that makes me prouder than all the good we've done is the thought of all the amazing things that you're going to achieve from here. Applause. And to all of you out there, every organizer who moved to an unfamiliar town, every kind family who welcomed them in, every volunteer who knocked on doors, every young person who cast a ballot for the first time, every American who lived and breathed the hard work of change, you are the best supporters and organizers anybody could ever hope for. And I will be forever grateful. Applause. Because you did change the world. Applause. You did. And that's why I leave the stage tonight even more optimistic about this country than when we started. Because I know our work has not only helped so many Americans, it has inspired so many Americans, especially so many young people out there, to believe that you can make a difference. Applause. To hitch your wagon to something bigger than yourselves. Let me tell you, this generation coming up, unselfish, altruistic, creative, patriotic, I've seen you in every corner of the country. You believe in a fair and just and inclusive America. Applause. You know that constant change has been America's hallmark, that it's not something to fear, but something to embrace. You are willing to carry this hard work of democracy forward. You'll soon outnumber all of us, and I believe as a result, the future is in good hands. Applause. My fellow Americans, it has been the honor of my life to serve you. Applause. I won't stop, In fact, I will be right there with you as a citizen for all my remaining days. But for now, whether you are young or whether you're young at heart, I do have one final ask of you as your president. The same thing I asked when you took a chance on me 8 years ago. I'm asking you to believe, not in my ability to bring about change, but in yours. I'm asking you to hold fast to that faith written into our founding documents, that idea whispered by slaves and abolitionists, that spirit sung by immigrants and homesteaders and those who marched for justice, that creed reaffirmed by those who planted flags from foreign battlefields to the surface of the moon, a creed at every core of every American whose story is not yet written. Yes, we can. Applause. Yes, we did. Yes, we can. Applause. Thank you. God bless you. May God continue to bless the United States of America. Applause. End of President Obama's farewell address, January 10, 2017, by Barack Obama.
Remarks on Replies by Teachers to Questions Respecting Mental Fatigue, by Francis Galton, printed in the Journal of the Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland, Volume 18, 1889, pages 157 to 168. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Remarks on Replies by Teachers to Questions Respecting Mental Fatigue, by Francis Galton, FRS, President. The question over the fatigue of the brain in schools was discussed some months ago, with much heat, and the arguments on either side were supported by experiences that so flatly contradicted each other as to make it difficult to arrive at just conclusions. After the heat of discussion had somewhat cooled down, it happened that I was asked to occupy the chair at a meeting of the educational section of the Teachers Guild, and while doing so I was much impressed by the eager and sustained attention of the large audience to the memoir read on that evening. It occurred to me that the Teachers Guild might become a powerful instrument for the solution of statistical problems, if the interest of its intelligent members could be excited in inquiries bearing on education, and if their goodwill and confidence could be gained. I determined to make a trial, and selected questions bearing on fatigue for the purpose. The Council of the Guild kindly assisted me by circulating my questions, together with a covering letter from the Vice-Chairman, Dr. Morris. The replies to those questions form the basis of the following remarks. Let me say at once that I was somewhat disappointed in respect to the number and fullness of the replies, so much so that I long hesitated to publish anything before supplementing them with other materials, to be gained gradually through my own observation, but having much else on hand, it seemed on the whole best to work off this matter at once, without admixture. I have 116 replies from teachers, many of large experience, concerning both themselves and their pupils, and as this is just sufficient to deserve a separate discussion, I shall not travel beyond the bounds of what may be called my brief. I will not enter upon other materials, and barely into the psychophysics of fatigue, but shall merely set forward in an orderly way the statements contained in the 116 replies. The objects of my question were first to determine the signs and effects of incipient fatigue as a measurable, a form as possible, for it is obviously most desirable to know what the tests of fatigue should be in consequence of the contradictory opinions above alluded to. There ought to be no room for doubt as to whether the pupils in a particular school or class, and at a particular time, were or were not over-fatigued. Secondly, I wish to hear from the teachers whether they had themselves ever broken down over work, and what their own experiences might be concerning their pupils and friends. The actual questions are subjoined. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 regard the person addressed. 4, 5, 6 regard their pupils and acquaintances. 1. What particular mental work can you perform easily, when your mind is fresh, that you find difficult or impossible when your mind is somewhat fatigued? 2. Has illness, due solely to mental overwork, independent of domestic anxiety and worry, ever incapacitated you for more than a month at a time from ordinary schoolwork? If so, give dates and symptoms. Do you consider your present health to be in any way affected by that illness? 3. Has experience discovered to you any warning signs, bodily or mental, distinct or obscure, of the imminent approach of mental fatigue, other than the growing sense of becoming fatigued? If so, describe them. 4. What particular intellectual work do you find your pupils perform with ease when their minds are fresh, in which they fail more or less when they are mentally fatigued, even though they are still interested in their work? 5. Have you known cases of more or less serious prostration from mental overwork, as distinguished from the effects of domestic or other anxiety? If so, give initials and dates, and a very brief notice of the severity and duration of the illness. 6. Has experience discovered to you any warning signs of imminent mental fatigue among overzealous pupils? The upshot of the replies to the questions is as follows. General aspect. Experienced teachers place most dependence on the general aspect of their classes due to a variety of small indications, such as jaded expression and abnormal skin color. They more especially speak of a strange look in the eye, which is variously described as dazed, weary, fixed, or lackluster, as being a peculiarity characteristic indication that work should be slackened at once. Nervous irregularities. Restlessness appears to be the commonest sign of partial fatigue, that is, of the attention being wearied while the muscles are craving to be employed. I may here for one moment break my plan of not travelling beyond my brief by alluding to a short account I wrote in Nature 3 years ago, volume 32, page 174, but signed only with my initials, entitled Measure of Fidget, describing how I have succeeded in counting the varying rate of fidget in a section of a large audience during the reading of a wearisome memoir. I have since frequently tried this method. It is an amusing way of passing an otherwise dull evening, but in drawing conclusions from the number of movements, the average age of the audience, and their habits of thought have to be taken into account. Children are extraordinarily mobile, and those adults who are little accustomed to concentrate their attention are readily still except when spellbound by eloquence. On the other hand, I have frequently noticed at meetings of the Royal Society that as many of the persons present as I could hold at a glance were all as rigid as statuary for many seconds together. Yawning and lolling are common among tired children, and twitching and grimaces which in serious cases culminate in St. Vitus's dance. Here are some extracts from the various replies. 1. Sudden muscular movements. 2. Grimaces, frowning or compression of the lips are marked signs. 3. The fingers sometimes twitch and the whole nervous system seems affected. 4. Twitching of the face. 5. Twitching, blinking the eyes. 6. Fluttering of the eyelids. 7. Tendency to nervous laughter or movements. One correspondent has fits of sneezing in the early morning when he has been fatigued overnight. General unsteadiness or muscular coordination is shown by bad and shaky handwriting. This is sometimes specifically mentioned, but more often implied by such phrases as 8. Careless writing, or 9. Fatigue in all work regarding neatness. 10. Sometimes a loss of power to continue writing, the pen going crooked, etc. Fatigue is also very frequently indicated by disordered utterances as 11. Tendency to stumble over words when speaking. 12. Refusal of the tongue to obey the will, so that in speaking or reading I substitute one word for another. Irregularity of nervous action is further shown by conditions of pallor or a flushing of the face. They sometimes alternate, testifying to a depression of general nerve power combined with morbid excitability. Allusions to abnormal skin color are frequent in the replies. One teacher goes so far as to lay particular stress on the color of the tips of the ears in deciding whether and in what way the girls of her class are suffering. If the tips are white, flaccid, and drooping, she concludes the girls are thoroughly weary in mind. If they are relaxed but purplish, she concludes that they are tired, not with study, but from struggling with their nerves, which the average schoolgirl, 14 or 15, very rarely has completely under control. Headaches. The frequent occurrence of headaches in varied forms and in every degree of severity may be accepted as a matter of course. Similarly as regards cold feet, faintness, and actual faintings. Sleeplessness is a very serious degree in another well-known sign, much more rarely somnolence. Grinding the teeth at night and talking in the sleep are frequently mentioned. somnambulism occasionally so. I do not propose to enter into details respecting any of the matters just mentioned, as they are all of them well-known signs of over-fatigue. It may, however, perhaps interest the meeting to see a drawing I hold in my hand, made in sleep not many weeks ago by a young friend and a connection of my own, who was studying rather too hard for a government examination. He awoke in the night and found himself in his nightgown, sitting at his table with the gas burning and with this grotesque sketch of an elephant's head and some other animals just completed. The ink was still wet. He had not the slightest recollection of anything previous to the act of awakening, but there had been conversation before he went to bed that probably suggested the sketch. Disposition. Irritability is perhaps the commonest sign of incipient fatigue. My correspondents freely acknowledge it to be so with themselves, and it is very easily noticed among their pupils, who become cross and peevish when tired. I shall not enter into this, as the fact is a familiar one. It is also well known that the nerves of sensitive people become so irritable by overwork as to be painfully jarred by what they wholly disregard when well, such as the ticking of clocks and the rattle of the street. A most pitiable amount of suffering is disclosed in these replies, due to nervous irritability. Much is said of the gloomy way of looking at life that is brought on by overwork, of the sense of incapacity, of magnifying trifles, and of dread of society. Irritability is sometimes accompanied by a total amount of ordinary excitability expressed by such remarks as 1. I get nervous and start at noises. 2. I start sometimes at a sudden noise or movement in the room. It is, I need hardly say, known by experiment that both the quickness and the magnitude of the reaction to any stimulus is greatly affected by fatigue. There is an experiment, not so well known as it should be, that after a class had practice in performing it can be repeated any time in a few seconds, which gives an excellent measure of the varying amount of reaction time. The class take hands all round, the teacher being included in the circle, a watch with his second hand lies on the table before him. All the pupils shut their eyes. When the second hand of the watch comes over a division, the teacher gives a squeeze with his left hand to the right hand of the pupil next to him. That pupil forthwith with his left hand squeezes the right hand of the next pupil, and so on. Thus the squeeze travels round the class and is finally received by the right hand of the teacher, who then records the elapsed time since he started it, or he may let him make many circuits before he does so. This interval divided by the number of pupils in the class and by the number of circuits gives the average reaction time of each pupil. A squeeze takes usually about a second of time to pass through each dozen or 15 persons. We should expect to find uniformity in successive experiments when the pupils are fresh, irregularity and prevalent delay when they are tired. I wish that teachers would often try this simple, amusing, and attractive experiment, and when they have assured themselves that their class enters into its performance with interest and curiosity, they might begin to make careful records at different periods of the day and see whether it admits of being used as a test of incipient fatigue. I should be exceedingly glad to receive accounts of their experiences. Deception must, of course, be guarded against. Senses. The frequency with which serious alteration in the power of hearing and of seeing is mentioned, and the feeling sometimes of intense sensitivity and sometimes of numbness, show that the delicacy of the senses is markedly affected by fatigue. Hearing is often heightened in keenness. Sometimes it is dulled. It is heightened in those numerous cases of irritability of which I have spoken, when the tired brain becomes almost maddened by an organ grinder. It is temporarily paralyzed in others. The following is a mixed case. 1. My hearing had never been very acute, and I think the first symptom of fatigue is a feeling of deafness. But at the same time that I cannot hear the voices I want to hear, the outside noises of traffic, bells, etc. become intolerable. Other cases of deafness from fatigue are 2. Inability to hear in school without a painful effort. 3. Increased deafness. Vision is greatly affected by overfatigue, not only owing to the strain upon the eyes from much reading in a bad light, but apparently through more deeply seated causes as well. It is difficult otherwise to account for the following interesting case, in which colour blindness was brought on by fatigue and disappeared after rest. It has much physiological interest and well deserves being placed on record. The lady allows me to mention her name for the sake of authenticity. She is Miss J. Beckett, Girls' Grammar School, Ripon. After several hard hours of continuous study, I have been subject to attacks of colour blindness, which leave me after resting. The first time I noticed that I was not able to distinguish one colour from another was when I was reading for the London matriculation years ago. I was at the same time etching for an American magazine and teaching most of the day. This lasted from Christmas to July, when I began to feel considerably worn out. One day I went to spend a few hours with a friend, and whilst there began to paint some ivy leaves on a terracotta plug. Imagine my distress when my friend told me the leaves were orange instead of green. On my return, I went into my study, and to my astonishment, the curtains, which were blue in colour, looked a kind of dingy yellow. However, in a few hours I was quite well. Towards the end of the year, I was obliged to give up work on account of my health. I got well and took up my work again, still subject to temporary colour blindness when tired. In answer to further inquiries, she adds, I do not remember whether I had any difficulty in recalling colours when tired. From a little child I have been particularly fond of them, and can readily paint flowers, foliage, and neutral tints from memory. The frequency and severity with which the sight is affected by fatigue is sufficiently shown by the following extracts. 1. The eyes fail first. Sometimes, after hurrying to a lesson, on my arrival I cannot see a single note on the page of music for a few minutes. After writing and playing long, everything goes black, or black spots dance up and down. 2. At a time of great excitement or worry will so affect my sight that for about half an hour at a time I can see nothing clearly. The outline of everything is deficient in some part, so that I only see half of a thing at a time. There seems to be a bright wheel of light whizzing in the corner of one or the other eye. 3. At first the lines of the page become indistinct, then at intervals they appear to vibrate. Finally they merge into one mass. 4. The words appear to rise from the paper, and frequently a double row of words are visible. 5. Lights and after images are distinct before my eye. 6. A confusion of lettering of mathematical diagrams is sometimes an early symptom of fatigue among my pupils. As regards sensations in the eye itself, besides such remarks as 7. A dazzling and burning sensation in the eye, the following is a case of an affection of the eye subordinate to that of the brain, rather than vice versa. 8. A nervous sensation in the eyes, as though the eyeballs were loose in my head, and would fall whichever way the head is inclined. This sensation is worse on lying down. I am somewhat short-sighted and wear glasses, but only feel the disagreeable sensation when mentally weary, not necessarily through overreading. Memory. A very common and early symptom of fatigue is failure of memory. Using that word in the allied senses of recalling ideas at will, or else of former ideas presenting themselves readily by association, or else in the sure association of muscular movements engaged in utterance, with the idea of the words intended to be uttered. I have made extracts of no less than 25 cases of failure of memory, out of which I will select half a dozen. 1. My first indication of mental failure is an inability to spell common words. My second, an omission of words in writing. My third, sudden forgetfulness of what I am actually saying. 2. Tendency to forget the meaning of words in a foreign language, which are usually well known or have been met with quite recently. Tendency to make stupid blunders in subjects in which, when the mind is in full vigour, it is accurate without effort. Simple and obvious mistakes are increased twofold in number, and that throughout the class. 3. Through days or weeks together, the utterance of wrong words or sentences not intended or desired to be spoken, and the writing of wrong words. 4. Tendency to stumble over words in speaking and to misplace letters in writing, generally putting them too soon, as Wednesday for Wednesday. 5. Want of power of calling at will to memory names and little matters connected with everyday life. 6. Some of the pupils never spell correctly when tired. Arithmetic and mathematics. The studies that are the first to fail under fatigue differ in different individuals, but in the majority of cases, those of arithmetic and elementary mathematics go soonest. Though many of the 116 replies come from teachers who have little of anything to do with those subjects, no less than 47 specially mention them. For example, 1. The merely mechanical processes of arithmetic becomes bewildering at the end of a day in which I have been particularly engrossed with school work. 2. Arithmetic and algebra become impossible when fatigued, not as being disagreeable or painful, but because I then blunder so much that it's hardly any use attempting them. 3. Another correspondent speaks of the impossibility when fatigued of doing work that requires both accuracy of detail and a certain force of will to fix the attention, such as arithmetic. 4. Speaks of the difficulty to tired boys of working out any common-sense problems in arithmetic. Though very many similar answers could be quoted in corroboration of these, there are two that tell in the opposite direction. They are 5. Whenever my mind is wearied, it affords me a certain amount of relief to do some work which involves the solving of arithmetical and algebraical problems, and by preference such as call for the use of logarithms or of the slide rule. 6. I find accounts a great rest when I cannot exert my mind usefully in any other way. I may be permitted again to break my rule by adding a case from my own knowledge of a very distinguished man, now deceased, who, having always found repose in his favourite mathematics when he was fagged and worried by multifarious duties, naively recommended the same remedy to a friend whose brain had so broken down for a time that he shrank from the least mental exertion as from a fatal danger. Languages. A difficulty in translating is another of the noticeable effects of incipient fatigue, and is partially due to the lapses of memory already spoken of. 1. In translating words and phrases do not occur readily to the mind. 2. Translation into or out of a foreign language with which I am not very familiar. 3. I have occasionally lost the power of speaking German when fatigued, though when in my ordinary condition I speak it without conscious effort. The failure to translate well is due of course to much more than simple failure of memory in small things, and depends on loss of power of grasp, and on depressing mental vigour generally. The following is an instructive case. When I taught young boys of ages 8 to 13 all day, I took arithmetic and Latin in the morning, and English reading, geography, etc. in the afternoon. On some occasions the Latin lessons got put off till the afternoon, and I was surprised to find that a lesson, which was always a successful one in the morning, failed entirely in the afternoon. The boys wished to learn but could not. Their ordinary work, which made less demand on the intellect, they did in the afternoon well enough. This and such like cases fall more properly in the next division. Failure of mental grasp. The evidences that the fatigued mind is unable to work up to its normal standard, and that it wastes itself in futile exertion, are very numerous. They are such as 1. Failure of ability to grasp the meaning of even simple things. 2. Failure of the portative memory. In reading, complete inability to take in the matter whilst mechanically scanning the page, a curious incapacity to count the cups when serving tea. 3. Reading sentences without recognition of what was read. 4. Confusion alternating with excessive clearness of thought. 5. Tendency of thoughts to wander. Failure in pupils to grasp the meaning of what is said to them quickly and fully. 6. Before the actual sense of fatigue is distinctly felt, I am conscious of a want of power to grasp ideas and of an incapacity for conveying them clearly. 7. Inability to read the Journal of Education. 8. Rapid disappearance of immediately preceding concepts, and hence difficulty in establishing connections between paragraphs, as in writing a review article. 9. Tendency to use long words. This strikes me as a very suggestive reply. 10. Any book in which the language is wanting in ease and simplicity, though its subject may be familiar or easily understood. In short, to use a common and vigorous phrase, the mind ceases to bite when it is fatigued. Failure of energy. It requires no evidence to corroborate the well-known fact that energy fails as fatigue increases. New subjects are distasteful. Teaching dullers becomes almost an impossibility. Sustained effort, vigorous inspection, quick discussion are all impossible. Possibility of tests of incipient fatigue. The replies I have received do not contain any distinct proposition of tests of incipient mental fatigue, and I am myself far too ignorant of the practice of education to venture to formulate any. On the other hand, the reply is not deficient in indications of what such tests might be directed to ascertain. They are principally as follows. 1. The length of time, duration, which neatness of execution can be sustained in performing a prolonged task. 2. Promptness and sureness of memory in simple things. 3. Common sense arithmetical problems. 4. Reaction time. The measure of fatigue is inversely the measure of endurance, and this strikes me as being a faculty that well deserves investigation. Under the strain and exhausting course of modern civilized life, the power of endurance is rising continually in importance. Men and women have nowadays to act rapidly and for many hours, and not only to act exceptionally well. It therefore seems very reasonable that teachers should direct their attention to some fair way of appraising the relative power of endurance among their pupils. It is of course incidentally discovered in the ordinary course of tuition, but one would like to see appropriate tests directly applied to determine it, and such as would show at any time in a definite and unmistakable manner whether the minds of pupils were fagged or not. Breaking down. I now come to the evidence given in these replies respecting the frequency with which both pupils and teachers are found to break down. There is an intelligible and very transparent tendency in not a few of the respondents to say that such a thing as overwork is impossible in their respective schools. Some of them protest so much and so extravagantly as to raise not a little suspicion. There are even a few who say they have never heard of a case of breaking down. Taking all the replies together, I find that out of my 116 correspondents, no less than 23 of them have some period of their lives broken down, that 21 of these have never wholly recovered the effects. There are 6 other cases of a less serious kind, some of them slight. In other words, 1 out of 5 teachers has, so far as the evidence before me goes, been severely stricken. As to the cases well known to my correspondents, there is vagueness in some of the replies where the word several and the like are used, to which I am quite unable to assign a numerical value, but 59 sad cases are specified in detail in answer to the question 5. Have you known cases of more or less serious prostration from mental overwork, as distinguished from the effects of domestic or other anxiety? If so, give initials and dates, and a very brief notice of the severity and duration of the illness. In many other cases, the writers express the difficulty they feel in distinguishing between worry and overwork. The latter is a correspondence of the former, while the former often results from the gloom, anxiety, and sense of incapacity caused by the latter. It is a self-regenerating circle of evil. I draw 2 conclusions from the replies. The first is that the reason why mental fatigue leaves effects that are so much more serious than those of bodily fatigue is largely owing to the cause just mentioned. When a man is fatigued in body, he has very similar problems to many of those mentioned above, but there is a great after difference. As soon as the bodily exertion has closed for the day, the man lies down and his muscles have rest, and when the mentally fatigued man lies down, his enemy continues to harass him during the weary hours of sleeplessness. He cannot quiet his thoughts, and he wastes himself in a futile way. The other conclusion is that breaks down usually occur amongst those who work by themselves, and not among pupils whose teachers keep a reasonable oversight. Overzealous pupils are rare, as many of my correspondents insist. But the danger is not so much at school, when the hours of study and those of play and exercise are fixed, as it is at the age when young persons are qualifying themselves for the profession of a teacher, and who have also to support themselves, and perhaps to endure domestic trials at the same time. Dull persons protect their own health of brain by refusing to overwork. It is among those who are zealous and eager, who have high aims and ideas, who know themselves to be mentally gifted and are too generous to think much of their own health, that the most frequent victims of overwork are chiefly found. Discussion. Mr. J. G. Fitch, Her Majesty's Inspector of Training Colleges, remarked that the returns collected with so much care by Mr. Galton were very interesting and suggestive, and might have extended of a wider area prove very useful. Meanwhile, it should be remembered that their trustworthiness and value depended, in some measure, upon conditions which had not been referred to in the paper, and which no information was before the meeting. In judging of the signs of insipid weariness or overwork in a class, the one consideration of most importance as a factor in the problem was the character of the teacher and of his lesson. A bright, earnest teacher, who knew how to kindle the interest and sympathy of his scholars, would observe few or no tokens of fatigue, while a dull, spiritless, and mechanical teacher might find his pupils restless or yawning before he had been 5 minutes in their presence. If there were two teachers, the one of whom was gifted with real aptitude and power and knowledge of method, and the other of whom was deficient in these qualifications, both might be at work in classes of the same number, the same age, and the same capacity, and might be teaching the same subject. Yet their reports in answer to Mr. Gowden's questions would differ substantially, for they would not only observe in a different spirit, but they would have very different phenomena to observe. Unless we know something of the character and capacity of the teachers, it would be unsafe to deduce any general inferences from their testimony on the mental fatigue of their scholars. Another condition very materially affected the whole problem was the character of the timetable in use in the school. If the subjects of instruction were wisely distributed, if the lessons were not of undue length, if the various occupations of the day were so varied that light mechanical exercises alternated with lessons which required serious mental application, there need be little or none of the irritability or the languor so often complained of. Whether school work was wearisome and hurtful or not depended not so much on its amount as upon the skill and good sense with which the work was planned, and with which the different mental and bodily faculties were called into exercise in turn. He did not say this to detract them from the value of the very interesting inquiries which had been described in Mr. Galton's Memoir, but merely to suggest caution in deducing inferences from the answers, unless more was known about two of the most prominent and significant of the conditions of school life, the quality of the teaching and the distribution of the employments. Mr. Straker, following the suggestion of the previous speaker, that the number of subjects probably influenced the amount of mental fatigue, said that he had worked at 3 subjects, taking them in turns for 2 years, and he was unable to do any work for about a year afterwards, from the resulting mental fatigue. The work was almost continuous. The subjects were absolutely unconnected with each other. 2 of them required much thought, one of the 2 a good deal of writing, the other was ordinary preparation for an examination, and was the easiest of the 3, though taking about an equal amount of time. As to the amount of work, any 2 of the subjects would have been full ordinary employment. Therefore, intervals of time which would have been occupied in relaxation were devoted to work. He had previously suffered from mental fatigue for a few weeks after his first examination at Cambridge, which he had prepared for in a very short time, also for many months after his tripos, in which he took a low place in honours. End of remarks on replies by teachers to questions respecting mental fatigue by Francis Galton. Recorded by Leo and Harvey for LibriVox.org.
A Search for Robin Hood by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Search for Robin Hood. The adventures of an amateur in search of a picture, of a foundling in search of his father, and even of a dog in search of his master, have been severally recorded by skilful pens for the amusement of the public. But, however entertaining or romantic these narratives may be considered, they can hardly surpass in interest the curious history which has just been disclosed of the adventures of an antiquary in search of a ballad hero. We owe our knowledge of the facts to one of a series of Critical and Historical Tracts by the Reverend Joseph Hunter, now in course of publication. Mr. Hunter is an assistant keeper of the public records, and is well known, by his other publications, as one of the most laborious and most judicious elucidators of mysterious passages in our national history. But the evidences of industry, of minute knowledge, and of logical acuteness contained in his little treatise concerning the ballad hero, Robin Hood, are really surprising. The story of an obscure outlaw who chased deer and took purses in a northern forest 500 years ago has been investigated with the painstaking sagacity of a Niebuhr, and a strong light has been unexpectedly thrown on the state of public sentiment and manners existing at that period. Mr. Hunter, it is proper to say, dwells in his treatise chiefly upon results, and says little, and that very modestly, of the labours by which they were obtained, He even seems to fear that his subject may be considered trivial, and that he may possibly receive the censure of being one who busies himself with the mere playthings of antiquity. Dr. Percy, when he compiled his invaluable reliques, had similar apprehensions, which were then not altogether groundless. But it may reasonably be hoped that the race of pedants who wondered how a man of learning could be interested in a bundle of old ballads is now extinct. Departing a little from the method and order observed by Mr. Hunter in his tract, we will endeavour not only to state in a condensed form the remarkable conclusions at which he has arrived, but also to follow, as accurately as his references will enable us to do so, the ingenious processes of investigation which led to these results. The object of the inquiry was to determine, in the first place, whether such a person as Robin Hood ever existed, and, in the second place, to ascertain who and what he was, and to what extent the ballads of which he was the hero were based upon actual occurrences. What a vast amount of uncertainty there was to clear up may be inferred from the wide differences of opinion among writers of the highest credit who preceded Mr. Hunter in this inquiry. The celebrated historian of the Norman Conquest, M. Thierry, supposes Robin Hood to have been the chief of a small body of Saxons, who, in their forest strongholds, held out, for a time, against the domination of the Norman conquerors. On this point, as confessedly on others, the French historian seems to have derived his opinions from the suggestive scenes in Scott's splendid romance of Ivanhoe. Another writer conjectures that the outlaws of whom Robin was the leader may have been some of the adherents of Simon de Montfort, whose partisans were pursued to extremity after the fatal battle of Evesham in the year 1264. Others, still, have denied altogether the existence, at any period, of such a person as Robin Hood. They make him either a mere hero of romance, the creation of some poetical mind, or else, led by a similarity of names, they discover in him merely one of the embodiments of popular superstitions, a sylvan sprite, a Robin Goodfellow, or a Hudkin. Only 2 years ago, a historical writer of no small acumen, Mr. Thomas Wright, published his opinion that Robin Hood, in his original character, was simply one amongst the personages of the early mythology of the Teutonic people. But Mr. Hunter could not concur in these views, or be satisfied with the mode of reasoning by which they were maintained. In his opinion, Robin Hood was neither a Saxon malcontent nor the hero of a poet's romance, nor yet was he a goblin or a myth. He was, in all probability, exactly such a person as the popular songs described him, an English yeoman, an outlaw living in the woods, and noted for his skill in archery. Previous researches had proved that many of our old ballads are merely rhyming records of historical events. Mr. Hunter had already rescued one ballad hero, Adam Bell, from the danger of being reduced to an abstraction or a myth, and it now remained for him to undertake the same good office for a more renowned freebooter. The first thing to be done was, of course, to examine carefully the ballads themselves, and to ascertain the amount and value of the evidence they afforded as to the epoch and the real story of their hero. It appeared, then, that 3 single ballads are found in manuscript, which cannot be later than the 14th century. There is also a poem of considerable length, entitled The Little Jest of Robin Hood, which was printed by Wynkyn de Worde in or about the year 1495. It is a kind of life of the outlaw, and is composed of several ballads, strung together by means of a few intermediate stanzas, which give continuity to the story. The language of these ballads is that of the preceding century, being, in fact, the same as that of the ballads in manuscript. Thus the date of the songs themselves is carried back as far as the 14th century. It is, moreover, in the middle of this century that the first allusion to Robin Hood occurs in any work of undoubted authority. In Longland's poem, entitled The Vision of Pierce Plowman, the date of which is between 1355 and 1365, mention is made of rhymes of Robin Hood and Randolph, Earl of Chester, the outlaw and the Earl being apparently both regarded as historical personages about whom songs had been written. It may be observed that if the Robin Hood ballads were much older than this date, it must be considered surprising that no earlier allusion to them should be found, since in the subsequent century they were referred to by many writers. According to the story contained in the Little Jest, Robin Hood was at the head of a band of outlaws, who made their headquarters in Bernisdale, or Barnesdale, once a woody and famous forest on the southern confines of Yorkshire, in the neighbourhood of Doncaster, Wakefield, and Pontefract, and who infested the woodlands and the highways from thence as far as Sherwood and Nottingham, near which ancient town some of their boldest exploits were performed. They slew the king's deer, and plundered rich travellers, but spared the humble, relieved the distressed, and were courteous to all who did not offend them. Robin was a proud outlaw, whiles he walked on ground. So courteous an outlaw as he was one, was never none found. All the ballads agree in ascribing to the outlaw chief a manly bearing and a generous disposition, such as might be expected to distinguish a respectable yeoman of a class somewhat above the ordinary, whom the fortune of war had driven from his home to a lawless life in the forest. That this was Robin Hood's condition may be inferred from the general language of the ballads, but the important question is, whether any other testimony can be found to confirm this conjecture, and to give us any definite and authentic information about the fact. This is the question which Mr. Hunter has undertaken to answer. The clue which first catches his experienced eye is the name of an English king. One of the most remarkable adventures which the ballads record of Robin Hood is his meeting with the king, who induced him, for a time, to take service in his household. The king, according to this authority, was exasperated with Robin and his men chiefly on account of the destruction which they had made of his deer. Finding that it was impossible to capture the outlaw by force, the king consented to practice a stratagem, suggested by a forester who was well acquainted with the outlaw's habits. He disguised himself as an abbot, and with 5 knights habited as monks, and a man leading sumpter horses, rode into the greenwood. A wealthy abbot's baggage, and his ransom, would be just the bait most tempting to Robin and his men. The king, as he had expected, was seized by them, and led away to their lodge in the forest. The outlaws, however, behaved courteously as usual, and when the abbot announces that he comes from the king at Nottingham, and brings a letter from his majesty, inviting Robin to come to that town, the latter receives the information joyously, and declares that he loves no man in all the world so well as he does his king. Presently the monarch discovers himself, and the outlaw chief and his men kneel and profess their loyalty, Robin at the same time asking for mercy for him and his. The king grants it on condition that Robin will leave the greenwood and will come to court and enter his service. We quote the following after Mr. Hunter, merely modernising the orthography. "Yes, 'fore God," then said our king, "thy petition I grant thee, with that thou leave the greenwood and all thy company, and come home, sir, to my court, and there dwell with me." "I make mine avow to God," said Robin, "and right so shall it be. I will come to your court your service for to see." Accordingly, Robin left the greenwood and his company, entered the king's household, went with him to the court at London, and remained in his service for a year and 3 months. Having by that time become weary of this uncongenial mode of life, he obtained permission from the king to pay a visit to his old residence at Barnesdale. Here he resumes once more his former way of life under the greenwood tree, and becomes again chief of the outlaws of Barnesdale and Sherwood. Now if, among the adventures ascribed to Robin by the old ballads, there is one far more improbable than all the rest, and one which an ordinary commentator would set down at once as a pure fiction of the poet, it is certainly that which has just been related. Mr. Hunter, however, is not an ordinary commentator. If the story is a strange one, he doubtless reflected, truth is stranger than fiction. And if it is intrinsically and evidently improbable, that is the very reason why a poet would not have invented it. Mr. Hunter, therefore, did what no other inquirer had before thought of doing. He examined the historical and documentary evidence which might throw light upon the subject. The ballad, fortunately, gives the name of the king who was concerned in this singular adventure. He is repeatedly spoken of as Edward our comely king, a phrase, by the way, which clearly implies that the ballad was composed while the monarch was still living. This circumstance is not noticed by Mr. Hunter, but it is one of some importance, inasmuch as a poet would hardly have ventured to introduce the name of the reigning monarch into a purely fictitious narrative. But there are 3 Edwards, the first, second, and third of the name, among whom it is necessary to distinguish the one to whom the poet referred. Now, according to the ballad, this comely king, before he fell in with Robin, had journeyed through the county of Lancaster. All the pass of Lancashire he went both far and near, till he came to Plumpton Park, he failed, missed many of his deer. The question then arises, which of the 3 Edwards did travel in that county? To this question Mr. Hunter's researches fortunately enable him to return a decisive answer. King Edward I never was in Lancashire after he became king. King Edward III was not in Lancashire in the early years of his reign, and probably never at all. But King Edward II did make a progress in Lancashire, and only one. The time was in the autumn of 1323, the 17th year of his reign, and the 40th of his age. By the dates of the royal writs, and by other documents, Mr. Hunter is enabled to trace the king's route and his various removes on this occasion with great minuteness. He follows him, for example, from York to Holderness, thence to Pickering, to Worlton Castle, to Richmond and Chervaux Abbey, and to Hayward Park in the forest of Knaresborough. In this forest is situated Plumpton Park, which is mentioned in the ballad as having been visited by the king, who here became aware of Robin's depredations. King Edward proceeded thence by way of Skipton and several other towns to Liverpool, and, continuing his progress, arrived on the 9th of November at Nottingham, where he remained till the 23rd of that month. And it was from Nottingham, it will be remembered, that the king set out in disguise to look for Robin Hood. But if the proud outlaw on this occasion actually took service in the king's household, his name would be likely to appear among those of the royal attendants, if any list of these is preserved. This consideration occurred to Mr. Hunter. The result of his search must be told in his own words. "It will scarcely be believed," he observes, "but it is, nevertheless, the plain and simple truth, that in documents preserved in the Exchequer, containing accounts of expenses in the king's household, we find the name of Robin Hood not once, but several times occurring, receiving, with about 28 others, the pay of 3d. a day, as one of the valets, porteurs de la chambre of the king, Whether this was some other person who chanced to bear the same name, or that the ballad maker has in this related what was mere matter of fact, it will become no one to affirm in a tone of authority. I, for my part, believe it is the same person. Mr. Hunter then quotes the words of the original record, which is in Norman French. It recites the names of the 24 porteurs, as the word is here spelled, who received pay from the 24th of March to the 21st of April, 1324, and among these are the names of Robin Hood and Simon Hood. These names do not occur in any previous document. The date of the record, it will be observed, is in the spring of the year following that in which the king made his progress through Lancashire, and stayed for some time at Nottingham on his return southward. The office of valet or porteur de la chambre in those days was probably similar to that of the present groom of the chamber, and if so, was a highly respectable and confidential post. In the ballad, Robin Hood is represented, while at court, as spending his money freely with knights and squires. His profusion, indeed, soon exhausted his purse, which the daily pay of threepence, however munificent it may have been at that period, could not replenish. Robin became, observes Mr. Hunter, moody and melancholy. Alas, then said good Robin, alas, and well a day, if I dwell longer with the king, sorrow will me slay. At last, he petitions the king for permission to pay a visit to his chapel at Barnesdale, declaring that for 7 nights he has not been able to sleep, nor for 7 days to eat or drink, so sore is his longing to see Barnesdale again. The king consents, but only for a se'ennight, in which, says Mr. Hunter, I suspect a corruption, for there was no Great Northern in those days. Probably the leave of absence was for 7 weeks instead of days. Now, it is remarkable that in the Exchequer pay lists the new porteur's name continues to appear, once under the form of Robert Hood, until the 22nd of November 1324. Under this date appears an entry, which Mr. Hunter has given in the original Norman French, but which we prefer to translate. Robin Hood, heretofore one of the porteurs, because he could no longer work, received as a gift, by command, 5 shillings. After this, we are told, his name does not again appear. The 22nd of November 1324 was just a year from the time when the king was at Nottingham, where he arrived on the 9th of November 1323. Robin Hood, if he then took service, would have been in the royal household about a 12-month. The ballad, however, makes his service last for a year and 3 months. The discrepancy is not great, and it may, perhaps, be explained by the circumstance that when Robin left the court it was at first merely on leave of absence, and he would, consequently, still regard himself as in the king's service until he had finally determined to renounce it, which would probably not be until at least his term of leave had expired. The remarkable expression in the record, because he could no longer work, seems, as Mr. Hunter remarks, to correspond with Robin's declarations in the ballad that he could neither eat, drink, nor sleep, and if he remained longer at court, sorrow would kill him. This apparent coincidence, the author adds, may be but imagination, but it looks like a reality. It must be admitted that if the Robin Hood or Robert Hood of the Exchequer records be not Robin Hood the outlaw, then all these singular agreements of names, of dates, and of circumstances will make together a far greater marvel than any that is to be found in the ballad story itself, which some sceptics would require us to disbelieve. This, however, is only the commencement of Mr. Hunter's researches, which we cannot here follow in the same detail. The ballads relate that Robin Hood, after continuing 22 years in the greenwood, died, through some foul play, at the convent of Kirklees, the prioress of which was nearly related to him. On this hint, Mr. Hunter seeks to discover, through this relationship, the original social position and family connections of the outlaw. He finds reason for believing that the prioress of Kirklees at that period was a certain Elizabeth de Stainton, a member of a family of some note, established near Barnesdale. The Staintons were tenants-in-chief of both the honours of Tickhill and Pontefract. One of them was prior of Monkbretton, and two were incumbents of churches in that vicinity. If Robin Hood was nearly related to this family, the connection would raise him somewhat above the rank of an ordinary yeoman. It might, as the author observes, give him that kind of generous air in which he is invested, and qualify him for his station among the valets of the crown. But if Robin Hood was a person of good condition, his name might perhaps be found in the law records of the local courts. And, in fact, Mr. Hunter has found, in the court rolls of the manor of Wakefield, the name of Robertus Hood as that of the defendant in a suit relative to a small piece of land in the 9th year of Edward II. He again appears in the subsequent year, when he is described as being of Wakefield, and the name of his wife, Matilda, is mentioned. Here is another curious coincidence. Mr. Hunter says, "The ballad testimony is, not the little jest, but other ballads of uncertain antiquity, that the outlaw's wife was named Matilda, which name she changed for Marian when she joined him in the greenwood." But what cause could have driven a respectable yeoman like Robin Hood, along with so many others, apparently not much below him in rank, to the fastnesses of the forest? It is evident that only a great civil convulsion could have made, in one district, so large a number of outlaws of this peculiar character. Now, the rising of the discontented barons under the Earl of Lancaster, provoked by the king's favouritism and misgovernment, took place in the early part of the year 1322. By the Battle of Boroughbridge, fought on the 16th of March in that year, the insurrection was suppressed. It was punished with great severity. The Earl of Lancaster and many of his adherents were beheaded, and their property was confiscated. Some offenders, probably persons who were not conspicuous in the outbreak, escaped with heavy fines, and among these are mentioned two members of the Stainton family, Robin Hood's supposed connections. We may thence infer the part which he himself probably took in the movement. From his skill with the bow, and from the personal esteem in which he was held, it is likely that he would be a leader of the archers in the rebel force, and would consequently be of importance enough to become specially obnoxious to the king's party. Many others, perhaps the whole company which followed him to the battle, might be in the same plight. If so, it would account not only for their outlawry, but for the good will with which they were regarded by the people of their neighbourhood, who were generally favourable to the cause of the Earl of Lancaster, and looked upon him as a martyr. The Battle of Boroughbridge, it should be observed, was fought in the year preceding that in which the king made his progress through the north, and rested for a fortnight at Nottingham. Mr. Hunter, in conclusion, sums up the results of his investigation in what he cautiously styles his theory concerning the career of the famous ballad hero. He considers that Robin Hood was one of the contrariants, or malcontents, of the reign of King Edward II, and that he was still living in the early years of King Edward III, but that his birth must be carried back into the reign of King Edward I, and fixed in the decennial period 1285 to 1295, that he was born in a family of some station and respectability, seated at Wakefield or in villages around, that he, like many others, partook of the popular enthusiasm which supported the Earl of Lancaster, the great baron of those parts, who, having attempted in vain various changes in the government, at length broke out into open rebellion, with many persons, great and small, following his standard, that when the Earl fell, and there was a dreadful proscription, a few persons who had been in arms not only escaped the hazards of battle, but the arm of the executioner, that he was one of these, and that he protected himself against the authorities of the time, partly by secreting himself in the depths of the woods of Barnesdale or of the forest of Sherwood, and partly by intimidating the public officers by the opinion which was abroad of his unerring bow, and his instant command of assistance from numerous comrades as skilled in archery as himself, that he supported himself by slaying the wild animals which were found in the forests, and by levying a species of blackmail on passengers along the great road which united London with Berwick, occasionally replenishing his coffers by seizing upon treasure as it was being transported on the road, that there was a self-abandonment and a courtesy in the way in which he proceeded, which distinguishes him from the ordinary highwayman, that he laid down the principle that he would take from none but those who could afford to lose, and that, if he met with poor persons, he would bestow upon them some part of what he had taken from the rich. In short, that in this respect he was the supporter of the rights or supposed reasonable expectations of the middle and lower ranks, a leveller of the times. That he continued this course for about 20 months, April 1322 to December 1323, meeting with various adventures, as such a person must needs do, some of which are related in the ballads respecting him. That when, in 1323, the king was intent upon freeing his forests from such marauders, he fell into the king's power, that this was at a time when the bitter feeling with which the king and the Spencers had first pursued those who had shown themselves such formidable adversaries, had passed away, and a more lenient policy had supervened. The king, possibly for some secret and unknown reason, not only pardoned him all his transgressions, but gave him the place of one of the valets, porteurs de la chambre, in the royal household, which appointment he held for about a year, when the love for the unconstrained life he had led and for the charms of the country returned, and he left the court and betook himself again to the greenwood shade. That he continued this mode of life we know not exactly how long, and that at last he resorted to the prioress of Kirklees, his own relative, for surgical assistance, and in that priory he died and was buried. These conclusions must of course be looked upon at present merely as a series of probable suppositions. Mr. Hunter does not pretend to have placed them within the domain of authentic history, but it is by no means unlikely that future researches will produce evidence of the indubitable truth of some of them. To Mr. Hunter is due the credit of having first pointed out the direction in which this evidence must be sought, and of having, at the same time, indicated by his example the true value of such researches in the light which they cast on the politics and social life of the period to which they refer. End of A Search for Robin Hood by Anonymous. Read by Garth Burton.
Schumann as Mirrored in His Letters by Henry T. Fink. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clara Schumann, the most gifted woman that has ever chosen music as a profession, and who, at the age of 69, still continues to be among the most fascinating of pianists, placed the musical world under additional obligations when she issued 3 years ago the collection of private letters written by Schumann between the ages of 18 and 30, 1827 to 40, partly to her, partly to his mother and other relatives, friends, and business associates. She was prompted to this act not only by the consciousness that there are many literary gems in the correspondence which should not be lost to the world, but by the thought that more is generally known of Schumann's eccentricities than of his real traits of character. Inasmuch as a wretched script was one of the most conspicuous of these eccentricities, it is fortunate that his wife lived to edit his letters, but even she, though familiar with his handwriting during many years of courtship and marriage, was not infrequently obliged to interpolate a conjectural word. Schumann had a genuine vein of humor, which he reveals in his correspondence as in his compositions and criticisms. He was aware that his manuscript was not a model of calligraphy, but, on being remonstrated with, he passionately declared he could not do any better, promising, however, sarcastically that, as a predestined diplomat, he would keep an amanuensis in future. And on page 245 begins a long letter to Clara, which presents a curious appearance. Every 20th word or so is placed between two vertical lines, regarding which the reader is kept in the dark, until he comes to this postscript. In great haste, owing to business affairs, I add a sort of lexicon of indistinctly written words, which I have placed within brackets. This will probably make the letter appear very picturesque and piquant. The idea is not so bad. Addio, clarissima, cara, clarissima. Then follows the lexicon of 20 words, including his own signatures. Although in a semi-humorous vein, Schumann repeatedly alludes in these letters to the foregone conclusion that they will someday be printed, there is hardly any indication that such a thought was ever in his mind while writing them. They are, in fact, full of confidences and confessions, some of which he could not have been very ambitious to see in print, such as his frequent appeals for more ducats during his student days, and his sophistically ingenious excuses for needing so much money, placed side by side with his frank admission that he had no talent for economy, and was very fond of cigars, wine, and especially traveling. In one of the most amusing of the letters, he advances 12 reasons why his mother should send him about $200 to enable him to see Switzerland and Italy. As a last convincing argument, he gently hints that it is very easy for a student in Heidelberg to borrow money at 10% interest. He got the money and enjoyed his Swiss tour, mostly on foot and alone, but in Italy various misfortunes overtook him. He fell ill, his money ran out, and he was only too glad to return to Heidelberg in the same condition as when he had first arrived there, on which occasion the state of his purse compelled him to make the last part of the journey from Leipzig on foot. On this trip he enjoyed that unique emotional thrill of the German, the first sight of the Rhine, with which he was so enchanted that he went to the extreme forward end of the deck, smoking a good cigar given him by an Englishman. Thus I sat alone all the afternoon, reveling in the wild storm which ploughed through my hair, and composing a poem of praise to the northeast wind, for Schumann often indulged in poetic efforts, especially when inspired to flights of fancy by his favorite author, Jean-Paul. At Heidelberg, which he called ein ganzes Paradies von Natur, he spent one of the happiest years of his life. Student life at this town he thus compares with Leipzig. In and near Heidelberg, the student is the most prominent and respected individual, since it is he who supports the town, so that the citizens and Philistines are naturally excessively courteous. I consider it a disadvantage for a young man, especially for a student, to live in a town where the student only and solely rules and flourishes. Repression alone favors the free development of a youth, and the everlasting loafing with students greatly limits many-sidedness of thought, and consequently exerts a bad influence on practical life. This is one great advantage Leipzig has over Heidelberg, which, in fact, a large city always has over a small one. On the other hand, Heidelberg has this advantage, that the grandeur and beauty of the natural scenery prevent the students from spending so much of their time in drinking, for which reason the students here are 10 times more sober than in Leipzig. Schumann himself, as we have said, was fond of a glass of good wine. On his first journey at Prague, he tells us The Tokay made him happy, and in another place he exclaims, "Every day I should like to drink champagne to excite myself." But though of a solitary disposition, he did not care to drink alone, for only in the intimate circle of sympathetic hearts does the vine's blood become transfused into our own and warm it to enthusiasm. Schumann's special vice was the constant smoking of very strong cigars, nor does he appear to have devoted to gastronomic matters the attention necessary to nourish such an abnormally active brain as his. At one time he lived on potatoes alone for several weeks. At another he saved on his meals to get money for French lessons, and although he took enough interest in a good menu to copy it in a letter, he repeatedly laments the time which is uselessly wasted in eating. Such tenets, combined with his smoking habit, doubtlessly helped to shatter his powers, leading finally to the lunatic asylum and a comparatively early death. His frequent fits of melancholy may also perhaps be traced in part to these early habits. Though probably unacquainted with Burton, he held that there is in melancholy sentiment something extremely attractive and even invigorating to the imagination. Attempts were frequently made by his friends to teach him more sociable habits. Thus, at Leipzig, Dr. Carusa's family are anxious to introduce me to innumerable families. It would be good for my prospects, they think, and so do I, and yet I don't go there, and in fact seldom go out at all. Indeed, I am often very leathery, dry, disagreeable, and laugh much inwardly. That his apparent coldness and indifference to his neighbors and friends were due chiefly to his absorption in his world of ideas, and his consequent want of sympathy with the artificial usages of society, becomes apparent from this confession, written to Clara in 1838. I should like to confide to you many other things regarding my character, how people often wonder that I meet the warmest expressions of love with coldness and reserve, and often offend and humiliate precisely those who are most sincerely devoted to me. Often have I queried and reproached myself for this, for inwardly I acknowledge even the most trifling favor, understand every wink, every subtle trait in the heart of another, and yet I so often blunder in what I say and do. In these melancholy moods nature was his refuge and consolation. He objected to Leipzig because there were no delights of nature, everything artificially transformed, no valley, no mountain where I might revel in my thoughts, no place where I can be alone except in the bolted room, with the eternal noise and turmoil below. Although he had but a few intimate friends, he was liked by all the students, and even enjoyed the name of a favorite of the Heidelberg public. One of his intimate friends was Flechsig, but even of him he paradoxically complains that he is too sympathetic. He never cheers me up. If I am occasionally in a melancholy mood, he ought not to be the same, and he ought to have sufficient humanity to stir me up. That I often need cheering up, I know very well. Yet he was as often in a state of extreme happiness and enjoyment of life and his talents. He even on occasion indulged in students' pranks. On his journey to Heidelberg, he induced the postilion to let him take the reins. Thunder! How the horses ran, and how extravagantly happy I was, and how we stopped at every tavern to get fodder, and how I entertained the whole company, and how sorry they all were when I parted from them at Wiesbaden. At Frankfurt one morning, he writes, I felt an extraordinary longing to play on a piano. So I calmly went to the nearest dealer, told him I was the tutor of a young English lord who wished to buy a grand piano, and then I played, to the wonder and delight of the bystanders, for 3 hours. I promised to return in 2 days, and inform them if the lord wanted the instrument, but on that date I was at Rudesheim, drinking Rudesheimer. In another place he gives an account of a scene worthy of Van Dyck, and a most genial evening he spent with some students at a tavern filled with peasants. They had some grog, and at the request of the peasants one of the students declaimed, and Schumann played. Then a dance was arranged. The peasants beat time with their feet. We were in high spirits and danced dizzily among the peasant feet, and finally took a touching farewell of the company by giving all the peasant girls, Männchen, etc., smacking kisses on the lips. Were women like men afflicted with retrospective jealousy? Schumann's widow, in editing these letters, would have received a pang from many other passages revealing Schumann's fondness for the fair sex. He allowed no good-looking woman to pass him on the street without taking the opportunity to cultivate his sense of beauty. After his engagement to Clara, he gives her fair warning that he has the very mischievous habit of being a great admirer of beautiful women and girls. They make me positively smirk, and I swim in panegyrics on your sex. Consequently, if at some future time we walk along the streets of Vienna and meet a beauty, and I exclaim, "Oh, Clara, see this heavenly vision," or something of the sort, you must not be alarmed nor scold me. He had a number of transient passions before he discovered that Clara was his only true love. There was Nanni, his guardian angel, who saved him from the perils of the world and hovered before his vision like a saint. I feel like kneeling before her and adoring her like a Madonna. But Nanni had a dangerous rival in Lydie. Not long, however, for he found Lydie silly, cold as marble, and, fatal defect, she could not sympathize with him regarding Jean-Paul. The exalted image of my ideal disappears when I think of the remarks she made about Jean-Paul. Let the dead rest in peace. Several of his flames are not alluded to in this correspondence. On his travels he appears to have had the habit of noting down in his diary the prevalence and peculiarities of feminine beauty. He complains that from Mainz to Heidelberg he did not see a single pretty face, yet as a whole the Rhine maidens seem to have won his admiration. What characteristic faces among the lowest classes! On the west shore of the Rhine, the girls have very delicate features, indicating amiability rather than intelligence. The noses are mostly Greek, the face very oval and artistically symmetrical, the hair brown. I did not see a single blonde. The complexion is soft, delicate, with more white than red, melancholy rather than sanguine. The Frankfurt girls, on the other hand, have in common a sisterly trait, the character of German, manly, sad earnestness, which we often find in our quondam, free cities, and which toward the east gradually emerges into a gentle softness. Characteristic are the faces of all the Frankfurt girls, intellectual or beautiful few of them, the noses mostly Greek, often snub noses, the dialect I did not like. The English type of beauty appears to have especially won his approval. When she spoke, it sounded like the whispering of angels, he said of an Englishwoman, as pretty as a picture, whom he met. Elsewhere he says laconically, "On the 24th I arrived at Mainz with a steamer, in company with 20 to 30 English men and women. Next day the number of English increased to 50. If I ever marry, it must be an Englishwoman." Some years later, however, with the fickleness of genius, he writes about Ernestine, the daughter of a rich Bohemian baron, a delightfully innocent, childish soul, tender and pensive, attached to me and to everything artistic by the most sincere love, extremely musical, in short, just the kind of girl I could wish to marry. He did become engaged to her, but the following year the engagement was dissolved, and soon after this he discovered that his artistic admiration for Clara Wieck had assumed the form of love. Although her father opposed their union several years on account of Schumann's poverty, the young couple often met, and not only in the music room. In 1833 he writes to his mother regarding Clara, "The other day when we went to Connewitz, we take a 2 or 3 hours walk almost daily. I heard her say to herself, 'How happy I am, how happy.' Who would not like to hear that? On this road there are a number of very useless stones in the midst of the footpath. Now, as it happens in conversation, that I more frequently look up than down, she always walks behind me and gently pulls my coat at every stone, lest I may fall." It was most fortunate for Schumann that his bride and wife was one of the greatest living pianists, for, owing to the accident to his hand, though he could still improvise, he could not appear in public to interpret his own compositions, which depended so much for their success on a sympathetic performance, since they differed so greatly from the prevalent style of Hummel and the classical masters, that even so gifted a musician as Mendelssohn failed to understand them. But Clara made it the task of her life to secure him recognition, and this was an additional bond that united their souls. "When you are mine," he writes, "you will occasionally hear something new from me. I believe you will often inspire me, and the mere fact that I shall then frequently hear my own compositions will cheer me up, and your romance showed me once more that we must become man and wife. Every one of your thoughts comes from my soul, even as I owe all my music to you. To Dorn he writes that many of his compositions, including the Noveletten, the Kreisleriana, and the Kinderscenen, were inspired by Clara, and it is well known that his love became the incentive to the composition in 1 year of over 100 wonderful songs, his previous compositions up to 1840 having all been for the piano alone. In the last letter of this collection he says, "Sometimes it appears to me as if I were treading entirely new paths in music, and there are many other passages showing that he realized well that the very things which his contemporaries criticized and decried as eccentric and obscure, Hummel, e.g., objects to his frequent changes of harmony and his originality, were really his most inspired efforts. Though he never allowed the desire for popularity to influence his work, yet he occasionally craves appreciation. I am willing to confess that I should be greatly pleased if I could succeed in composing something which would impel the public, after hearing you play it, to run against the walls in their delight. For vain we composers are, even though we have no reason to be so. It must have given him a strange shock when an amateur asked him at one of his wife's concerts in Vienna if he also was musical. In her efforts to win appreciation for her husband, Clara was nobly assisted by Liszt. Just like Wagner, Schumann was not at first very favorably impressed with Liszt, owing to the sensational flavor of his early performances, but he soon changed his mind, especially when Liszt played some of his Schumann's compositions. Many things were different from my conception of them, but always genial, and marked by a tenderness and boldness of expression, which even he presumably has not at his command every day. Becker was the only other person present, and he had tears in his eyes. And 2 days later, but I must tell you that Liszt appears to me grander every day. This morning he again played at Raimund Hertel's in a way to make us all tremble and rejoice, some etudes of Chopin, a number of the Rossini soirees, and other things. Of other contemporary pianists, Hummel, 10 years behind the time, and Thalberg, whom he liked better as pianist than as composer, are alluded to. Yet he writes in 1830 that he intends going to Weimar for the sly reason of being able to call myself a pupil of Hummel. Wieck, his father-in-law, he esteemed greatly as teacher and adviser, but it offended him deeply that Wieck should have followed the common error of estimating genius with a yardstick, and asked where were his Don Juan and his Freischütz. His enthusiasm for Schubert, Chopin, and especially for Bach, finds frequent expression. Bach's well-tempered clavichord, he declares, is his grammar, and the best of all grammars. The fugues I have analyzed successfully to the minutest details. The advantage resulting from this is great, and has a morally bracing effect on the whole system. For Bach was a man through and through. In him there is nothing done by halves, nothing morbid, but all is written for time eternal. 6 years later, Bach is my daily bread. From him I derive gratification and get new ideas. Compared with him, we are all children. Beethoven has said, I believe. One day a caller remarked that Bach was old and wrote in old-fashioned manner, but I told him he was neither old nor new, but much more than that, namely, eternal. I came near losing my temper. Concerning the unappreciative Mendelssohn, he writes to Clara, I am told that he is not well disposed toward me. I should feel sorry if that were true, since I am conscious of having preserved noble sentiments toward him. If you know anything, let me hear it on occasion. That will at least make me cautious, and I do not wish to squander anything where I am ill-spoken of. Concerning my relations toward him as a musician, 1838, I am quite aware that I could learn of him for years, but he too, some things of me. Brought up under similar circumstances, destined for music from childhood, I would surpass you all that I feel from the energy of my inventive powers. Concerning this energy, he says, sometime after this, when he had just finished a dozen songs, again I have composed so much that I am sometimes visited by a mysterious feeling. Alas, I cannot help it. I could wish to sing myself to death like a nightingale. One of the most interesting bits of information contained in this correspondence is that, when quite a young man, Schumann commenced a treatise on musical aesthetics. In view of the many epoch-making thoughts contained in his 2 volumes of collected criticisms, it is very much to be regretted that this plan was not carried out. On one question of musical psychology, light is thrown by several of these letters. Like many other composers, it seems that Schumann often, if not generally, had some pictorial image or event in his mind in composing. When I composed my first songs, he writes to Clara, I was entirely within you. Without such a bride, one cannot write such music. I am affected by everything that goes on in the world, politics, literature, mankind. In my own manner, I meditate on everything, which then seeks utterance in music. That is why many of my compositions are so difficult to understand, because they relate to remote affairs, and often significant because all that's remarkable in our time affects me, and I have to give it expression in musical language. One of the letters to Clara begins, Tell me what the first part of the Fantasia suggests to you. Does it not bring many pictures before your mind? Concerning the Fantasiestücke, he writes, When they were finished, I was delighted to find the story of Hero and Leander in them. Tell me if you, too, find this picture fitting the music. The Papillons, he says once more, are intended to be a musical translation of the final scene in Jean Paul's Fliegejahre. Believers in telepathy will be interested in the following additional instance of composing with a visual object in mind. I wrote to you concerning a presentiment. It occurred to me on the days from March 24th to 27th, when I was at work on my new composition. There is a place in it to which I constantly recurred. It is as if someone sighed, Ach Gott, from the bottom of his heart. While composing, I constantly saw funeral processions, coffins, unhappy people in despair, and when I had finished and long searched for a title, the word corpse fantasia continually obtruded itself. Is not that remarkable? During the composition, moreover, I was often so deeply affected that tears came to my eyes, and yet I know not why and had no reason, till Teresa's letter arrived, which made everything clear. His brother was on his deathbed. The collection of Schumann's letters so far under consideration met with such a favorable reception that a second edition was soon called for, and this circumstance no doubt promoted the publication of a second series extending to 1854, 2 years before Schumann's sad death in the lunatic asylum near Bonn. This second volume includes a considerable number of business letters to his several publishers. In one of these he confides to Dr. Hertel his plan of collecting and revising his musical criticisms and publishing them in 2 volumes. But as this letter was, a few months later, followed by a similar one addressed to the publisher Wiegand, who subsequently printed the essays, it is to be inferred that Breitkopf and Hertel, though assured of the future of Schumann's compositions, doubted the financial value of his musical essays, an attitude pardonable at a time when there was still a ludicrous popular prejudice against literary utterances by a musician. In 1883, however, after Wiegand had issued a 3rd edition of the collected writings on music and musicians, which have also been translated into English by Mrs. Ritter, Breitkopf and Hertel atoned for their error by purchasing the copyright. Schumann's letters to his publishers show that he used to suggest his own terms, which were commonly acceded to without protest. For his famous quintet, he asked 20 louis d'or, or about $100. For Paradise and the Paris, $500. The Piano Concerto, $125. Lieder Album, Opus 79, $200. Manfred, $250. He frequently emphasizes his desire to have his compositions printed in an attractive style, and in 1839 writes to Hertel that he cannot describe his pleasure on receiving the scenes of childhood. It is the most charming specimen of musical typography I have ever seen. The few misprints he discovers in it he frankly attributes to his manuscript. In a letter to his friend Rosen, he writes that it must be a deucedly comic pleasure to read my Sanskrit. But his musical handwriting appears to have been nearer to Sanskrit than his epistolary, if we may judge by the specimen facsimiles printed in Naumann's History of Music. The promptness with which all the leading music publishers of Germany issued complete editions of Schumann's vocal and pianoforte compositions as soon as the copyright had expired shows how profitable they must be. But during his lifetime it was quite otherwise, and in a letter to Kosmali he adduces the following 4 reasons for this state of affairs. 1. Inherent difficulties of form and contents. 2. Because not being a virtuoso, I cannot perform them in public. 3. Because I am the editor of my musical paper, in which I could not allude to them. 4. Because Fink is editor of the other paper, and would not allude to them. Elsewhere he remarks concerning this rival editor, "It is really most contemptible on Fink's part not to have mentioned a single one of my pianoforte compositions in 9 (7 years, although they are always of such a character that it is impossible to overlook them. It is not for my name's sake that I am annoyed, but because I know what the future course of music is to be. It was in behalf of this tendency that he toiled on his paper, which at first barely paid its expenses, having only 500 subscribers several years after its foundation, and he not only avoided puffing his own compositions, but even inserted a contribution by his friend Kosmali, in which he was placed in the second rank of vocal composers. Yet, though he printed the article, he complains about it in a private letter. In your article on the lead, I was a little grieved that you placed me in the 2nd class. I do not lay claim to the first, but I think I have a claim to a place of my own, and least of all do I wish to see myself associated with Reisiger, Kruschmann, etc. I know that my aims, my resources are far beyond theirs, and I hope you will concede this, and not accuse me of vanity, which is far from me." Many of the letters in the present collection are concerned with the affairs of Schumann's paper, the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik, detailing his plans for removing it to a larger city than Leipzig, and the atrocious red tape difficulties and delays he was subjected to when he finally did transfer it to Vienna. Although the paper was exclusively devoted to music, the censor apparently took 3 or 4 months to make up its mind whether the state was in danger or not from the immigration of a new musical periodical. The editor confesses that he did not find as much sympathy as he had expected in Vienna, yet the city, as he writes some years later at Dusseldorf, continues to attract one, as if the spirits of the departed great masters were still visible, and as if it were the real musical home of Germany. Eating and drinking here are incomparable. You would be delighted with the opera. Such singers and such an ensemble we do not have. The admirable opera is a great treat for me, especially the chorus and orchestra. Of such things we have no conception in Leipzig. The ballet would also amuse you. A more encouraging public it would be difficult to find anywhere. It is really too encouraging. In the theater one hears more applause than music. It is very merry, but it annoys me occasionally. But I assure you confidentially that long and alone I should not care to live here. Serious men and affairs are here in little demand and little appreciated. A compensation for this is found in the beautiful surroundings. Yesterday I was in the cemetery where Beethoven and Schubert are buried. Just think what I found on Beethoven's grave, a pen, and, what is more, a steel pen. It was a happy omen for me, and I shall preserve it religiously. On Schubert's grave he found nothing, but in the city he found Schubert's brother, a poor man with 8 children and no possessions, but a number of his brother's manuscripts, including a few operas, 4 great masses, 4 or 5 symphonies, and many other things. He immediately wrote to Breitkopf and Hertel to make arrangements for their publication. It is anything but complimentary to the discernment of Viennese publishers and musicians of that period that, 11 years after Schubert's death, another composer had to come from Leipzig and give to the world the works of a colleague who not only had genius of the purest water, but the gift of giving utterance to his musical ideas in a clear style, intelligible to the public. Schubert died in 1828, and in 1842 Schumann could still write to one of his contributors, "It is time, it seems to me, that someone should write something weighty in behalf of Schubert. Doesn't this tempt you?" True, his larger works are not yet in print, but his vocal and pianoforte compositions suffice for an approximate portrait. Consider the matter. Do you know his Symphony in C? A delightful composition, somewhat long, but extraordinarily animated, in character entirely new. To a Belgian friend who intended to write an article on the new tendencies in pianoforte music, he wrote, "Of older composers who have influenced modern music, I must name above all Franz Schubert. Schubert's songs are well known, but his pianoforte compositions, especially those for four hands, I rate at least equally high." Of the numerous criticisms of well-known composers contained in this correspondence, a few more may be cited. They are mostly favorable in tone, but concerning the Prophet he writes, "The music appears to me very poor. I cannot find words to express my aversion to it. Lortzing's operas meet with success, to me almost incomprehensible. To Karl Reinecke he writes that he is no friend of song transcriptions for piano, and of Liszt's some are a real abomination to me. He commends Reinecke's efforts in this direction because they are free from pepper and sauce a la Liszt. Nevertheless, those of Liszt's song transcriptions, in which he did not indulge in too much bravura ornamentation, are models of musical translation, and the collection of 42 songs published by Breitkopf and Hertel should be in every pianist's library. Of Chopin he writes in 1836, "I have a new ballad, G minor. It seems to me to be his most enchanting, though not most genial work. I told him, too, that I liked it best of all his compositions. After a long pause and reflection, he said, 'I am glad you think so. It is also my favorite.' He also played for me a number of new etudes, nocturnes, mazurkas, everything in an incomparable style. It is touching to see him at the piano. You would be very fond of him. Yet Clara is more of a virtuoso, and gives almost more significance to his compositions than he does himself." Brendel having sent him some of Palestrina's music, he writes that it really sounds sometimes like music of the spheres, and what art at the same time. "I am convinced he is the greatest musical genius Italy has produced." 19 years previous to this he had written from Brescia, "Were not the Italian language itself a kind of eternal music, the Count aptly called it a long drawn-out A minor chord, I should not hear anything rational. Of the ardor with which they play, you can form no more conception than of their slovenliness and lack of elegance and precision." Handel appears to be mentioned only once in all of Schumann's correspondence. "I consider Israel and Egypt the ideal of a choral work, but Bach is always on his tongue." The following is one of the profoundest criticisms ever written. Mozart and Haydn knew of Bach only a few pages and passages, and the effect which Bach, if they had known him in all his greatness, would have had on them is incalculable. The harmonic depth, the poetic and humorous qualities of modern music have their source chiefly in Bach. Mendelssohn, Bennett, Chopin, Hiller, all the so-called romanticists, I mean those of the German school, approximate in their music much closer to Bach than to Mozart. To Wagner there are several references, betraying a most remarkable struggle between critical honesty and professional jealousy. Thus, in 1845, Schumann writes to Mendelssohn of Tannhäuser, "Wagner has just finished a new opera, no doubt a clever fellow, full of eccentric notions, and bold beyond measure. The aristocracy is still in raptures over him on account of his Rienzi, but in reality he cannot conceive or write 4 consecutive bars of good or even correct music. What all these composers lack is the art of writing pure harmonies in 4-part choruses. The music is not a straw better than that of Rienzi, rather weaker, more artificial. But if I should write this, I should be accused of envy. Hence, I say it only to you, as I am aware that you have known all this a long time." But in another letter to Mendelssohn, written 3 weeks later, he recants, "I must take back much of what I wrote regarding Tannhäuser after reading the score. On the stage, the effect is quite different. I was deeply moved by many parts." And to Heinrich Dorn, he writes a few weeks after this, "I wish you could see Wagner's Tannhäuser. It contains profound and original ideas, and is 100 times better than his previous operas, though some of the music is trivial. In a word, he may become of great importance to the stage, and, so far as I know him, he has the requisite courage. The technical part, the instrumentation, I find excellent, incomparably more masterly than formerly." Nevertheless, 7 years later still, he once more returns to the attack and declares that Wagner's music, apart from the performance, is simply amateurish, void of contents and disagreeable, and it is a sad proof of corrupt taste that, in the face of the many dramatic masterworks which Germany has produced, some persons have the presumption to belittle these in favor of Wagner's. Yet enough of this. The future will pronounce judgment in this matter, too. Poor Schumann, his own opera, Genoveva, was a failure, while Tannhäuser and Lohengrin were everywhere received with enthusiasm. This was a quarter of a century ago, and the future has judged Tannhäuser and Lohengrin being now the most popular of all works in the operatic repertory. What caused the failure of Schumann's only opera was not a lack of dramatic genius, but of theatrical instinct. He believed that in Genoveva every bar is thoroughly dramatic, and so it is, as might have been expected of the composer of such an intensely emotional and passionate song as Ich brülle nicht, and many others. But Schubert, too, could write such thrilling 5-minute dramas as the Erlking and the Doppelgänger without being able to compose a successful opera. Like Schumann, he could not paint al fresco, could not command that bolder and broader sweep which was required of an operatic composer. It is characteristic of Schumann that he did not write an opera till late in life, whereas born operatic composers have commonly begun their career with their specialty. Indeed, it was only 10 years before he composed his opera that Schumann wrote to a friend, "You ought to write more for the voice, or are you perhaps like myself, who have all my life placed vocal music below instrumental, and never considered it a great art? But don't speak to anyone about this." Oddly enough, less than a year after this, he writes to another friend, "At present, I write only vocal pieces. I can hardly tell you what a delight it is to write for the voice, as compared with instruments, and how it throbs and rages within me when I am at work. Entirely new things have been revealed to me, and I am thinking of writing an opera, which, however, will not be possible until I have entirely freed myself from editorial work." Like other vocal composers, Schumann suffered much from the lack of suitable texts. In one letter he suggests that Lenau might perhaps be induced to write a few poems for composers, to be printed in the Zeitschrift. The composers are thirsting for texts. In several other letters we become familiar with some of his plans, which were never executed owing, apparently, to the shortcomings of the librettists. One of these was our Pole, who in all earnestness sent Schumann a serious text in which the moon was introduced as one of the vocalists. Schumann mildly remonstrated that to conceive of the moon as a person, especially as singing, would be too risky. So the project of Rittermund was abandoned, and it is to be regretted that Schumann did not reject his Genoveva libretto, which was largely responsible for the failure of the opera. One project of Schumann's is mentioned, which it is to be very much regretted he never carried out. I am at present, 1840, preparing an essay on Shakespeare's relations to music. His utterances and views, the manner in which he introduces music in his dramas, etc., etc., an exceedingly fertile and attractive theme, the execution of which would, it is true, require some time, as I should have to read the whole of Shakespeare's works for this purpose. His object was to send this to Jena as a dissertation for a doctor's degree, with which he hoped to soften the heart of the obdurate Wieck, who opposed his marriage with Clara, and at the same time to make an impression on the public. Schumann had had painful experience of the fact that for genius itself there is little recognition in Germany unless it has a handle to its name, a von or a Herr Doctor. Clara, however, loved him for his genius, and for the impassioned pieces and songs he wrote to express his admiration of her and of woman in general. And like other German men of genius, he had his reward after death. No tone poet, says Naumann, has been more enthusiastic in the praise of woman than Robert Schumann. He was a second Frauenlob. This was acknowledged by the maidens of Bonn, who, at his interment, filled the cemetery and crowned his tomb with innumerable garlands. End of Schumann as mirrored in his letters, by Henry T. Fink.
Excerpt from Steam Shovels and Steam Shovel Work by E. A. Herman, Member, American Society of Civil Engineers, 1894. The steam shovel, or steam excavator, is a modified form of dredge, adapted for excavating material on dry land. It was designed and patented by a Mr. Otis about 1840, and, like most new inventions, the first machine built was a very clumsy affair. But even in this crude state, it possessed many advantages for removing large masses of material. Its merits were recognized in its earliest stages, and with increased experience in its operation, improvements were soon made which rendered it almost indispensable on all works requiring large quantities of excavation. It was not until 1865, however, that the machine came into general use. About this time, the largely increased railway construction created an active demand for the steam shovel, which demand was quickly supplied by several manufacturers, whose machines vary in distinctive designs of various parts. But the principles of operation are essentially the same in them all. Types of steam shovels. There are 3 types of steam shovels. First, machines mounted on trucks of standard gauge, transported from place to place in freight trains, or propelled by their own power, and intended for railway work only. Second, machines mounted on wheels of other than standard gauge, transported in sections by boat or wagon, or loaded complete on flat cars, and intended for both railway and other work. Third, machines mounted on wheels fitted for transportation over common roads, propelled by their own power, and intended for railway and other work. The first machines built were of the second type. As now constructed, they are mounted on a wide wooden frame or car body, supported by 4 small wheels of 7-foot to 8-foot gauge, thus placing the machinery close to the ground, with a wide base of support. In transporting this machine from one place to another, not on the line of a railway, it is necessary to take it apart, forward the sections, and put them together again at the site of the new work. The machine is built with a view to rapid dismantling and re-erection, and for work requiring a large machine for economical excavation, located in hilly country not yet made accessible by rail, or requiring transportation by boat, it is the machine most generally used. Its ready adaptability to all kinds of work in any location has made it the favorite machine with many general contractors, whose work includes large contracts for railway and other excavation. For transportation by rail, this machine is run onto an ordinary flat car, only the crane being detached and loaded on a separate car. With this manner of shipment, the machine can be made ready for railway work very quickly, but for exclusive railway work, a machine of a later design has come into use and is now generally preferred for this class of work. Figure 2, Thompson Steam Shovel, Bucyrus Steam Shovel and Dredge Company, South Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is the machine of the first type, resting on a wooden or iron car body, supported on trucks of standard gauge, with an iron or steel crane from 18 to 26 feet high over the track when in working order, and which can be lowered to 14 feet to permit shipment through tunnels and under low overhead bridges. Machines of the third type are generally of smaller capacity than the others. They have come into general use only within the past few years, but are now multiplying rapidly in numbers as their utility for nearly all kinds of work is better appreciated. They are especially adapted to smaller jobs and work not readily accessible by rail, but where common roads are available. These 3 types are shown in figures 1 to 9, representing the machines of 7 of the principal manufacturers. Steam shovels will excavate any kind of material except solid rock, and they will load rock if it has been broken up by explosives into pieces of not more than 3 to 4 cubic yard in size. The materials excavated by them are mostly sand, loose gravel, all kinds of clay, cemented gravel, hard pan, clays mixed with boulders and other small stones, ore, phosphate rock, loose rock, and thin seams of slate, shale, or sandstone. These machines are used for excavating material, loading it on cars or wagons for ballasting tracks, for filling trestles, streets, roads, dams, lots and new city additions, for widening embankments for double track, side tracks, yards, shops, and station grounds, for cutting down street, road, and railway grades, grading lots and new city additions, railway yards, shop and station grounds, widening cuts, removing landslides, stripping coal fields, ore beds, and stone quarries, digging canals and drainage ditches, loading clays for brickyards, etc. Construction of steam shovels. The general plan of construction of the machines shown in figures 1 to 9 is essentially the same in all, and consists of a strong frame mounted on wheels, forming the base to which all working parts are attached. The boiler and machinery are placed near the rear end of the frame, and the mast or post and the crane at the front end. The crane is made in 2 pieces, connected only at the top or point and at the foot of the mast. Between these pieces, serving as guides, is the dipper handle, carrying at its further end the dipper or scoop. To the top of the post or to the foot in some machines, the swinging circle is secured. The most used and hence the most important part of the machinery of the steam shovel is the gearing imparting motion to the hoisting drum, actuating the chains by which the dipper is raised and lowered. It is in almost constant use and is often subjected to severe shocks in hard digging. Of all parts of the machinery, it is the most likely to break or rapidly wear out. Naturally, it has received the most attention of any part of the steam shovel in all efforts to improve the design, strength, and durability of the machine. There are a number of different gears in use, and essentially they are either friction clutches or positive gearing. The use of the former subjects the machinery and crane to less severe shocks, and can be thrown in and out of gear more rapidly, but it wears out quicker, often causes delay by heating, and requires frequent repairs. Positive gearing exposes the machinery and crane to more severe shocks in hard digging, and must be started slower, especially in hard material. But while these machines are a little slower than those operated with friction clutches, they are less subject to the expense of repairs and delay due to the disarrangement of the hoisting gear, so that their total output of material about equals and sometimes exceeds the quicker moving friction gear machine. The mechanism for thrusting the dipper into the bank is attached to the crane, and the forms most generally used are as follows. 1. A chain, one end of which is attached to the rear end of the dipper handle, and the other end wound around a drum, receiving its motion by an endless chain passing over a sprocket wheel connected to the axle of the sprocket wheel at the top of the mast, over which the hoisting chain passes, thereby revolving both wheels. The drum is thrown into gear by a friction clutch, and its motion regulated by the cranesman's lever and foot brake. 2. A rack on the dipper handle, operated by a pinion attached to a shaft revolved and regulated as above described. 3. A small double-cylinder engine, operating either a pinion and rack as above described or revolving a drum with a chain attached to it, and the rear end of the dipper handle as described in the first case. 4. A long steam cylinder attached to the dipper handle, whose piston rod is connected to the dipper, extending or withdrawing it as desired. The thrusting mechanism used in the last two cases imparts a rapid, steady, and powerful motion, but the extra engines or steam cylinder and their connecting steam pipes involve a complication which often more than balances their advantages. Swinging the crane in a horizontal direction is generally accomplished in one of the following three ways. 1. A chain passing around the swinging circle attached to the post and wound around drums connected to the engine by positive gearing or friction clutches. 2. A wire rope passing round the swinging circle and connected to the piston rods operated by two long steam cylinders. 3. A chain passing round the swinging circle and wound around a drum connected to a small reversible engine. The mechanisms used in the last two cases have the same advantages, but also suffer from the same objections urged against employing small engines or a steam cylinder for thrusting the dipper into the bank. The engines are either of the upright type with a single steam cylinder or of the horizontal type with double horizontal steam cylinders. The size of the cylinders varies for machines of different capacities, ranging from 8 by 10 inches to 10 by 12 inches for the upright engines, and 6 by 8 inches to 13 by 16 inches for the horizontal engines. The upright type of boiler with submerged flues is usually preferred, as it occupies only a small space. Horizontal boilers of the locomotive type are used in a few machines, and are more economical in the use of fuel, but occupy too large a floor space. Forced draft is used in both types of boilers, and they are generally worked to the limit of their capacity. The usual working pressure is 90 pounds per square inch. The safety valve is generally set to blow off at 120 pounds per square inch. The boiler is supplied with water either from an upright circular sheet iron tank located in a corner of the machine behind the boiler, or from a sheet iron box tank hung under the floor. These tanks usually hold about 1,000 gallons of water, enough to run the machine half a day. The water is obtained by a pump or siphon from the tender of a locomotive on railway work, or is hauled to the machine by wagon on other work. In some machines, the frame or car body is made of wood, generally oak, often encased with heavy plate iron. In others, it is constructed of iron or steel I-beams and channels. In all machines, it is strongly built and braced with a view to sustain the weight of the working parts and to resist the shocks to which it is subjected. The floor is usually of 3-inch oak plank. The mast or post is made of cast or wrought iron, strongly braced and guyed to the frame. It is the pivot about which the crane swings, and easy working in its bearings is of great importance for the rapid and economical operation of the machine. In order to prevent breakage or delay, it should never be permitted to wobble by neglecting to promptly tighten its braces and guys in case they should work loose. The post should always stand vertical, or practically so, to ensure the horizontal motion of the crane and avoid unnecessary straining of the swinging gear. For this reason, the machine should be set practically level before beginning operations, and using a small mason's level is better than trusting to the eye when blocking under the track and adjusting the jack screws for this purpose. The crane is secured to the post and is made of wood, iron, or steel, strongly and compactly built to resist the shocks to which it is often subjected. It is from 14 to 20 feet high above the track or ground, varying with machines of different sizes and manufacture, and swings horizontally through an angle of 180 to 240 degrees, with a radius of 15 to 20 feet. In some machines it must be detached from the post for shipment. In others, mostly those made for railway use exclusively, it can be lowered to a height of 14 feet above the track, thereby permitting shipment without detaching from the post. The dipper, scoop, or bucket is made of iron or steel, shaped somewhat like a coal scuttle. Its cutting edge is protected by 4 teeth made of steel or steel-pointed. These teeth are easily removed for sharpening or replacement. Dippers vary in size from 1/2 cubic yard to 2 1/2 cubic yards capacity. They also vary somewhat in shape according to the material to be excavated, though no special provision is made for this unless there are very large quantities of the same kind of material to be removed, or for machines working in a certain class of material only, like ore loaders. For general work in all kinds of materials, the dipper is seldom changed. For soft, tenacious material likely to adhere to the inner sides of the dipper and not drop out promptly when the bottom door is opened for unloading, the dipper is shaped as shown in Figure 10, with a larger bottom than mouth. In hard or dry soft material the section shows parallel sides, as in Figure 11. For general use, the bottom of the dipper should be slightly larger than the mouth, as most materials contain more or less moisture, which is likely to produce a partial clogging of the dipper by material sticking to the inner sides, especially between the teeth, necessitating frequent cleaning out whenever the machine is stopped while preparing to move forward, and sometimes oftener. For ordinary clay, cemented gravel, and hard dry materials, a dipper with a wide and shallow mouth, as shown in plan in Figure 12, is preferred to the one shown in Figure 13, which latter is better adapted for loose gravel, sand, and other soft dry materials, where a deep cut can easily be made. For hard pan, shale, loose rock, and similar materials, ample strength of teeth and dipper is of greater importance than its shape. To prevent tenacious material from sticking to the inner sides of the dipper, and to allow it to drop out freely when the bottom door is opened, it is often good economy to place a barrel of water near the head of the machine, from which a bucketful can be taken and thrown into the dipper just before each cut. The water acts as a lubricant and causes the material to drop out more readily. For cleaning the dipper, the tool shown in Figure 14 is used. The chains have lengths of 3/4 inch to 1 inch diameter and are made of iron, sometimes of steel. Their constant use necessarily subjects them to great wear, and as they are also often exposed to severe shocks, especially the hoisting chain, they must be made of the very best material and in the most careful manner. At present, iron chains are preferred to those made of steel. They are more durable and less likely to break under severe shocks. Steel chains have suffered in reputation through rapid wear and frequent breakages occurring within the last few years. But with increased experience in their manufacture and use, they will undoubtedly be improved and eventually take the lead over iron chains. The propelling mechanism consists of an endless chain connecting one or more axles of the truck or supporting wheels with the shaft of the hoisting drum by means of friction clutches or positive gearing. The usual speed is 5 to 6 miles per hour. Operation of steam shovels. All movements of the steam shovel are controlled by 2 men, the engine man and the cranes man. The former is stationed near the engine, the latter on a small platform attached to the crane. The engine man directs the movements for raising and lowering the dipper, swinging it into position for unloading, and moving the machine forward or backward. The cranes man regulates the depth of the cut made by the dipper, releases it from the bank when full or near the top of the crane, and pulls the spring latch of the bottom door of the dipper when in position for unloading, thereby dumping its contents. These motions are shown in Figures 15 and 16. Beginning with the dipper in the position shown at A, Figure 15, the engine man throws the hoisting drum into gear, and starting the engine pulls the dipper upward, the cranes man at the same time thrusting it forward, regulating the depth of the cut so that it will not stop the engine or tip up the rear end of the machine. When the dipper has reached the position B near the top of the crane, the engine man throws the hoisting drum out of gear and holds it in position with a foot brake. At the same time, the crane's man, by easing his foot brake, allows the dipper to fall back into the position C. The engine man then swings the dipper over the car or wagon, as shown in Figure 16, when the crane's man pulls the latch rope, thereby opening the bottom door of the dipper and dropping the contents. The engine man then swings the crane back again to the next cut, at the same time releasing his foot brake on the hoisting drum until the dipper has fallen to a point near the ground, as at D, Figure 15, where he holds it for an instant with the foot brake, then drops it by releasing the brake, while the crane's man, during this slight drop, regulates the length of the radius of the dipper handle by releasing his foot brake, so as to bring the dipper into the position A again, and adjoining the last cut. While the dipper is being lowered, the bottom door closes and latches itself by its own weight when all is ready again for another cut. These motions are very simple when taken separately, but when performed together by two different men, experience and quickness in both are required to carry on the work rapidly and harmoniously, without breakages or delays. In loose gravel, one cut can be made in 1/2 to 3/4 of a minute. In hard materials, 1½ to 2 minutes, seldom more. After all material within reach of the dipper has been removed, an unoccupied section of track, generally about 4 feet long, at the rear of the steam shovel, is attached to the dipper by a chain and dragged around the machine to the front by swinging the dipper horizontally, and there placed in position in line with the sections of track under the machine. The screws at the ends of the jack arm, a horizontal bar at the front end of the machine used for steadying it when cuts are taken at right angles to the steam shovel, are then released, and the machine moved forward 3 or 4 feet by throwing the propelling gear into motion. After placing the jack screws into their new position and tightening them and blocking the supporting wheels of the steam shovel, the machine is ready for another series of cuts. The regular employees for operating a steam shovel are the engine man, crane's man, fireman, and 4 laborers. The latter are under the supervision of the crane's man, and their duties are to shovel forward any lumps or loose material which may roll down and lodge too close to the front of the steam shovel to be reached by the dipper, to level the surface of the ground in front of the machine, preparing it for the next section of track, to lay these sections of track, to attend to the jack screws and blocking, and to act as general utility men. With this crew, dry sand and loose gravel can readily be loaded. In harder or more tenacious material, from 2 to 6 extra men are required, depending upon the kind of material to be excavated, and also upon good management of the contractor or foreman in charge. Wet sand and fairly loose gravel requires only 2 extra men, whose duty is to break down the overhanging ledges of these materials which cannot be reached by the dipper, and are liable to fall when the machine has advanced, burying it or blocking the pit behind it. The implement used by these men is a pole, Figure 17, headed by an iron point resembling a surveyor's pole. With these poles, fairly loose gravel and sand can be readily broken down, sloped at its natural angle, and fed into the pit in front of the steam shovel. In harder materials, 3 to 4 extra men are usually sufficient, but in very hard or tenacious materials, as many as 6 must be employed. These men break down overhanging material in the face of the bank which cannot be reached by the dipper, bore or drill holes for powder or dynamite when blasting becomes necessary, cut and remove trees, etc. On all but very small pieces of railway work there are also employed a blacksmith and helper and 2 to 5 car repairers. The blacksmith's work consists mostly of repairs about the cars, mainly bent or broken aprons, sideboards, chains, etc. The steam shovel occupies much the smaller part of his time. His accommodation requires a small, rough frame shop about 10 by 16 feet. An old boxcar body is frequently used, with forge and tools. Another rough frame shed of about the same size is needed for the storage of tools, oils, and supplies. The section men of the respective sections are occasionally called on for the building and maintaining, or taking up, of the various side tracks required during the progress of the work. End of excerpt from Steam Shovels and Steam Shovel Work by E. A. Herman. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
War or Peace or Both by Lady Astor, Member of Parliament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One of the greatest novels in the world is called War and Peace. When I read it as a girl, I looked on wars as remote, unthinkable things among civilized peoples, but they are neither remote nor unthinkable. They are even certain unless people begin to think very seriously about the whole question of war. I know the world is full of people who do not want war, but what we want and what we get are often worlds apart. Not many people in Europe wanted war in 1914, and there were some who had realized that it would come unless something definite were done to prevent it. I remember very well an old Scottish friend of mine, a man 90 years old, warning me in 1912 as we sat on the peaceful terrace of his home overlooking the North Sea, that across that sea the Germans would come and that England would not be prepared. I thought at the time, young men see visions and old men dream dreams, but the young men were not seeing visions in those days, nor the old dreaming dreams. War there was, and war there will be, unless we make it impossible. Mercifully, it looks as if war were making itself impossible. Nations are finding that it does not bring peace, and that there are no victors in a modern war. Perhaps these facts will put a stop to warfare, for people generally fight to win, and few men nowadays fight for the mere fun of it. No one could like fighting under modern conditions. It is not much sport to oppose an enemy you cannot see, or to be bombed from the clouds or gassed. All this I have seen men endure, but what they went through during the Great War is nothing to the horrors we may expect in the next conflict, or to what the women who wait and watch have always to endure. It is so much easier for a woman to suffer herself than to see her child suffer. That is why I am hoping women will soon start thinking quite clearly about the question of war. Thinking is, of course, the hardest thing we have to do. That is why so few people do it. I never try to think without discovering a dozen other things that I try to convince myself I ought to be doing, and in this, I suppose, I am like many other women. We all know what a Christian should be like, and how a Christian should act. It is no use my saying that a Christian people would stop a war. A really Christian people would not have to stop a war. Their consciousness would be lifted out of such gross materialism. But let us try to think what a people who profess Christianity should do about this question of war. It is no use approaching it with the declaration that we are ready to turn the other cheek. That would not be honest. Let us try to be both honest and practical. So let me write about some practical steps for stopping war. For practical steps, perhaps even to end war, are being taken in Europe today. America is suspicious because Europe is taking so long to settle down after the war. When I get discouraged about the European situation, I remember our own situation after the Civil War. It was a family war. We spoke the same language. We all had the same form of government and laws, and a great many of us had the same common ancestors. Yet for 10 years after that war ended, the South was not represented in the government of the country, for no one could call the carpetbaggers from the North representatives of the South. It took 10 years to make simple Anglo-Saxon people see reason together. Think how much longer it should take European countries to get together with their different customs, religions, laws, outlook, and languages. Yet here is Europe striving hard to form a league which will protect her against war. Her striving has not been in vain, for today Europe has a league with Germany in it. No small achievement, only a short 8 years after the Great War. Compare this with Europe after the War of 1870. Then the countries of Europe ranged themselves into 2 military groups, which obviously anticipated another war. Today, within 8 years of the ending of a far fiercer conflict, all Europe, except Russia, and most of the world's great powers outside Europe, are endeavoring by membership in one union to prevent a future war. We have passed from entangling alliances to one disentangling alliance. It is no use for America to make a bugbear of Europe. It may flatter a country to tell it how bad another country is, but it is not the way to peace, and it is peace we want. Consider what the League of Nations has done and is doing. Take the Disarmament Conference. True, it has not yet succeeded, but it has not failed, nor need it fail, not if the women of the different countries determine and vote that it shall not. Remember, nations arm through fear, but the more the other countries of the world do as we did at the Washington Conference of 1922, the less will the small countries have to fear. By we, I mean chiefly the British Commonwealth and America. Britain willingly surrendered her long and illustrious ruling of the waves. America, growing strong and wealthy beyond the dreams of avarice, refused to use her great power to build up a navy superior to Britain's. Truly, both countries may be proud of their common sense and of what this action accomplished for the welfare of humanity. At the Washington Conference, a new world policy was founded. It is as important as the League of Nations and must be continued and expanded. President Coolidge's action in suspending what might be considered a new naval competition proves how genuinely he desires peace, based on small armies and navies. Great Britain naturally longs for peace. Her social expansion is crippled by heavy taxation. America is supposed to be overtaxed and overburdened in spite of her increased prosperity. Every American has to pay, on an average of about $75 a year in taxes for federal, state, and local purposes together. England is poorer than the United States, and much poorer than she was before the war, and yet every Englishman has to pay for national and local purposes on an average of $93 a year. America pays 11%, Englishmen nearly 22% of their national income in taxation. At the Washington Conference, the United States and Britain agreed to have equality in battleships. Japan agreed to have only 3/5 of the battleships of either Britain or America. No finer peace move was ever made than when our two big peoples agreed on a 50-50 basis in battleships. A nation requires only superiority over another country to contemplate war with it. On the same hypothesis, our two countries should extend this principle and agree to a maximum based on equality for other types of warships, that is, cruisers, destroyers, and submarines. But then a further step surely becomes inevitable. If the two countries base their naval policy on the conviction that war between them must be ruled out, then both must agree to refer all differences and misunderstandings that may arise between them to some form of arbitration. The people of the United States and Canada may disagree, but they have an unwritten understanding to refer their differences to peaceful settlement. There are only two ways of settling disputes, by fighting or by arbitrament. Canada, a nation within the British Empire, and the United States have rejected the former. Let us straightway face the fact that the idea of international arbitration runs counter to old tradition. Are great nations to permit points of honor to be decided by arbitration? Why not? Have we not established the rule of law for that of force between individuals in civil life in civilized countries? The British Empire is simply a large League of Nations. The Imperial Conference of its representatives held in London last year should prove to the world that there is a way in which equal nations can unite and work together. I do not know what you who read this article have read about the Imperial Conference. Perhaps very little, possibly nothing, but you should study it for the sake of world peace. It was an inspiring thing to find representatives of 450 million people, 1/4 of the inhabitants of the globe, meeting as co-equals for the sole purpose of finding out how they could work together, how they could remove friction, what they could do to improve the conditions of the people they represented. They came, too, with a deep desire to promote goodwill, and they found that personal contact brought greater light and greater understanding. That is what the world needs most just now, an understanding heart. Solomon, one of the wisest and most prosperous of rulers, asked for it thousands of years ago. Let the women of Britain and of America demand an understanding contract between the greatest commonwealth of nations and the greatest federation of states that the world has ever known, a contract that will, through conciliation and arbitration, assure peace, and rule out the possibility of the crime of war. And if ever there is a war between English-speaking nations, women should be declared the criminals. Nancy Astor. End of War or Peace or Both by Lady Astor, M.P. Read by Brian Fullen.
What is a child? From A Treatise on Parents and Children by Bernard Shaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An experiment. A fresh attempt to produce the just man made perfect. That is, to make humanity divine. And you will vitiate the experiment if you make the slightest attempt to abort it into some fancy figure of your own. For example, your notion of a good man or a womanly woman. If you treat it as a little wild beast to be tamed, or as a pet to be played with, or even as a means to save you trouble and to make money for you, and these are our commonest ways, it may fight its way through in spite of you and save its soul alive, for all its instincts will resist you and possibly be strengthened in the resistance. But if you begin with its own holiest aspirations and suborn them for your own purposes, then there is hardly any limit to the mischief you may do. Swear at a child, throw your boots at it, send it flying from the room with a cuff or a kick, and the experience will be as instructive to the child as a difficulty with a short-tempered dog or a bull. Francis Place tells us that his father always struck his children when he found one within his reach. The effect on the young Places seems to have been simply to make them keep out of their father's way, which was no doubt what he desired, as far as he desired anything at all. Francis records the habit without bitterness, having reason to thank his stars that his father respected the inside of his head whilst cuffing the outside of it. and this made it easy for Francis to do yeoman's service to his country as that rare and admirable thing, a free thinker. The only sort of thinker, I may remark, whose thoughts, and consequently whose religious convictions, command any respect. Now Mr. Place, Sr., would be described by many as a bad father, and I do not contend that he was a conspicuously good one. But as compared with the conventional good father, who deliberately imposes himself on his son as a god, who takes advantage of childish credulity and parent worship to persuade his son that what he approves of is right and what he disapproves of is wrong, who imposes a corresponding conduct on the child by a system of prohibitions and penalties, rewards and eulogies, for which he claims divine sanction, compared to this sort of abortionist and monster maker, I say, Place appears almost as a providence. Not that it is possible to live with children any more than with grown-up people without imposing rules of conduct on them. There is a point at which every person with human nerves has to say to a child, "Stop that noise." But suppose the child asks why. There are various answers in use. The simplest, because it irritates me, may fail, for it may strike the child as being rather amusing to irritate you. Also, the child, having comparatively no nerves, may be unable to conceive your meaning vividly enough. In any case, it may want to make a noise more than to spare your feelings. You may therefore have to explain that the effect of the irritation will be that you will do something unpleasant if the noise continues. The something unpleasant may be only a look of suffering to rouse the child's affectionate sympathy, if it has any, or it may run to forcible expulsion from the room with plenty of unnecessary violence. But the principle is the same. There are no false pretenses involved. The child learns in a straightforward way that it does not pay to be inconsiderate. Also, perhaps, that Mama, who made the child learn the Sermon on the Mount, is not really a Christian. End of What is a Child? From A Treatise on Parents and Children by Bernard Shaw. Read by Ren Hua.